Cool. I'm ready. I'm prepared. I'm mentally prepared to get buffed on beta. There has been no build, but all the dungeons are out and everybody's buffed, so it should just feel maybe a little fresh at the very least. It won't feel like crazy, but it'll feel a little fresh at least. So, we'll see who's around and we'll do some keys, man. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just feeling nostalgic, but for some reason, I'm absolutely craving the early 2000s playlist. I'm just remembering all the Capri Sun memories. I don't know why. There's something weird. There's something about it right now that's really getting me. I don't mind. But that means that you all are all also subject to the early 2000s vibes. That's what we're doing right now. Like My Chemical Romance type stuff. Alrighty then. Let's see who's around. I feel like Swivel's gonna heal. He's gonna tank, which means I probably have to DPS the first few keys. No problem. I can fill. I got no problem with that. We should be doing big numbers. And we get to return to the other dungeons, which is exciting. But let's go ahead and get set up for the day. So we're just going to go like bam. I released a video yesterday. Delineus, you are first today. I released a video yesterday. I think it came off slightly wrong because people, of course, saw the title, and it was like the first title I thought of. I didn't mean for it to be negative. I actually meant it to discuss a potential solution for why people are so frustrated with WoW, which is I think that sometimes we should take a break from the game. But it kind of came off the wrong way, I think. It's been crashing recently. If it does that, Hold up. If it does that again. Delineus, Happy New Year. Omosh, Happy New Year. I don't think I've got to say that for you yet. It's already a week into the new year, which is weird. Doesn't it feel like New Year's was yesterday? Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels to me like New Year's was yesterday. I'm a little feels weird. That again. Come to... on... Or... Boom. 1 second. 1 second. I just gotta post this to the YouTube thing because... Or... Right? No, that's... Great. No, do... Great. Are you celebrating New Year or later? Oh, no. So it's my birthday later this month, and for me, that's like a really big deal because I've learned to celebrate my birthday and be happy about the fact that I'm alive. However... New Year's was celebrated on actual New Year's. I was really happy to play properly New Year's. Play properly New Year's. But we had like fireworks and we went out and we got the kind of like the Thai celebration. There is an actual Thai New Year's, which is technically not the same. It is not the same thing. Which is in April. Let me just tell Arson. If you want to do beta keys, I'm on. If not, no worries. Been a long time since I've been around. I was very active in the summer. Yes, no problem. Do you think you're proficient as Disc Priest? I'm not actually a proficient Disc Priest. I'm an enjoyer of Priest. I have been learning to play it better on beta. I can have a discussion about it, but it is in fact the healer I have played maybe the least over time. That and Mistweaver are the two things I'm a little bit less comfortable with, to be honest. So I'm a little... maybe iffy about those things. But I can have a conversation at the very least, if you so desire. Genuine question, though. I actually wonder, because this is what I've been thinking of. I'm going to pin this. I swear it's my question for today. All right? I'm pinning this. Pin, yes. This one. This is my question. Do you remember drinking Capri Sun in the early 2000s? I don't know if everyone will be old enough to really remember this, because you got to remember that people born in 2006 are now 20. You remember that, right? You know that, yeah? Like, if you were born in 2006, you're 20 this year. Which is weird, because I was always the young one, but I don't feel young anymore. I feel old now. This is how I'm noticing I feel old, because my birth year starts with a 1. It doesn't start with a 2. It's weird to me that some people's birth year starts with a 2. I remember Sunny D. Yeah, it's like, so if you think of, that's right. If you think of Capri Sun, you also think of Sunny D. For some reason, you can't have one without the other. It's absolutely true. You're correct. It's absolutely true. You can't have one without the other. What is the most fun healer? Tygo, good question. Fun healer is very subjective. Healers are pretty unique. They feel a little bit more similar now, but they're very different, man. Oh, man, we just started stream. I see that. Zombie Solana, what's up, guys? Okay, question. You guys are perfect people to ask because you're actually, American. Question. I think you are, at least. Do you remember drinking Capri Sun or Sunny D in the early 2000s? I would maybe argue that Prez is super fun, but Holy Priest has been really fun for me, maybe just as a change of pace more than anything. It's certainly, it's fun is very subjective when it comes to healing. People sometimes like ramping, people sometimes like reactive healers. Resto Druid just feels super powerful, but to me, Resto Druid is not that fun. I don't really like the gameplay of Resto Druid personally. Yeah, you remember? Yeah, Pacific Cooler Capri Sun. That's right. Do you remember back in the day when you didn't have to pay bills and like life was you just kind of gamed, right? Like I don't know about you guys, but when I was younger, when I was still in school, I like went to school and then I just wanted to play games all day, and then my parents were like, "Go outside and play basketball on the cul-de-sac with the other children." And I was like, "No. No, inside is better." And they were like, "You have to go socialize." And I was like, "I am socializing. Dread Kitty number 69. He's my friend." And they're like, "That's not your friend. That's just some random dude in World of Warcraft." And I was like, "Just because he's a random dude doesn't mean he's not my friend." It turns out he was like 40 years old. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just like, you were by the pool, you had the water. That's what I was thinking. That's what I've been feeling recently, man. I've been feeling the nostalgia. That's like the thing that's really been getting me recently. I think it's because my dad is coming to visit me. He literally just departed. He's coming. He'll be here in 2 days, technically. Long flight to Thailand. Well, my dad's coming to visit me. I've been thinking about my childhood a little bit. It's interesting. All right, we're going to start in a little bit. I have to figure out what I'm playing. Just got to do some stream stuff. Let's get it. Do you figure what you're going to do with them? Yeah. Like, my dad travels like I travel, so that's really easy, actually. Hey, Jed, how's it going? Hi, Jed, this is almost certainly going to be a no. Out of curiosity, have you, by any chance, watched Love is Blind? You would imagine, statistically speaking, this is going to be a no. But your name reminds me of a character in the UK Love is Blind. The only reason I know that is because it's been put on recently. I remember when I started to go out with friends and rebel a bit, coming home later, I was supposed to. My dad was like, yeah. Zelenius, now your dad is like, I'm proud of him. You stay out late. I'm proud of him. You missed it, right? Oh, no problem, Savita. I hope you guys have a fantastic new year and that you've been enjoying it. I'm doing well, Jed, honestly. I'm feeling a little better. Got my wisdom tooth out recently, so I wasn't feeling so good about that. And I wasn't feeling fantastic about the wisdom tooth out. And I feel a little better now, which is good. Seems like I might be DPSing the first key, by the way. Yeah. It's been annoying because I eat like a lot of steak and chicken and stuff. What's up, Ajax? I'm 426 Feral. I play on single Nintendo. Ajax. I know who you are. Listen, the thing is, I know who you're on my friends list. You can't get away with that. As for disc, I just can't understand penance usage. Once you use atonement versus directly. Okay. Work on new pasta. There are people who play on a joystick, though. Just remember. In general, WoW players, I would say Ajax, are not very familiar with group joystick play. They're much more familiar with solo joystick play. So I would say that it's not impossible because most WoW players have a ton of experience, arguably, with this system. So Delineus, I think for Disc Priest, it is technically a choice, but it also depends if you're playing Void Weaver versus Oracle. So Oracle does have an interaction where you want to spot heal with Penance, whereas Void Weaver, you want to put Penance on, you're penancing the enemies. It depends is technically the answer, but you could be, there's not like a one size fits all. I would say in general, you could just think penance your allies, because it's not that much atonement healing when you penance an enemy. Probably is maybe the general way to say it, but it's not quite right because there are nuances to that. You have to make a decision depending on the circumstance and what talents you're playing and stuff like that. That's why Disc Priest, it's a lot more straightforward for sure, but it's a little bit less stuff. Yes, purple's on. Nice. So we got purple in here. What's up, TH? Are you familiar with solo joystick play? What's up, Random? Random out of the game. I think we got a one spot open right now. It looks like I'll have to DPS. What key you want to do, by the way? We have choices now. How's Resto Shaman holding up? Savino, Resto Shaman, you know the changes. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with the healer changes in general for what's happening with beta? Like all healers lost their kick except for Resto Shaman. No class tuning, correct, but all dungeons are open, so at least we have some options there. Correct. Yeah. Hey, Nico. So yeah, all healers lost their kick, and every single healer lost several abilities. They did random, and that was a good move. I've been calling for that for a while. I sounded the alarm, and I'm glad that they listened, because that would have ruined the dungeon 100%. It would have absolutely destroyed the dungeon, so that's good. Yeah. So basically, if you think about it like this, Shaman lost Stone Bulwark Totem, Earth Ellie was changed. They don't really have a lot of DRs anymore. They only have Astral Shift. But Savina, I mean, everything was heavily changed and nerfed. It's different. The game feels different, for sure. Healers are a little bit more, you just kind of heal now. Like your DPS globals mean a lot less. So at this point, it's way more about just straight up healing and throughput and dispel profiles than it is about, let's call it sniping and ping-ponging health bars. Does that make sense? Can I heal this one? Yeah, of course. I swap. I prefer to not snipe heal all the time. Yeah, so I would say I think I'm very positive about healing. I know a lot of people are a little bit iffy about it, to be honest. Like a lot of people are like, I don't know about these midnight changes, but I swear healing is actually going to be good. Healing will be okay. Tanking is in trouble. There is a fundamental problem with tanking right now, but healing will be just fine. Healing feels fun. Yeah, so I got to swap to a DPS for this key, no problem. Does that make sense? And the reason is because the game got simpler. As an example, if I was going to play Resto Shaman, Savina, you've played Resto Shaman too, right? If I talk about Resto Shaman, you would be able to follow. I forget. I normally see you on Priest, but I'm pretty sure you've played other healers. What am I playing here? Maybe Mage. Just pop over to Mage. Okay. So Resto Shaman has no tidal waves, no Master of the Elements, 0 procs, 0 tracking, 0 amps for their healing. You literally just cast Healing Wave now. There's no like modifiers for it. There's like Riptide, but that's it. Like you don't have to be like setting up healing. You just bloop. You just bloop it like this. That's the bloop. You splash people with water, and that's it. And some healers still have some interactions, but they've taken away a lot of the talent tree. So when you take a look at the talent tree, you're like, wow, look, if you're playing Farseer, if you're playing Totemic, you don't even have that. But look, do you see this? There's all these talents here, but the vast majority of them are passive now. So this doesn't really affect rotation as much, you know? What they're doing is they're trying to make the game more accessible, which is not a bad thing. It might affect the seasoned WoW players. You might feel a little bit too simple. Yeah, you don't cast Chain Heal. It just heals like All right, you ever been to Italy, King? You ever been to Italy? This will be the easiest way to explain it. It is, but I can't explain it like this. Have you ever been to Italy? Tespedasara is the only one with big changes. I kind of want to go Algathar Academy first key. I'm not gonna lie. Algathar is like best key. No, you've never been to Italy. Okay, so if you were to go to Italy, yeah, let's say you were to go to Italy, right? I've never been there either, but let's say that you were gonna get a pizza in Italy, not pasta. That would be too easy to explain this, so you got to bear with me here. Let's say that you were to get, okay, negative on boring key, but it's fun. Okay, let's say you were to get a pizza in Italy, okay? Previously, chain heel was like taking a bite of that pizza and it would slap. Currently, though, after all the changes to it, chain heel feels as if you took that pizza, you dipped it into boiling water, and then threw it against the wall, and then took a bite of the pizza. So there's a big difference between the two, how they feel before midnight and after midnight. You see the difference? Does that make sense? That's the best way I can explain it. What is this? Wait, what? Ramp increases intellect by how much? This is a better potion, but what does it do? Wait a second. Yeah, that's the best way I could explain it. Wait, what does this do? You get higher stats, but it does what now? Gives you puddle sometimes or something? Potion stuns you. Like if you get hit by a puddle? Kind of random, but alright. Interesting. 15, but we get scaled to 2. Yeah, we'll go 15, 100%. We're going 15s to get scaled. Yes. It doesn't seem like it's doing anything in the city. Yes. They changed the scaling. I don't really know why they did that, but they did change the scaling. So now you have... It is kind of rude, actually, because it doesn't invalidate previous testing, but it kind of invalidates previous testing, you know what I mean? It's a little bit strange that they just casually were like, oh, here you go. Have mythic item level. I don't actually love that change, to be honest. I think that change was questionable. What's up, Protein? We are playing, by the way, so I think he's playing his Holy Paladin, but the guy I'm playing with right now is actually the reason I was trying Holy Priest. And on top of that, he says he has a Preservation Evoker build, which absolutely slaps. But it might be bugged. I haven't played it. He did tell me about it before. I could play it and probably absolutely own, but it would be curious. Basically, because Ancestors copy spells and on Totemic has free chain heals. Chain heals individually does very... So they just nerfed it. Like right now on live Delineus, you do cast chain heal, especially when it's ramped by Ancestors. It's like a lot of healing. But on beta, it's like a wet pizza, like a wet noodle. It doesn't do what you want it to do. Do you know, like it just kind of... You don't, like, trust me, you'll feel way better actually manually triage healing with Healing Wave. Like, if you cast, you'll actually be not trolling yourself, but it's not good. It's weird. It's weird. Don't forget to log. Sounds good. Combat log. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the tuning will be tomorrow, hopefully. Like, that's the idea, right? Is that we'll have tuning tomorrow. Okay, let's grab this and let's go. AA. So I guess the real goal here is going to be to push keys up past 15 and do 16, 17. That's probably what you're going to want to do now. Is you get several keys, and then if you want to do a new dungeon, you just go 15, 15, and you can get like 16, 17 and go up a little higher. Now that we're scaled to a higher item level. I should really craft on the... I need to get jewel crafting. 15 AA. And we kind of just pushed to 16 a little bit. Water dungeons. Let's do it. Yeah, that's just a cop. Yeah. What's up, Protein? I appreciated what you said to me, by the way. Why didn't you put your party bars like that? Nothing, Mr. Deep South. Nothing. I'm one of the only people I know on beta that just refuses. Like, look. Nothing. I'm using 0 add-ons. I have nothing. There is an add-on frame that works much better, and it's called Dander's frames. So Dander's frames. It was changed before I got time to. DPS, are you on my stream? Because I can tell you there is a route, though. There is a unique, better route, but I can just chill. There is a way to pull this where it feels smooth and fast. But sometimes it's nice for things to feel a little bit bumpy and rough. So it's not like required or anything. Let's go. Pass lead. Alright, you guys want to see Big Dam? Who are we playing with? We have a bunch of uncapped AoE. Oh, this is going to die real fast. I'm not going to get to do much. But yeah, everything I'm playing with is base UI. So everything you see here will be completely base UI and accessible to everyone without any add-ons. Okay, let's grab a 15 Algadar. 15. I hopefully will get to heal a little bit today, but I do want to do a few keys with Mr. Swivels and see his healing. Count down 10. You ready? I'm gonna do Big Dam. I'm capped? Are you? Wait, are you playing Marksman? Is that not a survival hunter? Because as far as I know, bombs are not capped. You playing beta? I am playing beta, correct, Deep South. For retail, we use Cell, we use a bunch of add-ons, there's a bunch of weak auras, etc., etc. But for beta, wait a second. Wish me luck? No. 15 will be easy if we're scaled. If we're scaled, this key will be, it'll feel kind of chill, I think. What do I want for mage? Maybe crit? I'm actually not sure what stats are for mage right now. I'm surprised it feels like haste mastery, probably. Okay, if you kite out of my blizzard, I'm gonna be real sad. If you kite, blizzard has blizzard. Please don't kite out of my blizzard. I will lose so much damage. What are your first impressions so far? Generally speaking, incredibly positive, but maybe not for everyone. The thing is, very, very extremely positive. However, with context applied to that statement. Like with context. Okay, please. Please, please, please. Oh, no, my blizzard. That is the problem with a pull like this. Is your blizzard just gets kind of inted. Yeah, he's capped on marksman, huh? Uh-huh. My blizzard. I would have done so much damage. I'm still over 1 million, but... Okay, so everything that you think you know about beta is now going to change. Just so you're clear. Just so everyone understands exactly what happened with the tuning changes. Everything you think you know has changed. Because they casually gave us all 13 more item levels out of nowhere. So all the numbers that I had previously had where I was like, oh, this is what this looks like, we don't actually know anymore. I'm not a huge fan of that because we had been testing for 45 days. And I was just like, you know? I don't know, it feels a little weird though. Oh, man. Yo, what's up? It's great. So I kind of don't really like the fact that it feels a little invalidated almost. Glacial Spike. Barrier. I might be lagging a little bit, and I think I moved a tad late. My bad. Okay, so we need a build here. Orb. Noob. Holy. Have I been streaming that long? I really view it as like a year. I don't feel like I've been streaming that long, but apparently that says otherwise. Wow. Wait, didn't you just resub? I felt like you just resubbed like 2 days ago. Damn, thank you, noob. How are you doing, by the way? How are you feeling? Okay, watch out. Defensive here. I wish I had bigger cooldowns, but it'll be what it'll be, though. So Blizzard here without orb is going to be sad. I do have an orb at the last second. Probably should have saved that orb, actually, for the next set. That would have been a smarter idea for me. Feeling exhausted today. Ah, yeah. Used to drink Capri Sun. Yeah. Wait, noob, you're Aussie, though. Did you guys have Capri Sun in Aussie land? Out of curiosity? Yeah. Capri Sun was... I've been really nostalgic recently. Does anything stand out as being weak? Yes. So basically, initial thoughts about beta is that the game will be way more accessible to new players. And I think that if WoW just got an influx of new players, there would be a learning curve, but the game would be better. One of the many problems with the game, as of right now, is the fact that there just really aren't that many new people trying WoW. So I genuinely feel like if they could somehow make the game more accessible to kind of just a casual player who wants to pick it up and not really invest in a crazy amount of talent chain, like the talent tree, and understanding the game and what's prio damage and how to tank and how to heal, how to track your procs, etc. The whole point of the add-on changes was to establish a better base UI so that you could have a better gameplay experience. That was the entire point of them doing all of this. And as long as they nail that, no problem. I actually think the game could be much better, but that's a little bit up to marketing, because basically how many new players start Midnight and then stay with Midnight because of the changes? That will determine whether this is a success or not. The truth is that that's ultimately going to make or break whether all of this is the right or wrong move, if that makes sense. Is this 10? No. But 15 will feel a lot easier because we're scaled higher now. So time will tell, but I've been really thinking about what would make WoW players happy. I've really been giving this a lot of thought. I made a video yesterday that I think accidentally came out way more negative than I intended it to be. I didn't actually mean for it to sound dooming at all, because I meant it to be really positive, though. WoW 2, Steeper just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub, dude. And Noob, thank you for the... Holy shit, I'm not casting. I tabbed out, my bad. Thank you for the sub. WoW 2. But Aladdin, what would WoW 2 be? Is WoW 2 an iteration on a classic? Because this does... What is WoW 2? People talk about WoW 2 as if it was this crazy thing, but isn't that just kind of what we're getting? We're getting a different version of the game. It is, in many ways, the same, but fundamentally, it's not the same. Is what we're playing right now, is that not WoW 2? Like, everything's pruned. The classes will feel... Hopefully they nail it where you still feel like you have an identity, but much less. There will be a lot less differences between the classes. So it's almost like a full rework for everything. I don't know. I still think so. I released the video. WoW 3 will save it. If WoW 2 doesn't save it, WoW 3 will save it. I agree with you. I think that that's the real issue. We got to wait for WoW 3, right? 2033, that's when the game will be good. I promise you. 2033, game will feel Omega. You just gotta hold out till then, guys. No problem. As long as you can just wait a few tad, like 7 more years, I think WoW will really find its groove. Yeah, you just gotta give it a little bit of time. Just a little bit more time, and I think they'll get it. Nah, a lot of people are dooming, and I actually really don't want to come off like I am, because I think they're moving in the right direction, not the wrong direction. I want them to nail it, and I want it to feel fun to play, but my initial impressions are really good. My main problem is that everything got so much easier as we're talking about, but tanking did not. That's my main criticism as of right now. If the game is way more accessible, as we're talking about, right? So, I'd agree first season or 2 would be slow, but hold up, boss. It's possible that the first season of Midnight is one of the most giga seasons ever. I don't necessarily think that it would be... We should just accept the fact that, like, oh, they need a season to figure this out. I actually think that that's the wrong mentality, because at the start of an expansion, that's when you get the most influx of new players, right? They kind of can't fail. I don't think that's a... They can't miss. Hey, Luna, what's up? They cannot miss. I don't think they're allowed to fail Midnight Season 1. The worst case scenario... I've been saying this since the start, and I think you're seeing it more and more. I'm not surprised if they would. They just got to pull the ripcord. That's what they should do. If they're not able to do the add-on changes and the game will be in a worse spot, just pull the ripcord and say, sorry, guys, we need another season or 2. And then you just let people use them. Easy. Singapore has joined the list of being blocked from Wowhead. We have to finish this, guys. There's no 16. Also, Alcathar is a very easy dungeon until the next few parts. So this guy will feel much harder. Don't worry. Just so you know. This guy will stop feeling easy in a second. So we have to, like, actually use defensives here and help the healer. So you'll see. There will be actual damage on each of these screeches. And also we just need a higher key level for sure with the scaling. Okay, so I gotta go here, shatter first, boom like this. Wait for cooldowns, spend the flurry. Try to get a brain freeze proc probably before I send this trinket, or do I hold for the burn phase actually? Alter time. Here we go. Yo, what's up? Group chat, not urgent. Got you. To be honest, can't wait for the add-ons to be gone. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the problem. Add-ons are not gone. This is my... I'm a very optimistic person. But fundamentally, you guys... add-ons are not gone. That is actually my main problem. Alright, I'm about to hopefully do Big Burst. Big Burst, please. Big Burst, Big Burst. I saved my cooldowns so that I could get them all right here. And hopefully this was worth the decision-making. And Comet Storm... I don't quite have the burst as a Frost Mage to really, I think, justify that. Not bad, but single target, my single target's a little... Airman Bell. Yeah, so first of all, they're not allowed to fail Midnight Season 1. But second of all, right now, you have more add-ons, not less. It is not good. Like, because currently what happened is all the weak auras just became add-ons. So you still have all of them. And the game will look... Everybody was dooming so hard. And I've been trying to say for the longest time, stop dooming about the UI. Your UI will look almost identical to what you have right now. There will be like one or two things that are actually different. But honestly, everything else will be like just same. So I think that people who have been dooming are just... You're going to realize that the game is absolutely fine. Genuine, I think that everything will be nearly identical to whatever you're used to at the moment. So... Don't worry about that. Everything will be okay. Right now, we have Dander's frames, and it's only been a month and a half of beta. Dander's frames is basically Cell. It's nearly fully customizable. We already... LVUI confirmed they're coming back. We don't know exactly how much, by the way. Make Lalister on the meters. So he is learning this. He said he didn't really get to do the dungeon a lot. This Prot Warrior, he's also playing Thane, I believe. Thane is a little lower on the damage meters, but it's only when you compare it to Prot Pally or... When you compare it to Prot Pally and / or... What's it called? Vengeance Demon Hunter. Then Prot Warrior seems low. Otherwise, the tank is... It's sturdy. Like, it's a tanky tank. There is a lot of magic damage. Like, you will see him nearly evaporate on the other things, you know? Yeah, you're never going to get used to me turning. I know. I could have done way more single target there, to be honest. So, next part of the key a little harder. These, for example, this next part of the key, they're battle axes. You remember they used to do bleeds way back in the day if you played this dungeon back in Dragonflight. They used to put a bleed on the tank, which could be parried. Now, you cannot, well, sorry, you can't parry the bleed. So what happens is that they just do straight up magic damage. So if the tank isn't careful, he will evaporate from existence. Like, he'll be there one moment, and then he won't be there the next. And this is an example of a mechanic where it's technically not that bad, but you're going to see his health bar. Look, he just got an external from the healer, and all of a sudden this key will get way harder, way faster. And if he doesn't know that in advance, he's going to walk in and die. And I don't think it's like the worst mechanic, to be honest. Like, I don't actually think it's terrible because this one is not overtuned. But some of the arcane, like some of the things feel a little overtuned for tanks, and I'm not sure that's good. I made a video specifically talking about how tanks should not have to fight for their life. It's anti-fun gameplay when tanks are fighting for their life. It is fun when healers have to like be challenged. I think healers like the challenge of HPS. Tanks don't like the... I don't think in general that tanks like the challenge of dying. Yeah. He's like an actual warrior tank player. A lot of people like me are like hopping over to specs every single dungeon. He's a literal warrior player, so I don't think he's going to be missing many thunderclaps. So my main concern for Midnight is just... I kind of thought, because they're trying to make the game more accessible, like one of the clear things they're doing is like, well, hey, we don't want this game to be locked behind, you have to have played the game for 20 years in order to have understanding. Because that's kind of what it is right now. Like, in a lot of ways, this pull is nearly banned. Hold up. I will use defensives, and I will help my healer. So, like, a lot of things in WoW are very unintuitive. And we just take it for granted, to be honest, that we understand it. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, we're just like, oh, of course you just understand prio damage and how to gather mobs. And what do you mean? Of course you just do it like this, and you heal like this, and you just watch the frames, and look at the thing, he's doing this, and you wait for the aggro, and that's very unintuitive mechanics. They don't teach you anywhere. There's no guide when you're on Tutorial Island. When you're on the little boat and they're teaching you how to play, have you noticed that they don't tell you anything about aggro or this or whatever? There's no mention of it. There should be. Like, if you're hitting the dummies, they should say, I would not triple Bloodlust. It's an easy way to break this key. Oh, and maybe double. I don't have full cooldowns. I would not. I think double. These guys will kill us even at the skill level. I don't know, man. If he triples, he might die. Players still wait for aggro. Yeah. All right, here we go. Fastest way to brick your Algathar is this pull right here. Would not recommend. I have a stop that I will use momentarily. I kick this one. All right, I'm asleep. I don't think this is one of those pulls that you just don't do. Unless you have... I've already used my stop now. Probably have to burn ice cold here as well, because we just got to get through it. So I won't die to this void. My healer is gone, so it's just up to me and the tank. I'll help him kite if he's going to run out here. Yeah, so you can control it, like if you have enough damage, but I didn't have full cooldowns there. We did it. Yep. Sigils go really hard there. Watch out. Boss spawn. Care boss spawn. Care boss spawn. There you go. So there's a lot of things about WoW that are just not concerned. They need to make UI improvements. What? Genuine question. What UI improvements are you looking for right now? Honestly, at this point, what UI improvements are you really looking for? As a genuine question. You've played this. What can't you do that you wish you could do right now? From my perspective, there really isn't that much that I could not do that I would want to. Maybe color. I don't really use this, but I know a lot of healers prefer to color frames if they have atonement or whatever like this. Customization options. But what type of customization? I still can't tell if your meter is DPS or damage done. That's a big one. That's an easy one. That's an easy fix though, right? Hey, by the way, help your healer with this. This is an overlap here, so I'll health potion if I need to. Yep. Not too bad anymore. More cooldown manager groups. Buff, debuff, filtering in the frames. That's a big one. But don't you think they'll get that? That doesn't seem that hard. Can't they just do that? Like, honestly, that doesn't seem that bad. That seems like something that they could just be like, oh, hey, guys, we didn't do this before, and we're just going to add this, like, right now. Alter time here. And alter time. That doesn't seem like it would be that difficult for them to implement. Better cooldown UI, spell icons duration. The spell icons are okay to me. This tracking here, like, I wish I could customize this a little bit, but to be honest, it's not like I can't right now. I don't even do defense with this. The skill level's a little low. We go are being kind of customized. I have never been a UI person. So when it comes to the UI stuff, it's a little bit like I need to ask other people what they're missing, because it's very possible that I just don't have the right perspective. Very extremely likely that I'm just missing something. But as far as I could see, I feel like it's pretty reasonable for them to just come out in the next update and be like, oh yeah, by the way, you can whitelist this or blacklist this, or maybe like a few things that they could add that would just be like, okay, so what are we missing now? Let's alter time this one. Boom, alter, easy, because there's an overlap right here and a defensive, so my health bar doesn't even drop. Look at that. A DPS who actually uses their buttons. Amazing. Nameplates need to be scaling on a slider rather than just in stages, or at least 0.5 increments. Holy, I don't actually understand what that is. Manager fixed. so we don't have to constantly change our spell order. That one is a good one. And the cooldown manager, just like having straight up issues, I think they will get fixed though. Example being the cooldown manager at the moment doesn't list charges very well. So if you use something, instead of it being a charge, it'll just straight up not work. Like, it'll just show you, like, hey, this is the cooldown of it rather than how much uptime you have. That's a pretty annoying one. But those are little things. They'll fix that. Another thing, otherwise, I feel like WoW players want to fully customize. Armor dude. Hold. Armor die in WoW would unironically go really hard. Hear me out. I've never thought about that being in WoW. Something like an armor die system would straight up, that would be kind of awesome. Wouldn't it? That'd be... Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. That'd be kind of awesome. Anyways, I love your tank fits. Oh, thank you, SL. I watched them as they released. I appreciate it. Mage food here. I'm glad you like the vids. I've been enjoying making them. I just try to basically make like a little update every day now for beta. I enjoy it. The Hunter tier set team can take a break and let someone else design. Zandalar, you don't like it? Well, I thought the tier sets were good when Skarzard was designing them, and now that Skarzard is gone, it's like, it's over for tier sets. That's what I've heard. To be honest, I am not that aesthetic of a... Oh my god, too big. No. Too big. Oh, we're dead. Bye-bye. I'm not even going to send cooldowns. I think this is... We could try. I only have one charge of Ice Cold. Cannot express to you how much we are about to wipe right now. There's pretty sure no way. Healing potion here. Maybe. Nope. Little too big. That was... So this last area hurts a lot. You want to pull this nice and safe. Go safe here. Last area hurts. Yeah. Not that big. You can do it in like 2 pulls maybe. Yeah. Yep. And caster. It is a little different than it used to be. They might be able to live long enough. I think the mage tier set looks good. I think that this one looks pretty good. It's got like cool glowing orbs. The only problem is that my weapon is a plunger. The weapon is a plunger, and that is strange for sure. All right. How many things are left here? Because I should just wait for my... Yeah, we should just reset. Go slow. So we can get 16. Algathar is a weird key, where it's very easy until it's not. And you have to understand where the dangers lie in this key. I use the base UI without any issues. You can do a lot of... That's what I think too, Matthew. I agree. Big guys hurt more. Yeah, no, the big guys hurt more than the casters. Just go 2 pulls. Be chill. Actually, well, hold on. Our timer's a little sus now. That's okay. This is one of those things where is the tank... Like, the tank's a good player, but he didn't know how this works because he hasn't done it yet. And he remembers from Dragonflight, so he walked in... No, not too much. And now, we might not time the key. And the responsibility on tanking for just knowing somehow... He's been doing great this entire dungeon. That doesn't mean he's a bad tank player by any means. But it is unfortunate that he just has to know that. Like, if he didn't do the homework, he's over. And I do think that... I don't know how they would ever solve that. I'm genuinely not sure what they would do to fix that problem. Of the fact that tanks are just required to know things before. They can't walk into a dungeon to learn the dungeon. Now they have to somehow just know before everything happens. And just have that full expectation of just like, yeah, of course. It's like, I don't think it's fair that tanks should be expected to have watched full-on hour-long guides for stuff. You could take the next 2 into boss. You know what I mean? Okay. Next to boss. We go here. No, this way, this way. We don't need them. Oh, don't need. Okay. So this key definitely bricked now, but that's again just because like he was assuming though, right? Oh, somebody pulled these. Oh, gotcha. So it's no problem, but it is unfortunate though. You don't learn much from progressing through key levels slowly. So there was a take that I heard that maybe what would be actually good for the game is if you could do the key level that you want to do. Maybe not. You wouldn't be able to practice too much. But like, what if you could do a +10 without a timer? And then go in and learn it. Would that be good or bad? Maybe it would be like actually a nightmare scenario because you would like go in and basically treat it like Brazil and just practice it all the time. I could see that being negative, in fact. But the timer is what gets a lot of people for sure. Oh, wait. Mass Invis. Try Mass Invis. Wait. Ah, never mind. You could actually Mass Invis these, I'm pretty sure. I agree, but you get to a point where these pulls stop working for you. You could argue that it comes back to tanks having to do more harm. True. You gotta pull a boss here. I'll pull it for you. With maybe big cooldowns, you could maybe do this though. Read an idea. How about giving count requirements to follower dungeons so you could practice the route? The thing about tanking is that it depends on who you talk to. So if you talk to people who are experienced tank players, they're going to have a very different opinion than people who are approaching tank, because approaching tank is where the real problem is. Getting new people into the role of tank is where actually the issues lie. That is a very difficult thing to do. Experienced tank players will be like, yeah, well, you just learn the route. Like, it's not that bad. That's what regular mythics are for. Regular mythics don't actually teach you, though, because they're too easy. Do you know what I mean? But regular mythics are just like, you don't really learn from, like, a follower dungeon or an M0 doesn't actually teach, because you walk in as a tank to there and you don't have to press any mitigation. You don't really have to press defensives. Like, you could just do it natty. But then you go into a key and things start actually clapping you, and all of a sudden you die. You know? So I don't think that it would be a solution to just have more Mythic Zero type stuff. It doesn't actually teach you what you need to know. Okay, so let's ice cold this here. I'm going to stack this here, right here. Perfect in the corner. Nice. How about also putting it on the UI? I have a pretty good cook for routing, which I'm pretty sure would work, by the way. No joke, I think this would work really well. So, my cook is that, you know how you play an ARPG sometimes? You ever play an ARPG? You know how they have a transparent map overlay? Hear me out. Transparent map overlay. You know what I'm talking about? It's just like in the game, as you're going through the zones, you just see like where your character is, and they just have it. You can put it anywhere on your screen very easy. It's just like a little map overlay. Yeah? D2, exactly. That was exactly my thought process. D2 being the best example of this. I got the healer in a second. I have res. Yeah? He has it too. Nice. Why don't they just put that in WoW? Why wouldn't you just put that in-game? Like a straight-up map overlay that also maybe shows percentage. On top of that, it could show percentage too. You see? Well, wouldn't that work? You just highlight like a tank. Nobody else has to see it maybe, but a tank could just enable it, toggle it, and as you're walking through the dungeon, there's just a little map that kind of shows you where you are, what the percentage is, like what pack is going to give you what, how to navigate. I feel like that would work. It wouldn't clutter. It would clutter up your screen a little bit, but I feel like a lot of tank players approaching tank would be able to highlight the thing beforehand. Didn't MDT have a plugin for that? I think that. Hold on, kill boss. Oh, we're just gonna miss it. That's okay. We can just do another 15. Ah, I remember everybody saying at the beginning of this key, "Ha, it's so easy." Haha, is it? Algathar is one of those weird keys that will give you a lot of salt because the first part of this key is not equatable to the last part of this key. All good. The first part of Algathar is not equatable to the last part of Algathar. With Min Ion changes exactly though. So displaying percent of each mob is technically already in the game, but it's not very well done. Overthinking issue. Learning routes is part of the fun. How long have you been tanking for, Deadwalker? Deadwalker, how long have you been tanking? Yeah. That's my question. No problem, no problem. If you want, do you ever play It's actually surprising we haven't done AA either. Oh, good. What do you want to do next? I could swap DPS, or I could play Mage again. I don't mind. I think Mage is a lot of fun. I enjoy Frost Mage right now. Yo, Marksman was kind of blasting here. Honestly. Want to try Pit? Do you know the route? Do you know route for Pits? I do think that it's annoying. Let's say that we want to do a key with this tank. And if we say, hey, do you want to go Pit of Sauron? The actual thing is, do you have Pit? On Pit? Yeah, okay, fantastic. So they changed it, though it should be easier. Cool. All right, let's do Pit then. I'll play, let's see, Dev Evoker for DPS. Could play Dev. Dev would be maybe fun today. My ping seems like it's pretty stable. So perfectly executing, I'm stuck around like level 7. What is the barrier for you to move forward? What do you think is actually preventing you from moving forward? In general, the direction that WoW is moving in is good. The problem is that when we talk about the game, so many of us have been playing forever that we kind of lose perspective on what it's like for a new player who is coming to World of Warcraft. That's what I think the real issue is. That most of us have completely forgotten what it's like to be a new player approaching things. That's what I'm curious about. How are RAM prices looking in Thailand? It's quintupled. I don't know. I wouldn't... I bought my PC, luckily, like the start of last year. Like 1 year ago, I bought my PC. Let's play a little Dev. I don't know what RAM prices are here. They're crazy where you are, right? Aren't they, like, absolutely ridiculous? I'm a returning player, technically. 12-year break. Matthew. That's a long break. 12 years. 12 years, you say? Wow. What brought you back? After 12 years, what brought you back? Season 1 of the war. Correct. And that is my fear. That is my fear right now. That we're going to have the same problem as the War Within Season 1. Yeah, I've heard that RAM is crazy. 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. My favorite thing about buying DDR5 RAM cape is that I also get like a workout when I use it. That's one of my favorite things. You know, like those little, while we're thinking of Capri Sun and nostalgic 2000s, you remember those little pads that you used to get for like your PlayStation 2 that had the DDR stuff? The classic. Absolute classic. Do you think Midnight Season 1... Okay, that's what I'm worried about, Blurbell. As a newbie in tank, it would be something like go one time a key and then never go again because of community. Right, okay. They can fix it, and I think they will, because it's not just us that remembers that. Oh, actually, hold up. Spicy take. That's not true. That's fundamentally not true. That's not true at all. Hold up. I was watching something earlier today. Shin was making... I want to ask him. I'm going to be very respectful because he was doing a really good idea, and I was like, oh, I want to do it. So he was ranking all the War Within dungeons on a tier list. Yeah? He was doing all the War Within dungeons on a tier list. And I was like, oh, okay, I wonder where he's ranking it. There is a problem with his rankings. Very fair, it's all subjective. He plays DPS. So some of the things he put in the high tiers, I did not agree with. One of them was Grim Batol. The fact that I walked into that tier list and Grim Batol was not immediately Swamp Tier Z, the lowest possible thing that you could rank out of anything, that is the most DPS take I ever heard. Because tanks hated it, healers hated it. City of Threads was an A tier, and I was like, City of Threads? That's a DPS take, man. Yeah. That's like a deep. Like maybe because maybe it was fun to DPS, but I don't remember DPSing that season. I remember tanking and just being afraid for my life. I remember basically Pigeon. The second part of your name is how I felt when I was tanking almost any of these dungeons. There was a lot. It was like that old joke, like the pirate who's like wearing the brown pants. The classic joke? That was me. Basically, every time I had to tank one of these dungeons, especially at a higher level, I had to change my shorts to the brown shorts. Just so that nobody could really figure that out. Yeah, Mr. Deep, thank you. If I miss your comment, it's a good idea to come here, though. Yeah. I will say that I did hear a take from a competitive healer, and he said he enjoyed healing. He enjoyed healing this. I think purple's coming right now. I think purple's coming here. Oh, then later, though, yeah. Check disc for... What are you looking for? Who's this? Should those people worry about add-ons? Holy fuck, what is this? What is this? Bro, what did you just share with me? There's no way that this is real. Please tell me this isn't real. This is what Midnight UI looks like? What the hell is this? Was this raid testing? This is Midnight. All right, people think add-ons and weak auras are not working, huh? That's somebody's screen from Midnight raid testing? Bro. What? It looks like it's the same thing. This is what I've been saying this whole time, that there's no need to panic. Like, I told you that players will find a workaround. It'll just be annoying. Mr. Deep's house is stretch. Honestly, good call. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been trying to tell people, is that actually it's just going to go back exactly the way it was because WoW players won't accept. Like, they just... That's crazy. That's what it looks like right now. That is pretty wild to me that is... Wow. Fair enough. All right. Jeez, I guess. Wow. All right. Okay. I think that what will happen is if they can't get the game working properly, then they're just going to pull it, and we have add-ons the same way, though. No, that's not what people should be worried about. I think there's an argument to be made that maybe the game won't be as fun for 6 months straight. I think that very realistically could be a problem that people are not considering appropriately. The longevity of WoW, they're not operating with that mentality anymore. They are kind of making the game more seasonal. I don't know if that is good or bad. I haven't really had enough time, or I don't think we'll know until the end of Season 1 how that feels. Because WoW seasons are still 6 months. A huge W they could do. I don't think they're going to do this. There's no way. It would cost them too much money. A good solution, what if they made WoW seasons like 4 months? What if they made WoW seasons not 6 months long? Bro, the game would be crazy good. I think that would be insanely good. There's no way they do it, but it would be kind of cool if they did. Pit 15. Instead of all being contained in WeGrow, it'll be a bunch of separate add-ons. Correct, Protein. That is the problem at the moment. The issue is that we're just going to have the same thing. You can't get 16. Got a time to get 16 keystones. And then you time 16. Yeah, you have to do 15, and then you can time it to get 16, 17, etc. Yeah. Have you healed this before, Swivels? It's 2 a.m. Yo, get some rest. The 7200 wouldn't work with my Mavo in 4 slots. All I was worried about was colored nameplates for Mythic Plus. I think it'll be okay. I genuinely think by the time release happens, like, we're just gonna have colored nameplates anyways. You can go back to any of my early videos, and I was trying to tell people, literally, don't worry about the UI. I've been trying to tell people for the longest time that the UI will be fine. There's no way they let it be bad. I can't see a world where they're going to just somehow release the game and the UI will be terrible. There's no way they let that happen, you know? You have colored nameplates at the moment. It already exists. Done. Can you send me a screenshot by any chance of it in action? I'm kind of curious. Where is my keystone? Just open the key. It went where? Here. Good. You already have it. It doesn't surprise me. I've been trying to sound the alarm. I'm like, guys, there's no need to be concerned. That's way too short of a season. 6 months feels short. Really, Delineus? Ooh, I'm curious about that take. You think 6 months is a good time for your goals and keys, or for what gives you that feeling that 6 months is good? I'm curious about that. I'm interested in your take, because I think that 6 months is, you have this kind of fall off at the end of a season, which feels bad sometimes to do keys on. I don't know what the route is here. I haven't done this dungeon in a bit. Been a few weeks of the other dungeons now. I'm not playing Prez either. I'm playing DPS. Okay, so rank 1, Fire, Breath, Pyre, Dragon Rage, etc. Not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. All right, who's the prio target? Who are we pulling? Oh, we're pulling this. This is a weird first pull. This is very different, in fact, than what I am used to, in fact. So it's okay. Boom. Oh, he's still going. Oh, wait, shit, I already used cooldowns. Pyre, Pyre, Pyre. Oh, whoa, okay. Pyre. I gotta show you the DPS meters. You can't see how much I'm blasting right now. You can't see how much I'm absolutely blasting. I'm destroying the meters. I'm destroying the meters like your dad destroys the bathroom after Taco Bell. That's what's happening right now. Bam! Wait a second, that doesn't look right. That number is definitely wrong. Hold up. Did we not reset somehow? Wait, why does that look so low? Is this just bugged? That's definitely not right. I was doing a lot of damage, but I don't know how much damage I was actually doing. Alright, my meters are super bugged right now. That's okay. Good thing we don't have Taco Bell in Germany. Do you know Taco Bell came to Thailand recently? Use this for CC. This is a different route than I am used to. I want to show him my route later. But keeping a season super feels bad for people who work normal hours. How long? Okay, all right. I accept the fact that I might be very wrong on season length. Out of curiosity, what is your goal in a season, Sonny? Delineus, what is your goal? What do you actually want to do in a WoW season? Is it AOTC? Is there a specific Mythic Plus goal that you look for? What is it that you are looking for in a season? Are we just scaled like super weird, or like what is happening at the moment? Something's weird about... Something weird about this. Whoa, we're going left. Okay. I'm a crazy ultaholic. 20 to 30 specs. Holy... Okay, wait a second. There's not 20 to 30 specs in the game. Oh, 20, 30 specs, not classes, right? You said specs. That... Yeah, hold up. Wait a second. I might... Possible I've misinterpreted this. 20 to 30 specs. Okay, so I do the same thing. Yeah. Okay, I understand. For a second, I thought you meant 20 to 30 classes, and I was like, do you just play 2 druids or 2 this? There are people who do that. I'm not even kidding. There are people who do that. You know that, right? There are people who are like, druid is my favorite. I have 4 of them. And I'm like, wait, why do you have 4 druids? They're like, 1 is a healer, 1 is a DPS, 1 is a tank, and 1 of them is feral. And I'm just like, wait, what? You can just have like 1 character, and then you just like get a different weapon or trinket. Like you just maybe craft like a separate ring at the end of a season. Like, you don't have to. Fred is over 10. Why? Only 4 druids as a casual? Wait. I don't understand. Why would you have? That seems like a lot of unnecessary. I mean, I guess if you like it, right? Like, all good, but it seems like a lot of work for not a lot of gain. Dude, stop patting there. 1 of each race because he loves them. You know what? It turns out I'm a casual after all. A long time ago, a competitive player called me a casual, and I'm just, here we go. Taco Bell is so bad. Matthew, what's your favorite food? Wait for your local AI to run on your machine and tell you what to do based on... Dimitri, I'm going to be real with you. AI scares the shit out of me. And I think that if AI doesn't scare the shit out of you, you're wrong. Like, I'm straight up. Like, I think that there's an argument to be made for almost any perspective in life. But if AI doesn't actually scare you shitless, I think you're wrong. Like, it's freaky what we're going to have a year from now. Even 6 months from now. It's already freaky what we have. I don't think that we as a human race really understand what we're doing here. I think that we're in trouble. Potentially. So, definitely AI is freaky. The only thing that's good about it is that if it gets me closer to Ready Player One, then I'll be happy. I don't think I can rescue myself out of this. This is an annoying mechanic. Ah! He picked me up and dropped me. Holy. Probably just cool down this. That is crazy, though, to have like 60 max level characters. I mean, the only reason to do that is some alt army, right? Like, you have some gold making or whatever. That must be the reason. Like, it's got to be a gold making. I can't see a reason otherwise to do this. Your healer hates you for this route, by the way. I have 3 mages for boosting. That, okay, for boosting reasons, I could understand it. My wife has 2 hunters because one... Mekkel, all right, hold up. Hold up, Mekkel. Your wife has 2 hunters because Dark Ranger has to be a night elf and Sentinel... It has to be a void elf. That's impressive. That is impressive. There are people who play the game very differently to how I play the game. Also, Mekkel, I played with you on a Fury Warrior once, right? I remember your name. Wait. Yeah. Wait. Class Fantasy is not talked about enough. You know how when you watch, like, Max tier list, Max always talks about the fact that they'll never change stuff because Class Fantasy exists? I actually agree with that statement. Like, they won't ever tune outside of Class Fantasy. And I actually think that's correct. Because since I've started making videos, I have realized the way that I play WoW is actually not reflective of the majority of the population who plays WoW. I have realized that. The longer I've been making stuff, the more I realize I play in a way that does not reflect the general player base. I focus so much on performance, numbers, tuning, what's meta, what will get me invited to keys, how can I push in the season, what the optimization is. I focus significantly on that, right? Most people don't. I don't double up on classes. 1 to 3 specs. I'm an altaholic like crazy, so if whatever I play is being played on every spec, do not pull this into boss. There's no way. Don't go into boss here. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's going into boss. Holy. This is, whatever this route is, it's the I hate my healer route. I'll tell you that. I'm going to see if I can delete this prio target, but... you know I don't have a lot of cooldowns here. I didn't know we were doing that. This is a crazy... I mean, maybe at this key level... Oh, we were doing it before and it wasn't that bad, so it's probably acceptable now, though. Why don't they give more class druid specs? I feel like the druid specs have a lot of options right now. I don't think druid specs are as much of a... Do you wish that you could play... Before I say that answer, because I might be wrong on this again. Do you wish that you could play a spec that currently does not get to play as the race you wish you could? So, for example, I wish I could be a Draenei druid. And that just doesn't exist. And unfortunate, rest in peace you, there's nothing you can do about this. Do you feel like that right now? Is there any combination of things that you actually wish that you had? Out of curiosity. This is going to be one of the higher HPS fights in all of Midnight. I'm actually excited. This boss is one of my favorites to heal. Yo, what's up? In your opinion, is Guardian Druid viable for... Absolutely it is. I think that Guardian Druid will still be a very good tank for that level. Miko, do you actually licked? Licked. Do you really? Or, like, do you just want to play it for power or whatever, though? Are you planning Aeneas? Yeah, I do, Nico. It's kind of tough, I'm not going to lie. The ping, like, for example, I always play with very high ping, and I'm just used to it. Oh. Run. Not that extreme, but Void Elves, Blood Elves, even... Dwarf Druid? Dude, yes. Yes. Give me Dwarf Druid. That's what I'm after. Absolutely. I want Dwarf Druid. That's what I want. That sounds great. I want to be a Dwarf Druid. Not really, though. The Dwarf model, I do like them short and thick, but I will say that I'm not a huge fan of the Dwarf model in World of Warcraft. I feel like it's a little bit too dated. Have I seen any Boomkins? I played with one yesterday, in fact. Yesterday I had a Boomkin, but not many. He was about 40k behind the Frost Mage. I'm a Boomy player. It's been your go-to spec. Your team is in need of a tank. You will be absolutely, though. I run exit lag. I always use exit lag, Nico. But I have about 200 ping. I normally play with around 200 ping. I'm just used to it. It's okay. I still blast. I do wonder. Sometimes my head hits the pillow at night and I think, I dream. I think Santa. What would it be like to have single-digit ping? Like, you know what I mean? Like, basically, like, I can really relate to people who are in very tough situations. Like, there are people who, they don't get enough food, or they have, you know, like, maybe they've lost, like, a limb or something, and I'm just sitting here, I'm like, I feel you, man. I play WoW with 200-plus ping, and I try to be competitive with it. Like, we're in the same boat. Which is incredible amounts of sarcasm, and I need to clarify that in case anybody didn't quite get that. I'm just you gotta understand that was obviously heavy. I'm gonna clarify because I don't want to. I like streaming and don't hashtag don't cancel me, but it's you get used to it. There are actually a few people I've met since starting that also play from like Singapore. I've met a few people who play from Singapore, but they play it pretty competitively. And they're able to play the game competitively with high ping. What's up, Splotch? Perfect. Agree 6 months is a good time. Perfect length. Oh, we're catching up. Okay. Perfect length if you're also busy with your family. That's interesting. All right. I'll take back my take on this, though. Yeah, of course I can talk about Thailand. I don't mind. 9 MS is fantastic. I don't understand. I don't understand what that would be like. Like, I literally just always play with 200 plus ping. This feels like right now, beta servers feel good today. And I'm at 285 ping right now. Sorry. To clarify, I'm still blasting. Look at that. Can you stop hitting me with this? Thank you. I'm at 285 ping at the moment. 285 home, 276 world. That is what I am currently playing with. And I'm not doing too bad. I definitely miss some globals, and it's not optimal. It's hard for me to parse 100 if I do that. Hard for me to parse 100 if I play with very high ping, but it's certainly not impossible. And also, I play tank and healer mostly, though. That's your ping right now. I'm jealous. I'm not going to lie. I would be jealous if you told me that you play with that low ping. It's insane. If, for some reason, around 2 hours in streaming every day thus far, I don't know why, but for some reason, we're pulling this into boss. I guess this boss has been nerfed, though. My YouTube stream has been crashing. If you're watching on YouTube and it does crash, if stream randomly disconnects, and I haven't said that I'm like ending stream, just come over to Twitch or whatever your choice is. Should be pinned on the YouTube, but just in case. I don't know why that's been happening recently, but it has been happening. Okay, we should probably focus this caster down. This boss has gotten heavily nerfed, which was great, because it would have been an actual atrocity otherwise. Switch. All right, thanks, Licked. I don't know why. I actually Googled it yesterday, and it said it didn't really give me a good reason. Google was just like, sometimes it happens, and I was like, thanks, Google. He does. I've done a few keys now with the warrior tank, and the one thing I'll notice, he has an erratic tanking style. He definitely has a erratic. Holy shit, look at the damage. Easy. Look at the damage. 285 ping, no problem. It's because no one else had cooldowns when we walked in here, and I had full cooldown, so I blasted it. Also, Dev Evoker is bugged, and it's going to get nerfed in the next set of notes. This is basically your last day to enjoy Dev Evoker. 100% if your spec is performing too good on beta is Jover for you. Just letting you know. You can quote me on that. Like, you don't want to be... Everybody misunderstands this, and I don't really understand where it comes from. There are some people who initially on beta, they're like, hey, man, I just want to be, like, S tier. I'm like, no, you don't. That would be the worst case scenario. Yeah, you want to be, like, good, but not that good. That's where you want to be. Okay, so I'm going to health potion myself and help my healer. And the only reason I live is because I do understand the mechanics, so I know when to do this, though. Yeah. Think about boomies. Notorious sandbaggers. Notorious sandbaggers.
range issue on dev is a little bit of a thing here. Yeah, so actually, if anything, you might even want to be early on in the beta cycle. It's very possible that you would prefer to be, like, F tier. Like, F tier wouldn't be a bad example. Because, like, think about Prot Pally. Right now, Prot Pally is arguably one of the most fun and powerful tanks on beta, but it started off on F tier, and then they just buffed it. It never did bad damage, but you couldn't play it, and then they were just like, here you go. And Prot Warrior, we're playing with Prot Warrior right now, they got 100% damage buffs because they were so bad on week 1. Nico just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Nico, why did I move to Thailand? Great question. I have been thinking very much recently about children. And the reason I've been thinking about children is because my dad is coming to visit me. He's never been to Thailand. I've lived here 8 years, and he has not come. So I've been thinking a lot about just like nostalgic childhood memories since he's actually coming to visit me. I'm very excited. He's a super cool. I got really good parents, actually. So, that being said, me decurse myself here. Nice, we killed the boss. I moved to Thailand. I wasn't planning to move here whatsoever. It was actually an accident. I really had no intention whatsoever to move to this country. I was traveling. I had a 1-month trip here to Asia. Never been to Asia before. I was traveling with my best friend. And I got to Thailand, and I just had this super random intuition feeling, and I was like, I think I should stay. And then I called my family, and they were like, what? And I was like, no, trust me. I think I should stay. And they're like, that's a bad idea. Like, you don't know anyone. You don't have any context. You literally have nothing. Like, what are you going to do for work? How are you going to figure this out? And I was like, I think I can make it work. So I did. And then I canceled my return flight. That was 8 years ago. I had a return flight. I had a suitcase that was like this big with like a few things. Yeah. And then everything from there was just like one of the more spontaneous decisions I've ever made in my life. And I think it was a good one. And it's mostly because of the people. The thing that makes Thailand amazing is the people. I might have forgotten to source the healer early on in this. So it's not, for example, just the cost of living or the food or this. It's just there's a vibe here and a culture here that I have not experienced anywhere else. Nico, have you been to Thailand before? Are you familiar with what life looks like here? Yeah, I don't think I think I might just be an idiot. So Hale, I'm gonna be real with you. Sometimes people look at my life and they'll say like, "Wow, you're really brave," and I'm like, I think I'm just maybe not risk averse enough. I genuinely think I take a look at my life choices and I might just be dumb, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think I might sometimes just not process the fact that things could go really badly. I have this innate sense that somehow everything is going to work out. I don't know why, but for some reason, I just have this weird belief that I'm just like, I'll figure it out. That's kind of my solution to a lot of problems, and maybe I've just gotten lucky that it has worked out, because it very well could have not worked out. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many things that could have gone wrong, which would have dramatically changed the story. When I was 23, I got very sick, and I was in the hospital here in Thailand, and my family was like, do you need to move back? Like, are you going to be okay? And I was like, I had to get some procedures. I didn't have health insurance. Luckily, it was still very affordable because Thailand, but, you know, that could have been really bad. It just so happened that I survived, and I managed to get through it. Changed my life, but you know what I mean? Like, you have to sometimes take these stories with a little bit of a grain of salt, because it's not like I also, keep in mind, had the availability to do that. Like, I didn't have a family. There were no children back home that I know of. And so if you have like children, like, you can't just up and move to a different country. Or like, imagine you had a job that required you to be on location, which most jobs do. This was pre-COVID. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to kind of, I think, have perspective a little bit. I don't have health potion. I'm gonna die. Yeah, these guys hurt, by the way. These guys they really hurt. You want to skip them probably in most high key routes. So I do think that's important when you have these conversations. And like, some of the things I've managed to do in my life are only because you know what I mean? Like, but only because I had the unique scenario that allowed me to make these choices. rather than just like I wasn't like super bold. I mean, I was bold, but you know what I mean. I haven't really been to Thailand. I really want to go. My friend just went there for 2 months. It's a great, fantastic place to be. Much like Midnight in World of Warcraft, and watch this. This is a brilliant tie-in. Observe the skill that's about to happen here. So much like Midnight, yeah? Thailand has changed a lot. Just like Midnight is going to change World of Warcraft, hopefully for the better. But it's just going to look different. Thailand looks a little different than it used to. I have noticed this. The general player base of humanity has changed what Thailand looks like. For the better or for the worse, who knows? But certainly the world has changed. It's not the same as when I first moved here. That was good, huh? Look at that. Amazing. Oh, I have a kick for this. My kick has a shorter range. My kid's grown and gone, so off to Iceland for a month. I have never been to Iceland, but it is on my list of things that aesthetically, Iceland seems like the most amazing, most giga place ever. I think that every time I've seen like a photo or video of a volcano or this or the landscape of Iceland, I don't know. I've kind of always been like a very deep, broody sort of person. Basically, I watched Twilight when I was younger. I realized that that's what everybody wants, so I was like, let me just become Edward. And so I realized I think Iceland would be like the perfect landscape for me. Oh, what's up, Troll? Troll, do you sometimes have you ever watched Twilight and you're like, do you feel more like Jacob or more like Edward? In general, if you have to choose one of the, would you say you feel more sparkly or a little bit more like which one do you relate to more? You haven't watched Twilight? I would say you're missing out, but I migrated from Toronto, Italy, but living here feels meaningless to me, even though everything here specifically financially is better. So, Hale, to Thailand. You immigrated to Thailand, or you immigrated to Italy. Okay, you want to go take these circles? I don't actually have defensives, so I'm going to just help my healer here, though. No, you moved to Italy. One of the random things that people really don't consider when they move to a different country is the fact that you have no family or friends. It's a new place. I have found myself at many occasions realizing that it is not meaningless, but it's weird. Like, I don't have my family here. I don't have friendships. I don't have connection. No matter how introverted you are, no matter how much you like World of Warcraft, the truth is people matter. You could say, look, if you just give me an internet connection and access to some food, I'll be fine in a cave. But I actually think that life is a bit more complicated than that. And people need people. At the end of the day, it's true. I wish it wasn't, but it is. People really need people. I'm going to die. That's okay. I have health potion. I thought you may have found some meaning in Thailand. I did, personally. But that's because I have a different gradient on which I grade my life. I have certain values that I grade myself on, that I success for me is good health. For me personally, success means good health. Reset fast. All good. I don't think that's the same for everyone else. 22 minutes. Is Fallout Season 2 a thing? Hostitute. Fallout Season... I never played Fallout, to be honest. Yeah. So you want to take... It's not tank. It's not tank mech. What you want to do is you want to take... The DPS circle has to go to glowing green. DPS circle to glowing green pile. As far as I understand, it's boss. My health has been my meaning and my guiding factor for life. Because I grew up very sick, so Hale. So for me, the fact that I can move, look, I have shoulders. Like, I'm strong and healthy, and that is unbelievably, you have no idea what that means to me. Because most people haven't been as sick as I was. So for me, the meaning I found in Thailand was the best health I've ever had. And, yes, yeah. I think a lot of people, that's a good point, Blurbell. A lot of people let the world define success for them, but that's not how I work personally. I've defined my own version of success, and it isn't financials, which is sad because, you know, salmon is really yummy, but I can't always afford it. Or like I want to buy Swenson's right now. I'm always interested in Swenson's premium ice cream, but it's a little pricier, so I don't get it for myself all the time. Sometimes I wish I had. Sometimes I think I'm like, I kind of do wish I focused a bit more on financial success, but ultimately, yeah. I'm very extremely proud of the life that I have now because I don't think people realize just how improbable, borderline impossible it was for me to have it. Okay, I'll nuke this ad real fast so we don't die. Perfect. Easy money. Dev Evoker, if nothing else, has the most amazing burst. Treat yourself. Get the fancy ice cream. I do sometimes. But, like, the thing with me is that I like to eat things. I order based on kilograms, you know? So, I saved cooldowns there. That's why it was easy. And we grouped them better. If I'm gonna... I think, okay. So, how many kilos of ice cream... What does that cost if I get, like, a kilo of ice cream? That's kind of how, like, I ordered steak today, and when I order steak, I order it at, like, 5 to 10 kilos at a time. I buy, like, wholesale stuff. Because I know I'm going to eat it. Like, that's, you know, I eat the same thing every day, pretty much. Not everybody can do that. I do. I'm a very consistent person. For more ice cream. Oh, thank you, Licked. I appreciate the Prime sub. This contributes directly to my ice cream fund. Thank you. Yeah, if we get, I'll tell you what, if we get enough subs today, I will order Swenson's I will order Swenson's on stream. Premium ice cream. None of this McDonald's sundae, which is like the cheap ice cream. We're talking premium ice cream only. Chocolate chip, mint chocolate chip. That's the flavor. I love mint chocolate chip. Mint chocolate chip, it got something special to it, man. Okay, so defensive here. I don't think we have Bluebell, but I've heard, when I ask people what their favorite ice cream is, I hear Bluebell. Did we? Season 1, and I was trying to get back. Wait, you remember me from Season 1? Were they good dungeons? Were they good dungeons, out of curiosity? Did they go well? Oh, shit, Prime's up. All right, bet. Wait, okay, well, that's like one more is the cost of 1 pint. Bet. I still have a badass priest. I was a big bear. I'm glad I could represent the bear community. Normally, when people meet me in real life, they think I represent the otter community, but actually, they don't know I'm Big Bear. Nice GG's. Alright, cool. Dev's still blast. They haven't fixed it yet. Well, welcome back. Hopefully you enjoy coming back to the game. I actually think Midnight is going to be good. Genuinely. Don't listen to the doomers. Midnight's going to be just fine. In the touristy area, I live right in the city. Yeah, I'm a city boy. I can't handle nature. I'm not going to lie. Oh, wait. Okay, I'll order Swenson's today. Easy. Yeah, that's an easy choice right there. Easy W. You're not allowed to play on that character. Yeah, Dev is a little bit. This is with 296 ping, by the way. 296 ping. Easy W. This is getting nerfed next, though. Side 30 keybinds on your priest for utility. Yes. My girlfriend talking about moving to Thailand because I work from home. Do it. Sonny. Just do it. Yes. Yes. The ping. Well. Let me tell you. If I can make it work, you can make it work. If I can make it work, you can make it work. Oh, Jin Ninja, sorry. Yes, all you have to do is you have to make your character on Xalatath's endgame. Very important. Xalatath's endgame. Make sure you make your character there, and I'll show you right now. All you have to do to get a character ready on beta, there's a few steps, but it's very simple. You just go over to this area of Starwind and / Orgrimmar. We don't really judge based on factions anymore. We used to. A long time ago, you were either right or wrong, but now everything is acceptable. It's a new world out there. But in Stormwind, it's right here, and in Orgrimmar, they're right in the capital. Making my salary limit. Do it. Sonny, if you need any questions, just message me on Discord if you have any specific Thailand questions, though. Up to I play with always over 200 Blurbell. OCE can be a little better, but normally I just get used to like 210 to 250 or something like that. So see all these vendors right here? You basically go like this. This is how you do it, right? This guy gives you your tier set. So you come over to one person and you just buy your entire tier set. You go like boom, 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 yeah? Easy like this, okay? So there's one. Then you go over here and you choose whatever trinkets you want to use. All of these are the trinkets. Cool? Done. Next, you go over here and you buy all the enchants that you want to have. So any enchant that you want, you go boom, leg enchant, chest enchant, weapon enchant, whatever, right? You'll have all these on season launch. Then you go last thing over here and you buy potions. So you can buy your flask, your potions, etc. Combat potions at the moment are tuned very highly, which means you are spending more gold. You are spending more gold in Midnight Season 1. Just letting you know. Gonna work? All right, cool, cool, cool. GG's. Thanks for tanking. No leveling, no campaign. If you just want to do keys on beta, you just log in and do it. Yeah, you just log in and play. That's why I'm addicted to beta. Because I can also just be like, hey guys, what do you want me to play? Should I try Hunter? Me, Hunter? Sure, why not? I could just do it easily. Like, I just go make a Hunter, 3 seconds, bam, everything's here, and I'm good. If you want to level, there are realms for it to check stuff. But that's my favorite part about it, is that I actually do have that access, you know? What's up, Dimitri? So I'll move to a woo and throw down a LAN party. Oh, requires you to be slim to slight. It's very delineous. Correct. Very fair point. Good point. I think we do have a DPS spot open, Cabe. Although I was going to play healer. I don't know if Swivels wants to change it all. I was going to heal today, but I don't mind playing whatever. I could play a mage next. Could to go mage. I don't mind. Swapping back over to mage. Dude, Delineus is correct. I will say, Thailand is amazing, but it is not accessible. It's not very good for accessibility yet. They're lagging behind. Like, it's very difficult to be in a wheelchair. It's very difficult to be significantly overweight. It is very difficult because it's hot, it's humid. Most things are built with stairs in mind. Most things are built as if you're going to be able to function to X degree, and there isn't a lot of accessibility in the city itself. It can be very hard to travel here and really enjoy Thailand if you have any sort of physical disability. So it is true. It is something to be aware of. I had a cousin at one point who was like, yo, I'm thinking about traveling to Thailand. And I was like, oh, that's great. But I asked them, I was like, what is your plan for getting, like, what is it you want to do? Like, tell me what your plans are. And they said, oh, well, I'd like to go on the boat ride. And I was like, how are you going to manage that? They're like, well, I'm sure there was an option. They're in a wheelchair. And I was like, I would love to tell you that that'd be fine, but actually I don't think it will be. Like, I don't know how you're going to do that. Like, maybe there's one place that would help, but yeah, Zalatas Endgame is the realm. So is a factor for living here. All right, so what do we need? Swivel said they're heading out for the night. All right, bet I heal. What healer to play? I was going to play mage, I guess, but what healer to play? And purple's tanking? Excellent. Purple, your Havoc was... Were you Havoc that key? I just realized. Your Havoc was blasting. Interesting. I'd be so down for a single-digit ping. I wonder what that would be like. What would it be like to have single-digit ping? Did my game just disconnect? Hold up. I might need to restart WoW. Oh, WoW definitely just completely crashed. Please not my internet. Internet, stay. Stream still here? I think it was just WoW that crashed. Oh, fantastic. Way to go, you broke it. Yeah, that's classic. There's some basic routes for beta. Keltex. This is... I don't mean to use you as an example, Keltex. You are your own person. However, it is crazy to me that you say, I want to try beta for fun. Like, I'm interested, I want to hop onto beta. Are there any routes for beta? That is wild to me that you have to ask that question. It's beta testing. Why do you need routes for it? Like, it's a reflection on the game that you as a tank player are asking me for beta testing if there are any routes. There are, but you have no way to import them. there are routes that have been developed, and there are some dungeons where the routes will be specifically like very important. This season is going to be a giga routing season, which is also problematic. I agree, and you're absolutely right, Kiltex. And you are correct, because you as a tank, if you pull something you're not supposed to pull on beta, your entire group is you're gonna find things out about your mother that you never knew. It's crazy that you're already getting shit for it, you know? Just copy of it. Well, the problem is there's not a lot of good. I haven't made any dungeon routes videos yet. I will, but I'm waiting to finalize them because they're changing them all the time. I was playing healer, right? What healer to play? I have no problem. You guys want to vote? I guess I'm healing, so question. What healer? Next key. I kind of want to play Shaman. I wouldn't mind playing Prez. Priest, or I don't want to play Mistweaver because I don't want to play the bug build. HPAL, that's fine. 2 minutes. 1 minute. You vote on Twitch. Yeah, it's crazy though. You're right. YouTube vids are great. Thank you. I'm glad you like the videos. I've kind of just decided to make the videos however I want to do it though. In the beta patch, no, we don't have them yet. They're not out yet, right? Let me check my Discord. As far as I know, there are no beta notes right now. They're tomorrow, I suppose. Yeah. They're just, all we know is the dungeons are out. They made a slight nerfs, slight changes, but there's no class notes just yet. We don't have class notes just yet. Shaman is winning. All right, bet. Shaman it is. Shaman is good-ish right now. It's very pruned. It's almost a bit too easy, if anything. So yeah. Might try VDH based on your last rundown. The VDH guide is slightly outdated, and that's why I hadn't made guides yet, because it was too early to make it. They nerfed Eldrazi since I made that guide, and on top of the fact that they nerfed it, Annihilator got buffed. So very possibly you play Annihilator, which changes it slightly, but general rules still apply to VDH. My Shaman Healer, see how they are? Yeah, here you go. We can do whatever you'd like. Let's just do 15 to challenge properly. Shaman Healer, if I play Totemic, you guys want to know the rotation for Shaman? Shaman wins the vote on Twitch. You guys want to know. On beta, only one character, my DPS meter is stuck at the top left side. Yes. If it is, if you have the old DPS bug, just delete it, and you should be able to restart it live. You should be able to. Maybe. Maybe. Skyreach. Anti-fun key, I'm not going to lie. I think of all the keys this entire beta cycle, Skyreach might be the least, man. Find out something about Devour to like. Devour is getting buffed. Zandalorian, you can mark my words on this. There's no way they release a new thing. Yeah, so I had a bug, like my Paladin, every time I log into my Paladin, there's like an old DPS meter that is stuck, and it's like this size, and it's like grayed out a little bit, and I just had to actually go to the window and delete it and make a new one. And if it's the base one, so there's a weird thing with DPS meters, where the extra ones you make, you can drag like this, yeah? But the base one, you can't drag. You have to go into edit mode. If I want to change this. Cape, yeah, bring it. On my Hunter, if need DPS, let's see what we have. I think Cape is going to come to this one. So you see this? In order for me to change my main DPS, I have to go to edit mode. But in order for me to change the extra ones, which you can make 3, you can just drag and drop. See this? It's little things like this are no reason to doom, because they'll fix it. This seems like a simple fix. They didn't realize that was happening. It'll be fine, right? Like, you know what I mean? It'll be all right. It'll be okay. I'm glad people like my YouTube vids. I basically decided, so when I was thinking about it, I was like, I just want to talk about the game. The only problem I really have with WoW is the fact that WoW players aren't happy. Do you know that's like my real problem with the game? I have noticed that WoW players, there's so much complaints about the game. We focus so much on what we're missing and what we're lacking that we don't really appreciate what's good. I know that they love to. I mean, all gamers like to rage, and it's the shift of gaming in general. Like, it used to be way more accepted, I feel like, to log on and play casually, but now every game is like this. Like, I feel like all games have moved toward a more competitive atmosphere. And I'm a competitive type player. But something is change. I don't. Maybe it is that content. Like more people are watching content. There's more videos. There's more streamers, and they, you know, they get off on like rage baiting people. Maybe that is it. I'm not sure. It's a general people problem for sure, Keltex. I actually think I got a theory, but it sounds weird. How many of you use social media? More than you should. I keep telling myself, this is really not good for you. Don't doom scroll. And then I'm like, fuck, that is hilarious. And then I realize that 20 minutes later, I'm like, yeah, look what's happened to my thumb after scrolling. Look at what's happened to my thumb after doom scrolling. Look, my thumb can do this now. You see this? Look, because I just like it didn't used to do this. I'm just kidding. I have a genetic condition. It always did this, but it's a good way to explain it. Yeah. I have a random genetic condition. That's not you. My entire route, like, it's weirdly. I feel like at this point, if you think that social media doesn't have a hold on you, you're probably wrong. Like, it's one of those weird things. It's kind of the same people who are like, oh, AI is not going to be a problem. I feel like AI is going to be a problem, man. Yeah. Apparently, some people just have double jointed thumbs. What's up, Taco and Sewer Cat? I prefer my cats not in the sewer, personally. I have 2 cats, and one of them already smells like a sewer, and he is not a sewer. He is very pampered. There are 2 cats in this home, and one of them, I don't know why, but he always smells kind of like he's explored some drains recently. I had to train a new employee. Not going to say what gen he was. It was... Well, I mean, the thing is that TikTok's funny. Fuck, I posted a TikTok this morning. I'll never forgive Blizzard for capping Warrior. No social media has a hold of me. Secondary social effects. I think that we don't really realize how much it affects us. I think that there should be a conversation about it, but we definitely are not really aware at this moment in time. I feel like it's going to sneak up on us real fast, you know? All right, this key, by the way, hard key, give or take. I don't know if they tuned the last boss ever, but that last boss, the last time I was in here healing it, was a ridiculous HPS fight. I don't know why. But it was weird how hard it was. I think Instagram is really funny, but it's also because my sense of humor is... There's a stairway down to hell for me when I die. Let's put it that way. You know? There's... You know... I think the reason... Oh, okay, so hilariously, Reiklin, that got auto-modded. But I'm reading it. And so... yeah, well... I can't comment on it, because I very much specifically avoid talking about stuff like that. But, yeah, I hear you. I know, Zoes. Everything is going to be... All our testing is invalidated because of how easy this is now. Yeah, congratulations. All the previous testing that we did is going to be... kind of invalidated because now we are 289. But also, where are patch notes? You think tonight, right? Tonight there will be patch notes, I imagine. Zorthus and Vikman are both gamers. I think that we'll be fine. I am curious to see the tuning here, though. Like you can see, I don't have to do a lot of HPS here. Stormstream. There's no... What? Wait, hold up. Wait, no, what do you mean there's no patch notes this week? There's probably tomorrow, right? According to the UI dev. There's got to be something here, though. I saw a guy did a test. Create a fresh new account, no followers. Yeah. Open access part every third. Yeah, I mean... To be fair, I don't ever judge stuff like that, though. Like Zandalorian. I'll never judge anything like that. Because I understand it. Fuck, people have asked me if I have an OnlyFans. A lot. I don't screenshot it, but it would be hilarious if I did. I get asked that question a lot. Like, surprising amount of people slide into my DMs, and they're like, yo, I'll pay for it. And I'm like, oh, really? Oh, well, I mean, I wasn't going to, but now that you mention it, they're not joking. No, I do not. No, I'm serious. Like, a lot of people are like, how much? And I'm like, there's no price here, man. And they're like, you can tell me. And I was like, I was like, I'll just show you my feet. Like, you don't need to pay for it. That seems, if I just show you my feet, then it's not weird. But if you pay for it, it's weird. This is the transaction that happens. You know? They're all definitely here, though. Yeah, well, I mean, how am I going to buy my premium ice cream? I want Swenson's more often. I realize that if I'm going to eat ice cream, I might as well eat good ice cream, right? I have a kick. So, like, if I'm going to eat ice cream, I don't want to buy, like, cheap McDonald's sundaes. So, like, yeah, you know, if it works, it works. This is what it is. You got to make an offer first, and you can decide if it's worth it for you. Yeah, no, I want, like, we don't have Bluebell here or any of, like, the crazy ice cream brands, but we do have Swenson's. I think Swenson's pretty good. I'm going to buy some today. I'm serious. I want to buy some today. Only because, you know, my last post made me $3 million in a week. It is kind of crazy to hear. I don't think it actually works like that. Like, I bet you there's no shot it really works like that. Hey, Luminos. Like, I don't think that, you know what I mean? Like, when people are like, guys, I made this much. I'm like, okay, that's probably not going to happen if you do it, but you never know. Dude, well, hey, Aether, hold up, wait a second. I certainly am, if the cats are going to live here and they're going to be doing the life that they have right now, then I feel like they could contribute to rent. I don't disagree with you. I'm in agreement here. If I'm going to live with the cats, I feel like they should contribute to rent. You should see how they behave. They behave like they pay rent. I positioned that perfectly. I definitely did not get knocked off the platform. They do. They are very privileged creatures. I don't like this boss ever since the change. Okay, downpour. Here like this, though. Has created make an OnlyFan. Name it 3. That's pretty funny. Hold on, wait a second. I'm serious. Can anybody do exclamation Instagram and chat? Go look at my cat. He's adorable. He is adorable. He's so soft and he's so cuddly, and I love him. But also, he eats a lot, and I like feeding him. Hold up, I'm gonna die. 1 second. This boss is weirdly toxic to heal. This is one. Oh my god, I reincarnated into that. So this is an example of a boss that just doesn't feel good depending on what healer you play. Because I actually have to heal that phase, but I can't plant and heal. The way this boss was originally designed was significantly better. And then they changed it, and now I have to actually game this. There are some things that work better on this fight. Like, some things are way more mobile, but outside of Spirit Walker's Grace or Healing Tide, like, I have to set up a little bit of healing, but otherwise I should just dodge, and I guess people make a plan. Just totem it. I shouldn't try to heal this actively. Just Riptide and Totem, probably. So this one here, yeah. I think I should not be trying to greed heals in any way. Yeah, I don't think that's the right idea here, for sure. Oh, wait, what? How'd I die there? This I need to count to see more. I'll take the 4 freebies. He is very cute, to be honest, though. Vanilla with olive oil and sea salt. That sounds like it would be really good, to be fair. Hold up, I gotta recover. I'm a healer. I can't be dying on fights like that. If I was a DPS, it'd be fine, but I'm not playing a DPS. Cap totem. No kick for you. And I have a kick as a Resto Shaman, which does feel very good. He's so cute. And he's a cuddler, too. The thing is, I've lived with dogs my whole life. I haven't lived with cats. Like, living with cats is a new experience for me. But I have definitely never felt quite... I don't have children, so I've never felt quite as taken advantage of as living with cats. There's something about dogs which you kind of feel like you're on the same team, but there's something about cats which makes you feel like you're on their team. you don't really feel like there's a lot of, you know what I mean? Like dogs, you're like, what's up, bro? Like, yeah. But like the cats are like, there's a different mentality. You could triple this. I could do it. I could totally do it. I have cooldowns. Although we can save for boss too. So we force proc Stormstream Totem like this. And then it's Riptide, right click. Use my Harnier racial ability, which is very lackluster, unfortunately. And then here, it's just right click the tank if he needs it. And then here like this. Yeah. So it's a different experience for me. I'm new to it. It's a new experience for me to be able to live with cats. All I can tell you is that the cuteness pretty much makes up for the fact that they have a litter box. It is a little weird. Have you ever thought about the fact, you know what I mean? But like it is a little strange that we've just somehow accepted these creatures live in our home. They like go to the bathroom inside and we're just like, we got this, honey. Like, yeah, a little weird. How'd you like it, Soz? I don't think Lightsmith is bad. I think Herald, I don't like how Herald plays, but I honestly think that HPAL is not bad right now. There's only a few healers where I'm like, the tuning on this is no good. Like, I couldn't heal certain mechanics. One of them is Oracle for sure, though. No chain heal. Not right now. When they buff it, sure, but not before they buff it. I don't know why they decided to nuke it. I explained this earlier, so Hale, were you here for my analogy earlier? Dogs will die for you. That's what I'm saying. I feel like that when I've had dogs my entire life. Like we're on the same team. Like they're gonna die for me. But the cats, I think that they do love their owner. Like they absolutely are capable of love, but it's expressed differently. They express love and affection like my ex expresses love and affection, which is not well. Okay, nice Stormstream proc. So the first one's easy here. This boss actually can be a lot of healing now since they changed it. But good procs. If you just happen to get procs on a shaman, it's pretty easy to heal though. You aren't. Okay. So I'll give you the example of why you don't chain heal right now. But in order for me to do this, I need to ask you a question. Now you mentioned this earlier, but you mentioned Italy. Somebody did. I already forgot who it was. You know what I mean? Dogs will live for you. So you mentioned Italy. Have you been to Italy, Sohail? It was me. Okay, so you're in Italy, right? Okay, so when you immigrated to Italy, you're not born there. Okay. So let me explain it like this. This is perfect. I can use this. I'll explain it to you very simply. This is why shamans don't currently cast chain heal. So when you came to Italy, the first time you got a pizza was probably pretty good, right? Like you ate that pizza and you took a bite of it and you were like, oh, that's good pizza. That's chain heal on Farseer Shaman right now on retail. However, in Midnight, chain heal feels a little bit more like you ordered the pizza, dipped it in hot water, let it soak there for about a minute, and then threw it against the wall, right? Let it pass through a cat's digestive system, and then took a bite of the pizza. It's not good. It's not good. That's basically what chain heal feels. That's the perfect analogy. It's the best way I could possibly explain it. I was saying this earlier. And that's basically why I don't chain heal. It hits... It does not slap, as the youngins say. I would say it has... Oh, how do you say this now? I'm not young. It does not drip. It has no... It's anti-slay. Right. Yeah. It does not drip. That's what they say. Did I not do that right? Am I wrong? Wait, how'd I die? Wait, oh shit. Oh, I died. I should have pressed shift. My bad. I thought the boss was dead. No, don't waste the res. I'm like, best way of explaining. You're welcome. You're welcome. I do have people have told me before I have a way with words. Right. Just say 6-7. I don't actually understand what 6-7 means. And I asked somebody the other day, as in today, in Ken's stream. I was like, what does 6-7 mean? And they were like, nothing. And I was like, then why do people say it? Hold up. If it doesn't mean anything, you know? My deaths on the first boss were just me attempting to heal when I shouldn't have. And the death on that boss was me not paying attention. Otherwise, there should be effectively 0 deaths as key. Mostly my bad. Every boss here actually does have HPS check, by the way. Every single boss, like if you check, like it's not like you have to do no healing there. Kanye said no one knows what it means, but it's provocative. It is as meaningless as Skibbity isn't meaningless. I disagree with you fundamentally. Skibbity isn't meaningless. Its meaning is that you're an idiot. Sorry. That's too harsh. I've never been to Italy before, Sohail. Out of curiosity, I really am actually curious about this. What is the best food in Italy? Kill this phoenix to the right. So you stack right and then you stack left on this boss. Oh, dude, we play World of Warcraft. I will say, I really prefer... What? How is that possible? You prefer... Sohail, you prefer American pizza over Italian pizza? That doesn't seem right. Where are you from, Sohail? I've never heard this before in my... I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that they prefer American pizza over, like, actually Italian pizza. Stack right, then left. So you spawn the first bird here, and then the next one goes left. So we don't want to spawn extra birds here, by the way. So if you walk over the egg, then we will wipe on this boss. I will not be able to out-heal it without Link if we spawn 2 birds. So, like, that bird right now is a problem. That's not supposed to be here. We're going to have 2 birds right here. Shift, defensives. Everybody's about to die. We're all about to die. Health potion, downpour. So you can't spawn 2 birds here like this. Only 1 bird. I would reset. With birds, stack in melee, right first, then left. Can't have 2. Swedish kebab pizza is the best. I've had better pizza in Detroit and New York. Okay, to be fair. I agree with that. Like Chicago deep dish pizza. Chicago I can see it though. No, but a good Italian pizza is so much better than American pizza swimming in oil. Obviously, you've never swam in oil. I mean, that's why it tastes good. That's why they say it drips. Lacoste, that's the whole point. The whole point of it dripping. That's why dripping is so good. The pasta in Italy is better quality, but the sauce, wow. I haven't heard this before. Yeah, that's why they say it drips. That makes sense, right? I like the way my brain works. Okay, so force proc a Stormstream Totem. Kill this guy on the right and then stack left. Because if you go over that guy, this is going to be a tough pug boss. So now you go left like this, and the next one spawns here. Stack left. Don't walk back over the thing. Because if you walk back over the egg, then you have problems. Okay, good here. Nice Ascendance proc. Boom, like this. Healing wave, and all good. And then go back to the right side. And then we stack like this. Perfect. I'll probably save my totem just in case. If I eat pizza, I have significant allergies to this type guy. So when I was younger, I think the Chicago deep dish pizza, I have had it before, and it was a religious experience. Like sometimes, you know how like sometimes with food, you may not be a believer, but then all of a sudden you have like the right food and that changes real fast. Holy, we're not doing the birds right. I might be able to save this. Wait. Downpour. Holy, maybe. Somehow, right, another 3 birds up. Holy fuck, guys. This is not how you do this, boss. Unbelievable HPS from me right now. Okay, but I can't do it again. That was all of my cooldowns, so just keep in mind, that's not going to happen twice. I don't know why these birds are continuous. They're not supposed to have this many of them. We're super dead right now. Okay. Is someone somehow. Why is the back one spawning? Why is the back one spawning like this? There's only supposed to be one bird if we do it right. I'm assuming that somebody is accidentally running over them a bunch. Because this is ridiculous. I'm at like 110k HPS. So, the birds. If you run over an egg or kill on one, it spawns. Yeah, okay. Just, we gotta stack right, then stack left. Holy. I actually was able to heal that briefly, but this is the thing. Well, once again, we have a mechanic in Mythic Plus where if the DPS fail the mechanic, it is the healer's fault instead of the DPS's fault. When is the next set of tuning? Thinking just to use business. Well, Pit of Sauron was nerfed heavily already. Last set of notes today, Pit of Sauron, second boss, much, much better. All good now. They nerfed that boss correctly, so no problem. Yeah, they did a good set of nerfs to it now, so it's not that bad. We are now able to heal it successfully without too much craziness. So Storm Stream here, I'm going to try to kill this bird to the right. No, I mean, nobody was actually blaming each other here at all. You can kill it there. Well, you just don't kill the next one on top. So just don't run over that bird right there. Downpour, downpour. And that circle can't be on the other bird. There we go. And then just watch out for the next few eggs. Was that the only boss? No. I mean, it wasn't the only boss that was significantly overtuned. They have been making interesting changes with the game, and I'm not convinced that it's the right thing to do. A lot of the changes, for example, are making healing harder or tanking harder, and I'm not sure that that's the right decision. Do you know what I mean by that? Because I've been exploring this, and I've actually been thinking, do healers like the challenge of having to keep the group alive? I think the answer to that question is actually a resounding yes. Healers like doing HPS, but they want it to be fair, and they don't want it to be absolutely dependent on your DPS using defensives. That feels bad and toxic. That is no good, right? But actually, like, proper HPS bosses are no problem. Because that's fun. It is actually fun to do healing. That's why you play healer. So here I'll combat potion, double downpour, we're all in it. Probably 2 totems here, and then I'll have healing stream, and I'll just take this. So we kill him to the right. I'll take the melees. Yeah, current Resto Druid or Resto Shaman, Mayak. Big differences between those two. Resto Druid or Resto Shaman? People are using Nox. So now we have to make sure that this one doesn't die on top of the other ones. It's being Nox. So that, see how now there's only 1 bird up and it's so much more manageable and I don't have to do anywhere near that amount of healing? Much better. Okay, so here we have double downpour. Everybody should be in it. Proc the storm stream. Bam, like this. One of the reasons I like beta is so your group can rely on me to not die when the season starts. I do think that's a very tank and healer perspective. I can tell you that from a tank and healer perspective myself, I would feel comfortable tanking only because I have played beta. And I would not feel comfortable if I hadn't. Because you're right. You are expected to know before the thing starts. And I don't like that about it. I don't think that's good. Is this current right now? Oh, that is current. Am I doing that much healing? I don't even realize. Am I actually maintaining? Well, that's not that much now because we're scaled. It was a lot before the scaling. I feel like this is pretty reasonable now. I bet you like a lot of healing now looks like 125. We got 13 more item level now than we did before. For what it's worth. But most of this is passive. Like if you take a look at that fight, well, it's bugged right now. Also, you have to do an RP maze. Congratulations. I cannot wait for people to brick their key to this part. This is anti-fun gameplay. Now, you can Warlock Gateway here. I'm hoping tomorrow. Oh, no! Okay, maybe this part's fun. It'll create some funny moments at the very least. That was mana consumption. Green. I'm going to go on a rant soon. Very soon. Very soon. You are getting a YouTube video about healer mana. It is, maybe, arguably, the worst it's ever been in terms of parity. Yes. Because some healers, it doesn't exist. Like, I'm serious. Like, some healers are like, what's mana? You don't think about it at all. And other heal, like Resto Shaman, there's no mana problems. You literally can't go If I spent the entire next 30 seconds, no. If I spent the next 60 seconds spam casting Healing Wave with no modifier at all, and I was just like, here you go, Healing Wave, I cannot go It's impossible. I literally can't cast fast enough. Look, Healing Wave, big totem, expensive spell, doesn't matter. I cannot go no matter what I do. Okay? Now, on my Holy Priest, I would already be from just Flash Heal and Prayer of Healing on Archon. There are some healers that mana exists as a very finite resource, and others where it is not a resource at all. And they need to make a choice about whether or not it is or is not a factor. So they need to choose and actually make decisions. Hey, do you want to worry about mana or not? You know? That's it. That's the problem with it, is that if it exists for some healers, it needs to exist for all healers. And if it doesn't exist for some healers, then it shouldn't exist for any healer. Does that make sense? That's actually a very easy tuning knob. I think it exists for Raid. I'm pretty sure that mana is still in the game because Raid and Class Fantasy. There couldn't be a healer without mana. It would just feel wrong, right? Pretty sure. It would just feel like, nah, you can't. Could you have a healer without mana? Is that acceptable? It might be a Class Fantasy diff. Because what are you using to cast your heal? The power of friendship, obviously. Okay, my hot take is, what do the people say nowadays? My Roman Empire, yes, is the My Little Pony movie was surprisingly not bad. There was like a My Little Pony movie that came out a while ago, and I remember watching it and thinking, this is pretty good. Like, I really enjoyed it. Would it feel better if it wasn't a factor? Absolutely. Roman Empire is something you think a lot about, not necessarily a hot take. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't think about it that much at all. I haven't thought about it in years. I just thought about it today. Okay, so my Roman Emperor is fatherhood. I don't know why. I've been thinking about that. Well, like, I start to think about it a lot, like, all the time. Like, children. Like, I've been thinking a lot about children in the last week in particular, but not, like, forever. Just in the last week. Does that count? Or is that more like a Greek empire? Like, well, hold up. If Roman Empire is something you think a lot about forever, we have to choose an empire that didn't last nearly as long. So, like, it's my... Hold up. I actually don't have this heal. Ouch. I have been thinking a lot about it. Yeah, my family's coming to visit me. I've been very nostalgic recently. I'm a pretty nostalgic type of guy. I'm not a history buff. I don't actually know what happened here. But there's some form of buff that when healers in 5 men either they could do that. Well, okay, there's actually such an easy way to fix Mythic Plus. It's not even difficult. I don't know why they don't do it. It's not even that hard. You know, there's like an easy way to just fix the entire every problem with Mythic Plus can be fixed with almost one choice. It cannot be that hard. I swear, like, I don't know why people make this such an issue. There's no way it's this hard. You ready? I gotta be better about holding Storm Stream procs. I think that's something I'm doing wrong. Because if you get a bunch, you don't need all of them out. Okay. This next boss is very difficult. Just make a separate modifier, dude. Just make it PvP. No. I mean, that's a helpful thing. Yeah, you should make tanks OP, but that's not it. Actually, you just make it so, you know how like right now in PvP there are some abilities that are overtuned, but they don't want to get rid of the abilities because they're balancing for raid. But they say, hey, look, well, this one thing doesn't work for PvP, but we're not going to get rid of it, right? That makes sense. Fair enough. So they just add a modifier and they say, hey, for this content, no problem, right? We're just going to add like a 30% modifier. It does this. It changes the cooldown a little bit, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Do the same thing for keys. Hey, we're having a really hard time tuning this target cap spec, and we're not willing to remove the target cap. So they just go, no problem. Windwalker spinning crane kick within Mythic Plus environment buffed by 20%. Problem solved. Like, I'm serious. They could just target the specific things that they actually need to target if they did that. They already do that for 5-man healing. So there's a lot of abilities that say, hey, in 5-man content, this thing is going to be doing 100% more healing. But I don't know what they're... It's like they refuse to do that properly. This feels way easier to heal than I remember. This was... I think it might have already been nerfed. It was doing some crazy numbers beforehand. Well, he did. Alright, that one. Of course I said that right as somebody dies. I don't have Soul Link. Did he Soulstone himself by chance? It's more the encounters. You're fighting a timer as well. But, like, you don't have to... I'm not... What healer damage or whatever is kind of irrelevant. Like, whether or not you think that should or should not happen is actually a preference more than a you have to have this. But I think that, like... There are some DPS that feel terrible to play in keys. And the reason is target capping exists. And there's nothing necessarily inherently super crazy wrong with target capping. This boss should not target healers, by the way. Because some spells are line of sighting when I do that. A little bit of a bug. Nice res. Good res. Good res. Oh, no, he insta-died. It was a really good attempt. I think we maybe just wait for this last one to go off, though. You know? Guess I said I'll never touch Archon again. They... Well, Void Weaver doesn't do it. You still have to do it manually through Penance, but it does have an interaction where you can do that right now. So Stormstream proc, easy. So somebody... Did we get that bird? No, so we have to somehow res him when he comes back. Maybe kill boss. Void Weaver disc is weird right now. It is bad, but maybe not in the worst way. So infinite healing here. Just go boss. Kill boss. So see how I can't turn and kick right now? Because my camera's facing this way. So I can't actually cast on the boss at the moment. Fun fact. Not at all. I literally have no ability to cast on the boss. Whee! Okay. What are the chances you think I survive this? Nope. They could move my body out of the fire. Oh, I did it. Nice job. It actually feels better to do this, though. Change up in your room? What's up, C-Steph? No, I moved. New house. I'm turning on my fan for a second. New house. I've been here for a few months. And there are massive problems with the house that we're trying to fix. That's why I've been stressed recently. Alright, I'm ordering ice cream. Today's an ice cream day, man. I really bet. Only will need to be... Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. New location. Alright. They're just down to sing. Quite fantastic. Excellent. Bro, can I tell you guys something hilarious that actually happened? Okay. This is a real story. So in this new house, there is a problem with the air conditioning unit. We live in Thailand. There are 2 ACs that are having some small issues. One of them is a small issue. One of them is a big issue. The one upstairs in the top room literally doesn't get below like 90 degrees. Doesn't work. Now, obviously, in the contract, I made us sign everything. It says all ACs must be maintained in good working condition, right? Very clear. I made sure they wrote that because I'm white and I'm not Thai. Obviously, we need a functioning AC in Thailand. So we moved in 2.5 months ago. We're like, hey, we're just reporting this AC doesn't work. Can you send a technician to fix it? Technician comes. They can't fix it. It's old. It's not working. So they need to replace the AC. It's a purchase. But we talked to the owner. They said, oh, we got this. Turns out they don't have it, and they've been fighting us on it for some reason. I don't know why, because it's clearly their responsibility to fix an improperly functioning AC that we reported before we even moved in. Cool. This is the scenario. Now, they've got up with the jargon. So yesterday, in the group chat, I was like, please fix this now. Like, we're like getting to that feisty point, and the representative, they came back with this. It is technically working, because you can turn it on and off. Its ability to cool the room does not indicate whether or not it is working. And I was like, bro, that's a fan. Like, that's not... Like, I don't think anybody... Like, bro... Really? That's what they said. They literally came back and they were like, can you turn it on? And I was like, technically, yes, but it doesn't cool the room. And they were like, so it works. And I was like, well, hold up. I was like, ooh. Then I was like, I'm glad in the contract it's written in good working condition. And I was like, it's not good working condition, but you're not wrong that it is working condition, because it does turn on. It just doesn't cool the room. And I was like, at that point, it's a glorified fan. Unfortunately. Yeah. And that was really funny. I actually was like, I'm telling Stream that tomorrow. Yeah, well, obviously, right? Like, so it doesn't work properly. And the first thing I thought was, I'm telling that to Stream tomorrow. That was very funny. Anyways, they're still not willing to cover the cost of it, according to the text that I just read. And I'm just like, unfortunate. Okay, Resto Shaman is not tuned poorly, but I don't like the way it plays right now. I think that playstyle-wise, I actually don't love current midnight version of Resto Shaman. Maybe Farseer would feel slightly better with extra Storm Streams. The Storm Streams feel good, but it's not rewarding gameplay for some reason. Hey, Kitty, I am ordering, by the way, Swenson's. What do you want? We're getting 3 quarts of ice cream today. I've decided today is an ice cream day. What would you like? Purple says, this guy sent, they said, I think Revel in Pain's not worth spending 3 points. It's over. I actually like Revel in Pain for what it's worth, but I kind of agree. It might not be worth spending 3 points on, because the points I had to drop are pretty impactful, Purple, but I just experimented anyways. And I think we should normalize experimenting more with builds all the time. It is beta. Feel free to try whatever you want to try. Just chill, you know. If you want to try something, send it. You sent a picture? Let me see. Yeah, I don't think Revel is that bad personally though. You want mint chocolate chip? Oh, yours is lower. To be fair, my Revel in Pain is much higher when I was playing it. But yeah. Play DPS, I heal. I can go back to DPS, sure. The thing is, I want to learn new DPS, and I have to actually set up a new DPS. Let me see what I have available. What's up, Nibbler? So, few options. Unholy I haven't played in a while. So we could try Unholy. We could try Ret Paladin, Shadow Priest. I haven't tried. I don't even know what Shadow Priest is right now, to be honest. I feel like I want to learn something new at some point. Ugh. Yo, by the way, so I'm waiting for the new build, and then we'll update tier lists. Just so everybody knows, find it in Discord. My dad is coming to visit me, and I will be... He's not here yet. He arrives in 2 days. When he's here and my family's here, I'll probably be streaming a lot less. I'll still stream a few of the days because he does have some other stuff to do, but just know that I will be not streaming as much when my family's here, obviously. Very exciting. I'm super excited. I've basically been 8 years since I've lived in Thailand, and he hasn't been here the whole time, though. Your missile's built to not cook. Have you tried Devour? No. I have not tried Devourer yet. I have not. Hey, Tegan. Castas, yo, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. This funds my ice cream addiction. This is good. We have gotten enough Prime subs today that I can afford ice cream. Excellent. Excellent. This is exactly what we're after for this stuff. Let me see. I think this stuff was ours. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll respond to that later. Yes. I want mint chocolate chip. If I'm going to get ice cream, I want mint chocolate chip. Possibly even a regular chocolate chip flavor is good. Any update? Bro, he's supposed to come. Did the hanger dude not come? I think tomorrow, maybe. Might be tomorrow. I will respond to these many text messages. Let me ignore real life and play World of Warcraft. Fuck it. I'm going to order ice cream and ignore real life. Okay. Unholy, Frost Mage, Arcane Mage. You choose Arcane Mage, Frost Mage, Unholy, or Warlock. These are the 4 specs that I will consider playing on the next game. Y'all vote. I'm fine with whatever, actually. I don't need to play something that's OP. You don't like mint chocolate chip? Not Devourer. I need to learn Devourer, and I'm currently... Right? What DPS? Warlock, Mage, DK, or... What was my other option? I don't know, one of these. Okay, I'm ordering. I don't really want to learn something today. Learning something requires brain power, you know? Cookie dough is so good. Yeah, I'm super allergic to cookie dough. Unfortunately, cannot. Mint chocolate chip. You don't... I understand why you wouldn't like mint chocolate chip. I don't think that's a wild take. The only wild take about ice cream is that the best way to eat it is frozen. This is fundamentally incorrect. The best way to eat ice cream is like half melted. That's the best way. I stand by it. Yeah. You want to be able to kind of drink it. Like you want to be able to, for example, like it has to be almost to the point that you could like this. Yeah. What's up, Belosh? Belosh, question. What is the best way to eat ice cream? Like frozen or like semi-melted? You want to be able to Warlock one. Okay. I play AF or demo. Some ice cream tastes better than others. That's fair. I'll accept it. Look, it doesn't have chocolate chips in it. I'm a big mint chocolate chip fan. I do. I'm having a great day because I'm about to order ice cream. What's up, Belosh? AF lock is the only lock. I can play AF or I can play demo. I need to try Destro at some point for what it's worth. Yeah. And also Aether. I don't know if you know this, but AF was changed a lot. Like, you don't vial taint anymore. You literally just manually dot agony and it hits 2 targets now. Super weird. Very strange. I thought I would hate it. It turns out I don't hate it, actually. I am surprised. I don't super dislike it for what it's worth. I'm kind of okay with it. Let me call on me. I'll give you a second. I have my ad set to the actual minimum. All right, hold on. Let me get ice cream. Swenson's. Nice. Beautiful. Last order. The reason I stopped ordering Swenson's is because when I first moved to Thailand, 3 mini quarts was like $15. Or sorry, 4 mini quarts was like $13, right? And now for $15, you only get 3 mini quarts. Psh, it's so lame. Why are things more expensive? There is literally no shot. Crazy. Semi-melted ice cream with chocolate sauce with sprinkles. Ooh. Chocolate sprinkles or rainbow sprinkles? You know, as a kid, I used to be such a sucker. Wait a second. What's the gram count for an actual quart? Well, hold up. There's a promotion right now that you get 2... Oh, no, it's 2 mini quarts. No, never mind. It's got to be 3 mini quarts. So we need 3 mini quarts. We want only mint chocolate chip, or what do you want? So mint chocolate chip and what? Is it at least dot? So it's dot based, but it's weirdly dot based. It almost doesn't feel like dot based spec. It's weird. I have kick open for a woo. Haha. Thank you, Delinius. Can't pay for a sub currently, got support. No problem. No one should ever have to feel like in order to hang out with a streamer that they got a sub. This is just at what point today have I been streaming? I always treat my own stream like a Discord call, just like come hang out. The main question of today is, do you remember Capri Sun or Sunny D? That's still the main question. Tutti Fruity Sprinkles. Yeah. The most giga ice cream I ever had. It's a nostalgic Let me order the ice cream first. So Kitty wants mint chocolate chip. I want mint chocolate chip. Should we get 3 mint chocolate chips? Are we just getting 3 mint chocolate chip mini quarts, or you want one that's like a different thing? I'm actually almost fine with 3 mint chocolate chips. That's kind of cool with me. That's the best one. Sunny D lit up part of my taste buds. They invented it. Sunny D literally invented part of your taste buds you didn't know existed. Here. All right. I'll do just mint chocolate chip, I think. We still have it here in Norway. I've never been to Norway. All right, I'm getting it. Cool. Ice cream ordered. The best ice cream that I've ever had was a nostalgic experience, and I distinctly remember it. I'll never forget the day. I think it was one of the first times I ever went to Cold Stone. Yes, it is Splotch. It just does a lot of damage right now. The first time I went to Cold Stone, the reason that this was so good, okay, is because I remember being young, and it was the first time I ever watched them. It was a whole experience. It's like a culinary experience, which, remember, I am not a gourmet person, but for what it's worth, okay, here's what's up. It was like I watched them mixed in Reese's, Kit Kat, into my cake batter ice cream. And there was something in my very, very fat kid soul. When I was younger, I was very overweight. And I hadn't yet had descended testicles, but in that moment, I achieved ecstasy. And I will never forget what it was like to watch them mix in to the cake batter ice cream, Reese's and Kit Kat. That was probably the best ice cream I ever had. Classic experience. Yeah, as a kid, I was very food driven as a child because I was basically like, I struggled a lot with different health conditions, and I had a lot of mental health conditions when I was younger. And I was significantly depressed. I was significantly anxious. I think a lot of people have experienced these things before. I don't think that it's fair to say anybody is ever worse or better than anyone else. But my childhood was tough, and food was kind of my only way to make myself happy. There was 2 self-soothing activities I could do. One of them was food, and the other one I can't talk about on stream. But basically, it was really tough, and I remember as a kid, like, sugar just made me feel happy. I remember sneaking down at, like, you know, I couldn't sleep ever very well. I've always gray parse sleep. Like, my parse in sleep is always single digit. And so what happened was I would sneak down at like 2 a.m. It would take me 20 minutes to walk down the wooden stairs without making a creak because my mom was like a hawk and she'd wake up. And I would open a candy bar. I don't know why I thought I'd get away with this. I would open a candy bar downstairs. I would cut just this like this. When I was very young, I'd cut like this, and I would take the bar out. I would eat the bar, and then I would put the wrapper back in the container so that nobody would know. Later, I found out that my mom absolutely did know, but she was very tired. And she was just like, I'm going to let him have this one. So it turns out my mom knew the whole time. But why is most of this less on Lion's side? I think it's because Mythic Plus does favor certain races. Alliance has better racials for Mythic Plus testing in general. I think that's actually why. Like, there's no Shadow Meld skips at the moment, but Shadow Meld is still helpful on some mechanics. There's Dwarf is always very good, and ultimately, I think Alliance is just more popular than Horde. It didn't used to be. WoW's changed a lot. I think back in the day, wouldn't surprise me. Do you think Horde or Alliance was more represented in Classic WoW? I do not know the answer to this question. I'm full guessing right now. I have no idea what the answer to this is. Give me a second to think about this. in the Great Faction War, dwarves are just awesome, beards and stuff. I once again will say, I think that the dwarf model in World of Warcraft is a little bit dated. I have, in real life, short and thick, best combination. However, in game, I'm not a huge fan of what dwarves look like, I will say. You know, I felt like I saw Alliance very more on the open world. But I do feel like Horde were better, right? Like, this is probably wrong, but for what it's worth, I feel like Horde was better. Personally speaking, I do feel like Horde were, on average, better gamers. I agree with that. I think that's a fair take, actually. All right, guys. I do have to respond at some point. Like, don't let me ignore real life forever. I have to at least take care of some of the house stuff, but after this key. It's definitely after this key I'm going to do it, okay? Just remind me. Like, after this key, don't let me actually not do this, though. Can't have an option to choose between beer belly and no belly. Fair enough. Yeah, first week key. Then you house stuff and ice cream. It's true. Turn on logging. Fair enough. All right, so if I play AF, it will require a somewhat little tiny bit of focus. Moa, 15 stream streak. I remember when I was little and drink Capri Sun and ate Kinder Happy Hippo and watched Lilo and Stitch. Hold up. Lilo and Stitch is excellent. What is Kinder Happy Hippo? What Kinder Happy Hippo? Safeback is kind of a beer belly. Man, you're not wrong. It was so server dependent. That's true. Honestly, you can't really make generalizations for a while whatsoever. I was a happy hippo when I was younger. Do you know, if you think about it, all human beings are basically Kinder eggs? Have you ever thought about this before? Actually, all human beings are basically Kinder eggs. Because when you cut them open, there's a happy surprise inside. This is true for everyone. There's no like, oh, like some people are different than others. Actually, everyone is like that. Yeah, well, that's illegal everywhere.
Forward opens, and your fate entwines with mine.
I don't know how serial killers do it. They're so, like, imagine, okay, so you manually dot agony, hold up. And then you go haunt, seed. I think you're supposed to actually send definitely a different direction of what I just did. This isn't quite right. Unending resolve if you're going to do this big pull, plus combat potion I should have used. It's not a bad setup, and then I have to redot agony a few. So few globals on redotting agony. Make sure to send haunts right away. And I need agony on at least 4 targets so I can maintain my seed spam. And then basically you just seed spam anyways. And then you haunt on cooldown. Not bad for a first pull, but could have been better. My haunt didn't reset for some reason because it was slow, unfortunately. Kick that, boom. Get a few agonies out. Seed first, then Dark Harvest. Seed this. So AF is now basically just a seed spamming bot. I'm not sure if that is good or bad for what it's worth. Yes, so yeah, Seed, no Rapture anymore. Rapture is completely out of the game, actually, at this point. Soulburn, Hellstone, last thing. I am a good DPS. Yeah, Rapture is completely gone. A very interesting change. I think a lot of AFLOCs actually love it. UA is back. You don't have to maintain UA as a dot. It's UA as a spender now. Very hard key to heal even after nerfs. So Dark Harvest will also heal me back up. Perfect. Warlock feels pretty tanky. That's one of the things I like about it right now. And then you got to redot Agony even at the end of a pull. Send Haunts on cooldown. Also, I've seen a few people playing different AF builds, so I'm not sure if this is the right one or not, but I seem to be doing adequate damage at the very least. Yeah, UA is a spender and single target. It's a little strange for sure. You kind of get used to it pretty fast because the rotation for everything in the game has been so simplified that it's not really a big issue anymore. Like, I wouldn't describe it as being a massive problem. It's just kind of okay. So much difference in between 10 and 15. Wait, 10 and 15 what? So, hold up. Haunts. I think that I still just send Glare here. Yeah, it's basically... So, like, I'm pretty sure... I don't even know if there's min-max of tab targeting the seed. I think you literally just hit. Like, my rotation right now is seed, 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 Seed. This is what a lot of people do when they come to Thailand, too. Seed. Haunt. Here. Yes. Oh, yeah. Big, because scaling matters a lot. Yes. Also, you will notice that my tank is absolutely blasting right now. You will notice, right? My tank is really doing a lot of damage. You remember the previous tanks that we were playing with? It is really kind of not comparable at the moment, in my opinion. Okay, so Dark Harvest. Boom. I need things to stay kind of grouped for my seed here. I still think that seed is the right choice on a few targets. Not sure, though. My tank is blasting. What the hell? I want to see what build he's playing. I need to check if he's playing Eldrachi or what. There is a Shadow Priest in this. Keep in mind that AF is not doing as well as you think it's doing because, A, I'm not padding as much on this boss. But B, the other thing is that Shadow Priest... Yeah, I'm getting... That Demon Hunter's a tank. It is a tank. Yeah. Okay, so we can just defensive this. I think So I manually dot just a few targets and keep Agony up. And then I'm going to be thinking about Dark Harvesting now? Question mark. Do I save for Trinket? The AF single target doesn't feel that good because I just can't generate enough shards. Like, the difference between shard gen and AoE right now in single target is ridiculous. Oh! I'm also not maintaining corruption on the boss, so that's my fault. I need to have 4 dots. So AF feels the same on single target because I am a dot spec. I'm a proper dot spec where it's like, oh, I need to maintain UA. Cool. And then I need to maintain corruption. And then I need to manually refresh Agony and plan my globals accordingly. And then on my big cooldowns, my big burst, I want to make sure I UA. Perfect. Change over. You can see their wall of purple. S-Priest is a spec of vibes, 100%. If you're going to play S-Priest, you kind of play it because of vibes. It was OP before. At the end of Dragonflight, if you remember... I mean, it was the best spec, bar none. It was actually so far ahead of everything else that you literally played Fire Mage and Aug to buff your S-Priest. It was so good back then. So I Mortal Coil myself. I need to maintain my dots. So first we go, boom. Once I've refreshed everything, then I Dark Harvest. And then UA. I'm at least keeping up with people. And I'm cool with that. I am not a very good AFLOC, by the way. Basic understanding of this, but I've never really played AFLOC in an actual season, so keep in mind that I'm just doing my best, kind of. But my best will be enough. Would not describe this key as being very easy to do. This is a hard key. This is going to break a lot of pugs here, I think, for sure. What's up, Kubator? The real question is... Combat timers are broken for me. I haven't even paid attention. I'm a DPS. I don't need to track combat timers as a DPS. What are you talking about? Why would I pay attention to combat timers? There's nothing that doesn't matter. I remember when I had to think about that stuff. Back when I played tank and healer and I had actual responsibility in a key. Now what I do is I remember Carly Rae Jepsen and I'm just like, call me maybe. Or don't. I don't care. I'm a DPS. I'm going to eat my ice cream. That clip was so funny, bro. That clip was amazing. There's a clip of me. I was playing DPS in a Spire. I died on a boss, and they tried to combat res me, but I was sitting there, and I was eating my ice cream, and I was like, don't res me. You don't need me. Like, you guys finished the boss. Like, you don't need me. Bro, what the hell is with the tank right now? Is he getting PI? I mean, I didn't spend all my cooldowns there, but still. That's ridiculous tank damage. Bro, what is Catastrophe? And Shadowlands Horde was 64. Yeah, well, you have to save combat res for the tank or the healer, is true. I'm logging, don't worry. I have it on right now. Wait, where are we going? No shadows out there. I think it makes it yeah. There, well, I mean, I've played with, like, Wentz, and he's a Shadow Priest. I've played with a few people, though. But, yeah. Shadow Priest is in a tough spot at the moment. To be fair, it was so good before. The specs that I actually feel bad about when they're doing really bad are not things like Shadow Priest. The specs that I actually feel bad about are the ones that are like Windwalker Monk, or the things that haven't been good in forever. Like, there are some specs in World of Warcraft that really need a look at, or like a lot of love potentially, because they're really in a tough spot. Red Pally has been decent though. Like, it's, well, I wouldn't call it meta, but it's been at least decent to play. And maybe, yeah, Red deserves to be bad. Well, you can't say that Red deserves to be bad because Beastmaster is so good right now. If you make the argument for Red, then you make the argument for Beastmaster. It's the same argument. Feral had the one Dragonflight season where it was played in the MDI and received, therefore, a slight bit of attention. That's the only value that Feral has had recently. Che just resubscribed. Yo, what's up, Che? Che, how close are you to partner now? You should almost have it, yeah? Are you have it now? Did you get to apply? Ret needs to be bad again. Ret needs to be bad again. The problem with Ret is that it's actually much better in lower keys than it is higher keys. Like, once you get to higher keys, Ret starts to have some problems, but in lower keys, it's got to be one of the best specs you could play. Okay, I think we Dark Harvest here. Hey, Flex, yeah. Do you think that Ret deserves to be meta? Yeah, they'll shut... I see the check mark. Congrats, Jay. Nice job. Feel good? Is he happy? Has your mom called you now? Does your dad love you? It's too easy. I actually, honestly, I really don't think that you can make a legitimate argument that a spec being too easy means it should be bad. And my reasoning for this is super simple. Are you ready? Beastmaster Hunter. Should it be this good? Maybe not. Maybe there is an argument. But right now, Beastmaster Hunter claps. Like, it does incredible amounts of damage. It is the top DPS on retail, but it's not hard to play. I don't necessarily think that it's hard to play. I don't think that's bad, though. The only problem with Beastmaster being so good is the fact that mages are so upset about the fact. Because mages... The culture... You're welcome. I'm glad we could help, Shay. The culture of my spec is more complicated than your spec, and therefore I have more value than you have, is bad for WoW. That should not exist for WoW. I don't like that like mages are like, hey, look, man, you might be doing more damage than me, but my rotation is harder than yours, and therefore I am simply a superior human being. And it's like, well, at least my dad calls me. It's like, ooh, sick burn. So sick it could be on MTV. I'm old. I don't know. Sometimes I say things and I'm like, holy shit, I used to be young. Oh, rest in peace. He had big cooldowns there. He's still aggro. Stun this. Boom. Like this. Okay, I can even curse this caster. Underrated Warlock utility right now. Heal myself. Got it. Current BM is wonderful, but I hate RNG. I am not a fan of... Okay, I don't like RNG procs, but it's mostly because I play with very high ping. So the way that I play the game is a little different than how other people do. I've noticed this. This is actually a real thing to consider. If you play with incredibly high ping, I'm always at 200 plus because of where I live. If something that you learn is that it's very hard to adapt to... I'm going to save my cooldowns. It's very hard to adapt to procs. Procs are actually the hardest thing when you play with high ping. So the way that I play the game is I memorize everything. It's also one of the reasons that I can full chat with you while I'm gaming, even on a spec I'm not familiar with. Like, I'm doing okay as AF. I'm not doing great, but I'm doing okay. I can talk to you while I'm playing the game because most of what I'm doing is memorization. So that's how I learn, and it's basically how I tend to also enjoy the game. Not just learn, but it's how I tend to enjoy the game as well. So I grew up in Hawaii. Ooh, that's super cool, actually. I've been to Hawaii before. And it's part of the reason I fell in love with... Exactly. So there are some specs, though, that means that I will be much better at than others. High APM specs and specs that have a lot of procs, I have a hard time playing well. Things like Fire Mage ain't gonna happen, man. I might be able to save my group. All right, good luck, big defenses. I have Unending Resolve, but we gotta... If that happens again, the tank has to soak. Nice job. Good healing, good healing. Yeah, I think we'll be okay, actually. So for me, I have a hard time responding to... There are certain high APM specs that I just know I'm not going to be as good at. Okay, we'll go here. We got everything? Nice, much better, much better. I'm wondering if Devour is going to be like that. They have a real interesting opportunity with Devour, but I'm not going to lie. I don't know if they're going to tune that. You would expect, like, it's a new spec, right? So you're thinking Devour has got to be omega good. But weirdly enough, it is not doing that well right now. Very strange, maybe unexpected. Not what I would have anticipated. But at the moment, Devour is simply bad. And on top of that, people say it's not fun. I haven't tried it myself, but what the feedback I've heard is that not only is it bad, but it's also unfun. It's too basic, and it takes too long to ramp. It doesn't feel rewarding. I'm not sure about this. This is just from what I have heard. Yeah, if it's purple and fun, I'm invested. Fair enough. Sounds like my... Wait, hold up. Think about it. Thinking about it. Thinking about it licked. Debating. I'm trying to understand what that means. Kick this, kick this, kick this, kick this. Did one go off just now? Because we gotta do big defensives if one just went off. I couldn't see. Going here. Perfect. You'll be making a Void Elf Devour. You and most other people in the game. Ping is 275. No problem. I got this. It is having the same problem Void Priests have back in the day. They're basically rebranded Void Priests. Gotcha. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of people playing Devour. That's just because there's not a lot of new specs in WoW. Well, hold up. Like, do you said it like that? It was a Twitch chat. What were you expecting? Hold up. No, you get your mind out of it. It's a... What were you expecting? I didn't say anything. I was simply commenting. I was trying to wonder, does she like... Princess toy? Oh, my game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. I don't know if you can see how much I'm... Can you look at my game? Uh-oh. I'm about to DC. Cool. 689 ping. All right, 689 is pushing my ability to play this game. All right, cool. Hold up. Wait a second. Big lag spike. Huge lag spike. Wait. We are in red ping. I gotta reload. Oh, the log. The log. Maybe it'll just actually do this. Okay. Still no changes. We have all the dungeons right now. There are some dungeon changes that have happened, but there have been no class changes. Uh-oh. Hold up. I was logging this, and I was hoping to get this log, actually. I was kind of curious. Well, this is what it looks like right now. I'm actually doing okay damage. Shit. Lag is going to keep me from moving to Thailand. 690. I can't cast. Like, none of my things are going through. I mean, I can technically do this, and then I can technically try to cast Seed. And then I can... Uh-oh. Nope, we're DC'd. For sure. Oh, 789. All right, it's spiking. There's no way I do any damage this pull. I don't think so. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, that's fast. Okay. 1,000 ping sec. I can't actually... Let me try to reload exit lag. It does happen sometimes. The log will go away, but that's all right. Just know that I was technically topping the meters before this happened. Technically. Also, ice cream delivered. It's not here yet. Exciting, but not here yet. There's only so much you can do for ping in Thailand. When I was young, my dad would trade me gold so I could make Yelp. Yep. That's what happens to me. My older brother used to pay me $0.25
For every Alterac Valley I would sit through for him. I don't know what that's like. Just get one really big house. Let me see if this worked. Oh! Oh, I'm about to say I'm still in a... Okay, hold up. We're going to see if this actually worked. Possibly. It might be okay. Oh, he's still going. I'm not bad at WoW. It's my ping that's the issue. That's what I say all the time, Aether. It's definitely not that I'm bad. You're right. The problem with me, if I had good ping, is that I wouldn't be able to use my ping as an excuse anymore. I'd be like, guys, it's not me. It's definitely the ping. You're right. So you would dot here, seed first global, haunt this global. There you go. Dark Harvest before Dark Lair? Actually, I'm not sure about that. That might change. And then from here, you just go seed, 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 seed. Excellent. Defensives, don't get hit by this star thing, and all good. You'd have full 99s, of course. Right. Yes. 100, obviously. I've had 100 parse. Everybody's had that one moment, right? On a Guardian Druid. My Guardian Druid is, like, has good logs. But I would take a look at what other people were doing, and I was like, man, they just have 3 more casts than I did. Back when I was raiding Mythic and wanted, like, higher parses and stuff, though. Yeah, but also, man, parse culture is certainly weird, because when I was trying to parse and raid, I will actually say, man, I was degenerate as hell. I would, like, intentionally int my entire raid team so that I could do more damage. You know, like, probably you're not supposed to be letting your Agony fall out, because it scales higher damage if you refresh it, because it falls off, you lose Agony stacks. You're not, well, depends on the target count, so I don't know what the breakdown is for AF at the moment. Is Seed a better global than Agony? Unsure. I've been maintaining Agony on basically 4 targets. You only need to press it twice. And also, I'm not perfect at AF, so there have been many times where I've let it fall off instead of refreshing it. Here, also, like right there, I let it fall off for a second because I was hitting a different global. Even in 2 targets, do I UA or do I keep UA applied to these targets? Or am I supposed to seed? I actually don't know. There are many things I don't know about the min-max. This is, if you hop around to every spec, no one is an expert in everything. So I'm certainly not an expert in AF. I just like to play the game. So if I'm doing decently, then I'm fine. Like, as long as I don't feel like I'm trolling my team, then I think I'm okay, you know? That's kind of my metric. The biggest metric that I use for success in Mythic Plus is this. Do people want to play with me again? I think that actually is really the only thing that matters. I think people get so caught up in, like, whatever, but, like, skill parity matters. So let's say that you're playing with people and all of them parse 30. If you parse 90, sometimes they don't want to play with you again. Likewise, if you're playing with people who all parse 90 plus, if you want to use this as a metric, by the way. Game is lagging. I'm probably going to get hit by something. I'll try my best. Then you might have a skill parity issue where they're like, hey man, you're not really up to par with this group. But there's nothing wrong, and in fact, oftentimes the group that parses 30 has a much better time with WoW. Have you ever noticed that? Have you ever noticed that sometimes at a competitive level, people actually have way less fun with the game? I've noticed that a lot. Genuinely. So sometimes... Yeah. Like, a lot of times it's actually straight up just like, wow. Hold up, I have res. I got this. I got the soul stone. Perfect. And nice. Did it. So parse culture is weird. Skill parity is what matters. Yeah. In a weird way, but see, the thing is, I want to join a guild. I've been thinking, I kind of want a guild so I can have a consistent people to raid with when midnight comes around. I don't actually want to raid Mythic. I just want a group to clear AOTC because I'm assuming they're going to put one trinket in there that I'm going to feel like I absolutely need for keys, or I'm trolling. That's what I think is going to happen. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I hope I'm wrong for what it's worth. I very much hope I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. You know what I mean? Like, you would imagine that that's what's going to happen. So there's going to be some trinket that I need a raid for, and I don't have another option.
That being said, in order to get the trinket before dinars come out, before turbo boost, the only way I'm going to get that trinket is if I actually, yeah, I know I would really want them to stop it, but the only way I'm going to get it is if I have a raid team who raids the same team every week. Because it drops the first time, I lose the roll, no problem, but that means that that person no longer needs it. So all of a sudden, the next week, there are 15 people rolling on the trinket, or maybe it's a tank trinket. So there, now there's only 3 people who want it. It's like, okay, so then a week later it drops again. I lose the roll again. But then by the 4th week, now there's only 2 people who need it, so I get it. But if you pug every single time you raid, then there's like 20 people who want your item every time, because they wouldn't be there if they didn't want the item half the time. Does that make sense? So that's why I need a raid guild, is just because it's not like I need to like have special privilege or anything. Uh-oh, I got hit by this. Sorry. Nice lay on hands. Beautiful. That was he saved my life just now. Amazing. So, yeah. Or maybe even like first 2 mythic. One of my big takes about raiding, and I've said this before, is why aren't there guilds who just raid like 2 out of 8 mythic? Who don't want to go for cutting edge because the last few bosses are terrible to do? I don't understand why there aren't more guilds who are just like, hey guys, early on in the season, let's get 2 mythic bosses down and then stop. And then later on in the season, when things are a little easier, let's get 4 mythic bosses down, then stop. Every time I've ever joined a guild like that, then they go, let's try the 5th one. And I'm like, bro, the 5th one is so hard. We're going to be here for days and weeks because some people maybe shouldn't be here. Other people I maybe shouldn't be here. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of wish that there was a little bit more accepted to just say, we don't need to be, like, great. We could do, yeah, exactly. Like, just kind of like first 2, maybe, like, chill a little bit. That just might be a personal thing. I don't know. They have to do it DPS because I honestly, I don't know the statistics on this, and I would be full guessing here. But it wouldn't surprise me if more people did Mythic Plus than Raid right now. That would not surprise me. I got him. This boss is still absolutely terrible to heal. I will use defenses and help. It is such a commitment. It is a massive commitment. Some people love it. Again, my perspective, not the full perspective, because some people are like, Omega, that's their favorite thing to do. And they don't understand why people do keys. A lot of times, like, there will be people who are like, man, how come you guys do keys? Like, keys, I hate the fact that I have to do any amount of Mythic Plus dungeons to get my plus 10s done for my Vault. A lot of people think like that. That's very common. I've heard that a ton. I don't have no burst for this damage amp. This is going to be so sad. PI the Shaman. Right? Like, a ton of people think like that, actually. Okay, so we have big here, though. Yeah, but there's a lot of people who don't like keys. Okay, so I would be the only problem for me with raiding, I would probably be able to find a group, but Thailand. The time difference is fucking wild. You guys the time difference for Thailand is ridiculous. It's very difficult for me to find a team that would raid at a time that would be convenient for me, because most guilds raid literally at like was it like 6 a.m., like 7 to 6 a.m. for me, because I'm like across the world from you, so pretty tough. Like, I have to raid with an OCE guild, and there aren't that many OCE guilds right now. Okay, so I'm going to use a defensive here and help my healer. I wonder if I hold... No. I was say, maybe I hold for the big damage amp, but I don't think so. As a tank, it's because mid-progress. But so I don't mind tanking raid when it's kind of easy clap. But like when you get into progress bosses, I think tanking is less fun. Because now there's also a requirement that you play pitch perfect, and if you ever mess up boss positioning for one pull, it's over. It kind of feels like keys in the same way, where it's like I'm sort of doing this to chill from key tanking, you know. So I'm kind of here to like not be stressed. Uh-oh. You have Onk, okay. So here. My problem is the moment people want to talk into Mythic Raid. Yeah. I don't want to raid for that. I don't mind showing up for like a 3-hour raid sometimes, but when I think about the fact that it's constant, it's never ending, I never get a break from it, you know what I mean? No, there's no class changes on beta right now. And I also am letting all of my dots drop. I can Mortal Coil right after this hit. I feel like Warlock, one of the things I do like about it right now is that it's pretty tanky. Like, I have a lot of options to help my healer, and I like DPS that feel like I could help my healer. Because I play healer, and I respect my healers. At least I try to.
Well done.
Nice GG's. Well done. That is not an easy boss to heal. Like, curiosity, what was your HPS on last boss?
Shadow.
You and my husband are S-Priest diehards.
Shadows are fluid, ever
Yeah. Yo.
Feel.
No, yeah, let me read up. I was focused on that boss a little bit. Oh, well, I don't think that AF did well. Oh, fuck my chores. God, you're right. Make Mythopus not dependent on raiding. Here's the thing. If they did that, would people raid?
and consequences to face.
DPS. How? So let's assume Midnight Season 1 comes out. Okay? And there are no mandatory trinkets or very rare items. Or they only work in raid. So you get an item and it does not work in keys. Disabled, it could work for open world content or anything else, but it does not work in keys. You just make it so, like, for example, there's a ring that gives you a special effect, but it doesn't work in keys. Fair? So it's just, basically they're separating Mythic Plus from keys. How many people wouldn't raid, percentage-wise? I think you're right, and I think it would only be like 3% less. There would be like a few percentage of players. Most people would raid. I don't think the very specific one trinket loot acquisition forces people to raid as much as they think it does. I think that the environment of WoW makes people raid. My Aflock did not feel terrible. People who like raiding would raid, and people who like Mythic Plus would do Mythic Plus. Yeah, Lacus, I don't imagine they could just enjoy it the way they want. Yo, what was your Aldrachi build, by the way? Yeah, you were blasting. I think it was partially because we were doing no damage. Like, we were definitely not doing it. I think, but you were doing crazy damage on that. Yeah, let me see your build, by the way. I'm very curious. Like, what? You're playing Permafrost? Okay, so you're playing these trinkets. Do you have, like, full crafted gear? You do have crafted gear. Do you have embellishments? You do have embellishments. All right, so you're full crafted. Is something bugged, or, like, why are you doing so much damage? And you're still playing through Revel. Wait, how do you have Fallout and Revel? What are you dropping? Oh, you drop Soulmonger, 1-stack Painbringer, no Spite, still Tempered Steel. You drop this and... Wait, can you drop Feed the Demon? Do you still have perma uptime on spikes? Wait, can you drop Feed? I never even thought about this. Because, I mean, spikes is 100% anyway. Like... Wait, I never even thought about dropping Feed the Demon. I just assumed you need this talent, but... Yeah, because Spikes is like a 400% uptime right now. You have massive... You're not dropping Spikes at any point. Interesting, because that one talent point will let you pick up Fallout. Fallout is really important for Annihilator because you want to build that initial stacks for Bomb so that you can meta early in the pull. Ooh, this is a good take. That's a good take, and you don't need Spite for Annihilator, so you just play... I mean, you probably don't even need Tempered Steel for what it's worth. Like, you could almost drop this as well. You'd probably be okay dropping Tempered Steel, because a lot of your damage is fire. It would just maybe affect, like, a little bit, and then your damage is high because you're playing through Focus Cleave. 12% on Soul Cleave? That is an interesting take. All right, let me read the Dinar takes. Hold up. I was missing comments. Hey, Toos. AOTC rating is fun. I think rating is fun when it's not that hard. I don't know if I'm alone in this. Personal preference, I don't like rating when it's hard. Like when I have to really prog a boss. Example being Mythic Roshanon, not that bad. Mythic Brood Twister. Okay, so I didn't mind clearing the first 4 because you needed the neck from Sikran and the cloak from Roshanon. I never got the cloak from Roshanon, by the way. But in the first season, you had Nurabar Palace. Yeah? So you had... The first few bosses weren't that bad. But you had Sikran and then Roshanon. And if you were in a guild that was trying, which my guild was at the time, and then you went to Brood Twister. Bleh. Ooh. And then you went to Kaiveza, which I know a lot of people, all like the mythic raiders, when you listen to The Bench or the Pod EC or the CE people, they're like, Kaiveza was such an amazing boss. No, it wasn't. It was a hard fight that I didn't like. And then you had Silken Court. And then you had Ansarek. And I was like, if you just chilled the first 4, if you just didn't do the last 4, great raid. From my opinion, my perspective, this is a pretty casual perspective, but you know what I mean. Like if you just kind of just didn't do the last 4, yeah, positive. If you did do the last 4, that's how I felt. Yeah. I think maybe if Kaiveza was before, like Kaiveza wasn't that bad. I was playing Og on Kaiveza, and I just remember the range issue being such a problem. But maybe Kaiveza wasn't that bad. But yeah, I feel like expecting a lower CE guild and that amount, like yeah. Brood Twister was, I mean, the guild that I was in raided once a week, and we did kill it, but it was tough. And I'm so glad I stopped playing at Silken Court. I didn't play Silken, and I don't want to, and I'm glad I didn't have to. So, yeah. To be fair, on the... I was playing so well, I think, on that fight. And then on the actual kill that we had on Brood Twister, I missed my kick. It was actually the kill pull. I think I missed an egg or a kick. It was actually the kill pull, and we just basically just beat it. I think that was me. I'm pretty sure. Wait, why did my phone die? iPhone is findable. What the hell? Uh-oh. Bro, what's wrong with technology? If you were a web guy, I don't know. I didn't play it. Wait, what? Oh, my phone was low battery. Please don't have technology issues. I don't need more problems in my life. I need less problems in my life right now. Oh yeah, my phone died. Wait, that means the ice cream might be here. But again, maybe it's just, this is my perspective. It's definitely a perspective thing. It is absolutely not what most people think or experience. But I don't like raiding when it is a slog. And it's mostly because reward. Oh yeah, my phone just died apparently. But the slog is just there, man. It's like, why am I spending hours and hours and hours of my life in a stressed out environment normally? Because if you're progressing the last few on Mythic, I don't know why, but I just haven't. The guilds that I've been a part of, power to them. I'm not flaming them in any way. Great guilds. Like I really like Tripp's guild was really good, but didn't vibe with my sense of humor. So we had slightly different senses of humor. And they wanted a more serious environment, which is absolutely fine and makes sense. But I kind of wish that we all just laughed more. Like when I play the game, I kind of want to be like, haha, fuck it. The problem is those bosses are hard and they do require people to lock in. So if I was a guild lead, I'd probably be upset if my raiders didn't take the boss seriously, because you do need to take the boss seriously. At the same time, if we're going to be there for 3 hours, then I would want to have a very fun time. And I don't always feel like I have a very fun time in Mythic Raid. There's 20 people, and it's pretty hard to find 20 people who all think it's funny when, I don't know, like, because like one person will make a joke and it doesn't land. And you have to be careful, and then they'll stop making that joke. You know what I mean? Like some people are like, like, penis or whatever. Like there's some people who have that humor, and there are other people who have this humor, and then somebody will make like a super high IQ joke, but the raid team is not high IQ, and they're like, that's so lame. And it's just like, you have to find like the right group to play with if you're gonna play with them for 6 months all the time. And I think that some people have found that, and for those who haven't, raiding is a tough experience. It's not so easy. I'm interested, though. I'll put myself out there. If Blurbell, you said you have an OCE guild? Let me see this. You said OCE guild, Blurbell? I'm curious. I do need a consistent guild to play with. I was going to actually look for one. But I don't want to do hardcore mythic progression. I'm very honest about this. I've learned to be way more honest about this than I used to be, by the way. I really have because like I've joined guilds before and I was like, hey, I'm just going to let you know this is my expectation and here's what's up. And if this isn't happening, like I might just head out. You know what I mean? Like I'm very sincere about it. I'm a very honest, straightforward person. So, but I'm down. Like if you have an OCE guild, that kind of yeah. All right, I'm curious, Blurbell. Hit me up. I'm interested, to say the least. So nope, not at the moment. People just pieced out. I'm free for some keys.
They can't join our group.
What you need? Souls joined 15. Shadow, Holy, they got tanks, so they need a DPS. All right. I can DPS. I can bring Mage, DK, or whatever. I'll bring something. But yeah, NA timing does not work for me. Oh, it's one. Okay, got you. I need 5 minutes. You're melee devourer now. Like, oh. I can play mage or dev or unholy. I might play unholy for this. I'm kind of curious about DK in this key. I now walk the realm with Azeroth Guildless. I'm in the search of a dad joke AOTC guild. Go Bloodlust spec. Oh, that's fine. Sure. Let me just be right back. I'm going to go grab my ice cream from downstairs. Boy, do I have a guild for you. Draco, what time do you guys raid, though? It really is hard. I used to wake up at 4 a.m. at one point to do mythic raiding a long time ago. I'll be right back super fast. Just grab my ice cream from downstairs. Okay, glad my YouTube stream has not crashed today, by the way. I will play... I need a lust spec, so probably mage or dev. I was supposed to do my chores. Ugh. Okay. 1 second. Yo. I'd like to formally say thank you. This ice cream right here. This is from you guys. These are prime sub ice creams. I got my mint chocolate chip. I have one problem, which is I'm supposed to DPS this key. I'm also supposed to do the errands, which I'll have to do after this. Okay, after this key, I have to respond to the group chat. I gotta do it. Dev or mage? I think I like mage in this key. Need a lust. I'll go not arcane because I need to learn arcane a little better. I could play it if I lock in, but kind of want to relax. Frost. God, that's good, man. Yes, Draco. One of the biggest problems with guilds is that you get so desperate for recruitment that you start inviting people you shouldn't invite. Yep. That's exactly right. That's exactly what happens, though. Because you start inviting people that are like, you shouldn't be here. But you really need to fill the roster because you don't have enough people to raid. God, it's going to be so hard, man. That roster boss is the hardest. Well, the whole point of not pugging is that you can game with people who aren't toxic. Or rather, keep in mind, just as toxic as you. Because maybe you're toxic and you get along with other toxic people. That's fine. Again, you just want to be on the same level. There are people. Well, I'm gonna blow your mind a little bit. Okay? I'm gonna blow your mind. Sometimes gamers don't have the highest level of social skills. I know. This is shocking. But sometimes gamers, although they are now in their 20s or 30s or 40s, do still find certain things to be very funny. Which, let's be real, are not that funny. Power to them. Fair enough. But it is true that you just want to be around people who are gonna function similarly to how you function. That is kind of the point. You know what I mean? If you're toxic, being around other people with the same toxic mentality will be good. Y'all can be toxic far away from me. My ice cream. I'm finding Frost Mage to be pretty fun. I'm realizing there's a few specs that I enjoy playing if I have to actually play DPS. Surprisingly. Yeah, I know I'm eating ice cream in a key because it's delicious. I know. And I was going to have a really hard time DPSing this blow. I'm going to take this bite, for example. Not min-max. Okay, I'm going. If So's is correct, I'll slow these guys, actually. And then I mirror image. And I've learned that if I mirror image, I can actually start blasting here. And if I do take aggro, because it's better to start building the freezing stacks. Make sure that the target for the Ray of Frost is not one of the people who jumps out. I'm Lust, no problem. Sorry, second late on Lust. Good. Okay, I'm blasting, but I did forget to reset the meter somehow. So I know I'm blasting, but I don't know how much I'm blasting. I definitely did a lot of damage, but I don't know how much damage. Oh, poor Soz is playing Devourer. He doesn't do any damage on this spec.
Another bag of coins.
I'm actually shocked that Devourer is not overpowered on release. I think the only spec that has ever been released in WoW that wasn't automatically overpowered was Dev. when Evoker first came out, Dev was not actually that good. Prez was broken, and then Og was broken immediately as well. But Dev Evoker notoriously was not amazingly Omega Giga good. Defensive, instant cast Blizzard, don't get locked, nice. So I think that might be melee survival was so long ago, Riken, that doesn't even factor into the conversation. When I say when specs come out, I'm not going back to like when Monk came out or when Death Knight came out. Bro, that's too long ago. That doesn't count. That's no, wait. In the last 5 years. In the last 5 years. I'm still eating my ice cream. It's here. I'll pace myself. I don't eat a lot of ice cream, so it's pretty yummy. Okay, cooldowns. Wait, who's this guy? Oh, he wants the laborers in an expo. He's definitely not. We're not fighting this. Like, I'm not gonna pad. You can build some freezing stacks on this, which I do think is a min-max that I'm trying to do on Mage more. Of like, as I'm walking in, because I realize that it is worth building the freezing. Line of sight. Unfortunate. Please don't kite out of my blizzard. Please don't kite out of my blizzard. I put the blizzard down a little early. And then here, boom, boom, boom. And then 1, 2, 3. Oh, I got aggroed. The whole being bench nonsense is that I also don't do bench. If I'm not good enough, then you need to get yourself another raider. True. I do think the bench system is super weird. We're not NBA players. Well, okay. Rating. How do I say this? Let me think about this take for a second, because I don't want to be weird about it. All right, basically this, okay? One of the problems with rating right now is the fact that way more people think they're in the race to world first than they actually are. When you play basketball at your local club, there might be a little bit of a ranking system. Like, you might be better than the dads next door, because you're the dads from down west, and they're the dads from the east side, and so you're better than them. That's fine, but you don't really compare yourself to the NBA. Well, at least you're not supposed to, right? Like, that would be not smart, because you're not a professional player. The thing with gaming is that it's a little bit harder to realize sometimes, I think, for people, that they are not professional players. I don't really know how to explain this properly, but there is something to be said about the fact that ever since information became accessible from the Race to World First or from streams or whatever, way too many people think that that's them. And it isn't. But do you know what I mean by that? So, like, for example, how come you have a bench as a guild, but you're, like, not even really competitively Hall of Fame? That's a weird thing. Like, I don't... That's, like, one of those perspectives that just kind of makes me puzzle my head a little bit, because it's a game, and you're expecting people to show up to play the game, but you're benching them. And it's like, that's a very professional thing to do. I guess it's just maybe a roster boss issue. Like, maybe it's just like, hey, like, we can't Mythic Raid if we don't have 20 people, so we have to have somebody on the bench. There really isn't a choice. Potentially it's that. Maybe that's just the reason. It's just straight up you need 20 people, and there is a reality where, because it's a game and people don't take it so seriously, right? Like, you kind of do need people to show up, because worst case scenario, they don't, and you can't do the raid. But that's a design problem. Like, if that's actually true, and you basically are like, look, we can't play the game unless 20 people show up, and people don't really care about showing up, so now all of a sudden, it's very likely that you don't have everyone show up. You don't want to compete but mind doing raid. I feel like you just have, in a functioning guild, it should just be that you have people who are kind of gaming, like they're logged on, and then if you need them, you just whisper them, and you're like, "Can you show up to raid?" And they're like, "Yeah, no problem." They're just like doing keys or questing or achievement hunting or something like that. But I do feel like that is a game design problem. It doesn't have to be 10 or 20, because remember, if you have 10 people in a raid team, it's the same problem. Because you'll have 10 people who are supposed to show up, and then 9 people do, and then what do you say? You say, well, can't do it. A weird perspective. So maybe, oh, I have time for ice cream. Go, 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 go. Yes. Don't pull anything. Wait, is he going to a pull? Oh, shit. Damn it. I thought we were going boss. My DPS. Uh-oh. I was trying to eat ice cream. All I want to do is eat my ice cream. It's there in front of me. I don't buy myself premium ice cream very much. It's actually a treat. I defensive. It's a treat for me to have premium ice cream, man. This isn't a normal thing. I don't care if it's Race the World first. Replacing me would be feeling kind of benched. Even if you're playing at a certain level, you gotta be very confident in your ability. When the Midnight add-on changes were announced, somebody told me that Warcraft logs were going away. One of the things I heard, this isn't true, by the way. Warcraft logs are absolutely not going away. They are still very much a thing. But I was told that they would be. I was pretty happy about this. I thought, man, I think this will be great for the game, actually. I genuinely think this will be really good for the game if like logs are not a thing. Because way too many people, in my perspective, are comparing themselves when they shouldn't be comparing themselves. So I actually thought it would be good for the game if that happens. I was immediately told that's because I'm a Mythic Plus player, and that you need logs to raid. I found this perspective to be weird, but it was nonetheless what everyone was saying. I heard from a bunch of people when I made that take, that's because you're a Mythic Pluser. You need Warcraft logs to raid. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, well, you have to. Well, how else are you going to raid? Like, but playing the game. It's interesting. I thought that perspective was almost fascinating and kind of revealing.
What does my eagle spy with her shiny eyes? A trespasser, an interloper. But you won't
delicious.
take my prey from
People start playing all the time. Being a bencher is a way to get into the core raid group in time. That's fair. There are substitutes. I mean, it happens a lot in like the NFL. I like American football. All right, American football enjoyer. So a lot of times people get injured, and very often by the end of a season, you have your second and third string guys in there. They're technically on the bench, but they absolutely get to play because people will get injured, so you do need a bench. I definitely think that happens a lot. My experience with raiding is I've never been in like a super crazy competitive Hall of Fame guild. So it's possible that my experience is just lacking. But in my perspective, the roster boss is the hardest thing to fight. It is by far the hardest part of raiding is fighting the roster boss. It seems to me that more than finding skill parity, like more than anything else, more than actually doing the bosses, it's just like there's always that one dude who's supposed to be there and isn't. And it's just like for some reason you spend so much time and energy just trying to get enough people there. It's like the one thing that you always worry about. Will we have enough people for this raid night? I don't think I've ever been in a guild where that wasn't a concern. Supposedly it isn't. In some, like if you're in a very competitive guild, I actually find like people are applying constantly. So it's actually hard to get in, and maybe you would bench for that team because you're so excited about being there that it's now, do you know what I mean? Well, now all of a sudden it's like, well, of course, not only am I going to be here, but I'm going to like being here. I want to be here. That's the difference. A lot of times I'm playing and it's like people are like, I could be here. I got into my current group as a substitute. When I got there was always somebody missing raid. Should have stacked for that trap, my bad. Because you proved yourself to be good. How, like, is your guild ranked? Are you guys, like, what is it? Are you guys Hall of Fame? Like high up in Hall of Fame? I think at the end of the day, I just have a different mentality about the game. And my mentality doesn't work well for raiding. I actually think that at the end of the day, I'm just not a raider. I'm a key player. I kind of want a little bit more flexibility with my schedule. I want to be able to log in and play when I want. I guess if I have a group for Mythic Plus, I'm going to have the same problems. Okay, I'm holding Ray, but I won't hold anything else because we need to kill the boss. Okay, we're going to have to fight this guy again. That's fine. I have ice cream in front of me. But for sure, when it comes to raiding, I gotta ask other people's opinion. I find my mentality to be very different than other people. Not like a little bit different, but like quite a bit different. You wanted a Czech-Slovak guild. There's not a lot of those. Yeah, fair enough. So my problem, for example, would be that I need a guild that can raid on my time. And that's hard to find. How does tanking feel in Midnight compared? I made an entire video about this. I'm actually a little worried about the state of tanking in Midnight, to be honest. I think that it will have some problems. Oh, I'm eating ice cream between the key. My DPS will go down. But my whole will be happy. How are we going? Yeah. But I think... Let me ask you a question. If you're listening to WoW content, and you're talking about raiding, who are you listening to? Where do you get your information? Because I'm thinking about this. And I think that most people, when they raid in World of Warcraft, if they're talking about what does recruitment look like, yeah, Max, Tettles, who else? Who else are you listening to? Max, Tettles, who else talks about raiding that you might listen to? Give me a few other people. Yeah? No, who, like, where are you getting your information today? Like, watching content. When people talk about raiding, I find that it's, like, with Mythic Plus, there's actually a ton of creators who will make, like, a tier list or make, like, a video or whatever, and they have different perspectives. Like, there are some people who do it, and they're 3.3k rating. They're not necessarily completely uber, title players, although that is a problem. But with raiding, bro, I never hear takes from casual raiders. I only ever hear people talk about raiding as if it was the end-all, be-all, end-game. Like, for example, it's weird to me... Oh, I can invis this, right? It's weird to me when Max talks about raiding, because he talks about it as... He's actively like, well, Mythic Plus... I don't care about Mythic Plus. Sometimes I log in to do some keys. But obviously, his perspective on raiding is going to be dramatically different than my perspective on raiding, right? I totally blinked too close to that. I feel like raiding is very misrepresented. When you hear... I remember there was an entire bench episode where they spent like 45 minutes talking about how Mythic Dementius has a damage down, that you have to hold damage, and that's so bad when you have to hold damage. And I'm like, I don't think that that is an experience a lot of people can relate to. Or they talked about, like, Mythic Forge Weaver is so bad because... only 3 guilds killed it, and there was a bunch of guilds that couldn't fight it. And I'm like, when you say a bunch of guilds, you talk as if that's everybody in the game. That's a very specific population. Like, that's not everybody in the game. That's pretty low amounts of people in the game, probably. Yeah, but their perspective on raiding, and they're like, when they talk about trialing... so one of the things that I was thinking about is I have thought about what it is to trial in Mythic Raid. And their perspective on what that means is completely different. Like, the average person is going to go through a very different trial process than what they will go through. Because if Teddles wants to trial in a guild, he's Teddles. He's not going to have a hard time finding it. Right? You would imagine. Like, if he wants those, so when he talks about jumping guild, he's like, oh, I didn't want to raid for a while. Absolutely fair. And then he goes to raid again. He's not going to have a hard time. There's no toxic process for him to find a guild. Everybody, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, happy to have you. So when you have a pedigree and you have a reputation already, it's, you know, no. You know, I'm not. That's not me flaming him in any way, shape, or form. Because whatever you think of Teddles himself, he's a gamer and he plays WoW, and he's been playing WoW and he's been making WoW content for a very long time. No, he's not. He is not bad. I have never personally played with him, but almost everybody in his position is actually a very good gamer. They might have takes that are not representative. To be fair, I find that to be very common. So I can spell seal one. No. I'm not hating on Teddles, but I was talking about. I remember we were talking about trialing raid, and in particular, I remember a bench episode where he was like, I wasn't raiding for a while, and I wanted to get back into raiding, so I just hit up Might, and I was like, yo, can I raid again? And I found this other guild or whatever. I don't remember the exact context. And I was like, I don't think that's most people's experience, because most people are like really going to have a hard time finding the right guild for them. And it's not easy to find your home for mythic raiding. Very, very difficult, in fact. There's a whole bunch of toxic processes that you have to go through because trial culture is a little bit off. And this is not from my own personal perspective, but mostly what I've heard from others. And the reason I clarify that is because I'm not a raider, and I don't want to go through any of this. But yeah, never hate on people. Like, anybody who's been making WoW content for a long time, there's a reason they're making WoW content. And although I actually have never personally played with Teddles, I have personally played with many other people who have made content, and in general, they are all extremely good players. Nice. That seat was hard. I still think that key is... It was nerfed, but I wonder if it wasn't nerfed enough. Possibly. Unsure. I think it could be a really tough key for pugs. Might be like a toxic. Might be like the new Priory, kind of. Probably not as bad, because casts... They've done a good job with the casters. The first week of seat was way worse than this. I feel like the times people died... I'm trying to remember. Did I die in that key? Well, I had 700 ping at one point. The 700 ping was pretty impactful. The ping spike, that was tough to fight through. Yeah, I feel like we did pretty good. My Aflock didn't actually feel that bad, but the tank was pumping so hard. The tank was pumping so hard that one dude with a milk machine, he would be shy. You should have pumped harder into him, I agree. The good news about this is that my ice cream will be the perfect temperature after this key. Because I was so excited for it. And I was a little bit in like a treat yourself type mood today. Because I normally don't buy the premium ice cream. But today I was like, treat yourself. So I bought the premium ice cream. It's like $15 for this ice cream. That's a lot in Thailand. That's like you can buy a kilogram of steak for $15. Literally, you can buy a kilogram of steak, and instead I chose to buy 3 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. So it's a little bit of a treat yourself. No, it's perfect. It's still holding its shape right now. It's like this is going to be like the perfect texture at this point. Okay, holding cooldowns. Remember after Cat, everything was different in terms of how guilds approached. Like a whole community moved on in a perspective. Okay, around Kata, I think that a lot of classic people will say around Wrath of the Lich King, but it was around Kata that the game started changing, and the game really developed it in BFA. My timeline is a little bit off here because I didn't get to play most of Legion in BFA because I just moved to Thailand. But if I were to track it, I would say by Shadowlands it was already here. But somewhere along the line, the main thing that changed was that WoW became competitive. This wasn't the... I think that people forget. For a long time, WoW was not a competitive game. It was a prestige game, but it was not competitive. As in, you farmed for like 100 hours to get that thing, but it wasn't hard to do. It was just you farmed for 100 hours and got to show off that you had this cool mount or this cool item. And it was complete luck, but it wasn't hard. And although parses existed, like, people didn't really care. You wouldn't, when you joined the old school dungeon group, you'd just be like, you know how to do this? And half the time you didn't even ask that. You would just be like, all right, bet. And you would just sit through it, and somebody would be really bad, and you'd be like, all right. I'm serious, like, think about this. Like, way back in the day, you would just be like, okay. Like, you didn't care. You're just playing the game. That is so not true anymore. Right? Unbelievable difference. I remember to lost this time, don't worry. Yeah, but it didn't matter before. Hardcore kind of mattered because it was hardcore and you didn't want to die. But in a weird way... Okay, I did Blizzard here. I forgot I'm not supposed to Blizzard this boss. So here, I'm going to go through. We're going to drag that through. Just two. I wait. Uh-oh. Okay, I drag mine now. We have res. Nice. No Blizzard. I will not Blizzard this boss. WoW players are a dying breed. Pompa. First of all, Poompa. Do you like the line? Oh, I Blizzard. No, I can Blizzard here because the shades aren't going to come into this one. One Blizzard is okay on this. First of all, I wonder if you're right. Actually, now that you mention it, I think you might be right. And that concerns me, and also I want to talk about how to solve it. How do you solve the fact that you might be correct? What if WoW players are a dying breed? What would you do to solve that? Okay, if I get full health here, I can alter time. Otherwise, I have to hold the altar. Pump me up, holy pally. Pump me up, holy pally. Nice, good. Uh-oh. No, I think that that's why I've been making a lot of these videos. Yesterday, I put out a video, and it was a clickbait title for sure. I thought about it for like a second, and I was like, should you quit World of Warcraft in 2026? That was the title of the video. First thing I thought of. I wasn't thinking a lot. I was busy that day. I had a lot of stuff going on, so I was just like, should you quit World of Warcraft in 2026? But really what it was is a conversation about how can we learn to appreciate the game more? Because actually the game's pretty good right now. So what would you do to appreciate the game even more than we do right now? And that is my question. Let me focus on this boss because we can time this key if we get through it. But I don't think we have another res. I don't think there is Arbring. I think that gaming... I think you're right, but it bothers me that you're right. Because I don't think that's good. What's up? Is Ark on the website? If you can contextualize the information, then yes. If you cannot contextualize the information, then absolutely not. That altar time was fucking badass. That was a mage moment. That altar time was like... Ooh, that was good. I agree with you, Licht. I think that's a big problem, actually, is that we're way better than we used to be. I actually think it's a problem. No joke, I really do think it's a problem. Like, we're significantly better than we used to be. And it's harder for them to challenge. It's harder for them to challenge us because it used to be so easy for them to challenge us because we all played the game for fun. So you know what they would do? They would just be like, here's a dungeon, simple mechanic, and everybody would be like, solid, great dungeon. And now what they have to do is they have to say, here's, by the way, 5 mechanics, because the people who are really skilled will be like, no problem. But then there are still people who play the game the way they did in Classic. So there's a giant parity. It's very difficult for them to design the game at this point. Okay. So we're going to collide here, ice cold. Good. This one, no altar yet, probably. I'm going to trinket and just do everything we can to get through this boss. No, I shouldn't trinket. We got it. Nice, good job. 5 minutes? Unsure if we can time it, though. Hard but fair content. I do not envy them at all. Dude, unbelievably hard, yeah. I could not imagine trying to be a game designer at Blizzard. I mean, to be fair, though, I'm not a game designer. And my only argument against this is the fact that they're a multi-billion-dollar company or whatever it is. They can make the content. Like, I can't figure it out, but that's because I'm some random dude sitting in his room in Thailand. I'm not supposed to be the one to figure it out. However, they are. That's literally their job. So, I have a small issue with just saying, wow, it must be impossible to balance this game. It actually probably isn't. But I'm not smart enough to do it. And I accept that. Because I'm not a game designer. I think I can try to get out of my own perspective and think, well, this is how other people might think about this, but fuck it, I don't know. I'm getting older, right? Like, I can tell that I'm getting older. There are so many signs that I'm starting to become a little bit more of an uncle than like a twink. And one of them is that I was at the store yesterday, buying some stuff for the house, and I realized all of a sudden that I was like, I saw this one banner for like strawberry ice cream, and I was like, ooh, and I went directly to the strawberry ice cream, and I was like, wait a second, did they just get me? I was like, they totally did. And then on top of the fact that I got baited by this advertisement, right? There was a chair in the store, and I was just like, I'm gonna sit down, and that chair looks really comfy. So I was just sitting down in the chair while we were shopping. And I just let Katie do the shopping, and I was like, holy fuck, this is real uncle energy right here. Because it looked like it had really comfy lumbar support. And I was like, fuck yeah. It's like, I need a chair with lumbar support in my life. I was like, wait a second. Holy. I literally felt my knees and my joints age several years in this one trip to the store. It was pretty unbelievable. Leveling up jewel craft, I saw something. Yeah, sorry. So, if you are crafting on beta, just make sure you use the items. It's not. I don't know why they can't just give that to you, but it's weird. And gamers are less patient now. 100% they are Pumbaa. How do I pronounce your name? Because I say Pumbaa, like, because I like the Lion King, but I don't actually know if that's how I pronounce your name. Hey, look, Goose, I see you there on Kick. Don't go up yet. The healer's not here. Wait. Oh, I was typing. Don't go. The healer's not here yet. Wait. All right. Have fun. You're about to die. You gotta wait for the healer to get there. Okay, let me see. Old WoW veterans were older and endured boring content in today's standard. Yes. Very good point. Well, so think about exactly. I was about to make the argument with movies as well. We got Netflix back there. So just think about. All right, is this just me, or is your brain also completely cooked? Like, because my brain is fucking cooked. I know this too for a fact. I can't. Why is it like the things that used to please me? I require 3 times as much stimulus. And it's definitely the social, like, I wasn't on social media for a long time. And then I'm just, like, watching Instagram reels and doom scrolling all the time. But I don't read books anymore. There's no way I could read a book. It's not engaging content. It doesn't. I need, like, sliding pictures. Like, I need it to slide real fast, too. My brain is fried. I've actually been thinking a lot of, like, yo, in 2026, I've really got to get this back. Like, this is not healthy. Like, I'm actually bordering on unhealthy habits. It's really... I think it's a significant problem. I feel like we're super cooked. I think it's maybe not just social media, but it's certainly the world we live in is providing me with so much stimulus that my favorite video for self-soothing activities is no longer that good. I blink too fast. I'm sorry. I'll go kill this one. That's on me, then. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't hit the same way. It used to hit better. There used to be... that's the thing. It doesn't hit the same way anymore. Do 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 do. But I definitely don't think that's just me. Yeah, I have supernova for this one, and then you extend the last one here. It's called Getting Old. We're talking about books. No, we're talking about. Whoa, hold up. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. Wait, the last one. Last one. No, the damage buff.
Healer get last one.
The damage buff. Uh-oh. That's not good. I want to eat my ice cream now. This key might not have gone well, but at least I got mint chocolate chip. I got mint chocolate chip. Oh, reminder, by the way. So hopefully there's notes tomorrow. I do think I'll be around tomorrow, but then my dad is and my family is going to be in Thailand. So very possibly, just so you know, I will be streaming a lot less over the next week, give or take, because I'm very excited. I'm actually like omega excited, to be honest. It's very cool that my dad is actually flying out to see me. It's a long flight, you know. It's across the world. Not an easy flight. If you're not a traveler, it is not an easy flight. So I'm really kind of honored. Okay, so we alter time. Oh, Giga alter. Amazing. No, actually, not just my dad. It's also my aunt and my brother and everyone. There's spouses, there's this. So it's my stepmom, it's my aunt, her kids. It's like a whole family trip. Mm-hmm. It's a big family trip. No mom? Oh, my parents got divorced when I was younger. So my mom has flown out to see me, though. But I've seen my mom a lot. So over the course of me living in Thailand, my mom has actually flown out to see me a ton. And my dad, though, he's not a traveler. He's more like me. Yeah. So I've only seen my dad once over the last 8 years, which is pretty wild, you know? Okay, I'll just supernova that at the last second. Yeah, I've only seen my dad once. 8 years. I've seen him a single week when I visited LA. But he's not the sort of person who likes traveling, and I totally respect it, because neither do I. I'm a homebody. Yeah, because like, I mean, some people are not close with their parents, but I am. Like, I talk to my dad almost every day. It's pretty regular that I call him, but he's funny because he's a lot more masculine than I am, but it's cute because we've gotten a lot closer. Frostmage is really cool, right? I like Frostmage. I think the changes to it are actually good. Abuelita, I'll tell you in a second. But so my dad and I, when I call him, it's kind of like, yo. And he goes, yo. I'm like, sup? Not much. What'd you do today? Chill. Cool. See you tomorrow. Like, literally, like, that's our conversation. But we're really close. It's cool. But it's a routine. We actually talk to each other a lot. Yeah. He's playing me. Oh, sorry, man. I was actually going to tank and heal, but I keep finding groups that are. I have actually been DPSing most of today. I keep finding groups that have tank and healer. I don't mind tanking the next one. I have played more DPS than both of you. I didn't have a plan today because there's no notes. I'm waiting to try new things until the notes. So, do you want me to tank next? I'll tank on Pally. That's what I'd feel right now. I don't really want to play Guardian. You can take it. Let me see what So's. He might. I don't know if his friend is playing or not. They are speaking a language I cannot understand. Abuelita. So, Frostmage has some good changes. I like personally what they've done to Frostmage. In particular, one of the best things is cooldown flexibility, because you're not trying to extend Icy Vein. You don't have this Icy Vein gameplay. Icy Vein's out. Way more power baked into Ray of Frost. But Ray of Frost has 2 charges. So I don't feel like you're as spammy, but I can choose whether to hold my cooldowns for one particular pack. If I want to have big burst, I can send everything on that pack. Trinket, combat potion, both charges of Ray. I could spread my charges of Ray. I could say for this moment here, I want it there or whatever, right? So I have a few options. You do more? Yeah. Want me to tank Pally or DPS Rio? So don't ignore this because that key didn't go very well, but I should have been out DPSing this mage, this Shadow Priest by far. Any you want? Should I play tank actually? I could play tank. I would play... The thing is we have a paladin healer, so it's a little weird to double up on specs. Should I play Guardian? Oh man, I haven't played Guardian in a while. Considering abandoning Mage for Devour Demon Hunter and pre-patch, Devour is interesting, but you have to ask people if they like it. I've heard a lot of feedback that people don't really like Devour right now. I'm not sure, and not just by power level, because by power level it's very bad, although you expect them to buff it soon. Supposedly, we could play Guardian for a change of pace. If we're only doing 15s, it wouldn't, I mean, Guardian can live anything right now, though. Do you want to try it? It's not for me. Any spec that is extension-based is not for me because I have ping problems. I do not like specs that are ping-based. So, for example, you need to fit that 5th global into your window. I'm not a fan of those. I stopped trying to fit through people's windows a long time ago. Extension, yeah. So basically, like, anything that has, hey, you need a haste breakpoint to hit this many things. How does it work? I'm not the best person to ask because I'd be copying from other people, right? Oh, Pekko's here. Healer is swapping. I can tank. I guess I can just tank and play Pally, or I can heal. Or I heal. Let me know. I don't mind tanking or healing. I think I prefer to heal today, but I can lock in for a key if we want. I'll just fill. I know people say, oh, numbers don't matter. Numbers do matter, by the way. They do, because I don't want to play Guardian, because Prop Pally does so much more. Okay, we do. I just tank. Like just 15? Let's do the new dungeon. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw that. I definitely think AA. All right. Cool. AA 15. Okay. I don't have Brazil. Sorry. I can tank. I will tank 15 Algadar Academy. No problem. Actually, healing that key would be more fun. Okay. Oh, shit, my errands. Ah. Oh, man. Damn. I did say I was going to do it after the last key. I also said I would do it before that. I can't ignore it. House problems. It's still the funniest thing to me that they were like, your AC works if it turns on. Like, it doesn't cool the room. They're like, it doesn't matter. It turns on. Prop Pally or Guardian? I think Prop Pally will just blast. Okay, you have a new notification. You guys already know, but they added new dungeon for... Yeah, they added the previous ones and made some changes. Okay, let me read this here. Oh, shit. They sent the steak a few minutes ago. Switch to healer? Wait, why? Healer? For Frost and Retail, I take mostly pass and avoid some skills, so I'm probably not as powerful. So, Abuelita. In Midnight, that will be better. Just trust? Okay. What healer to play? I'm playing a healer. There's a Prez build, which will be giga fun. Let's play Prez. I believe that in midnight, you're going to have a better time because way more things are passive already. So, very possible that you will have a better time, though. Have you tried Rogue yet on beta? No, sorry, I have not. I have not. Oh, Illumnos is tanking. Okay. Hell, I thought you were going to come tank, though. Just had a bad key, but still timed it. Also, Soap, I have something to talk to you about. I had an idea. I was thinking about this, and I was like, I should ask you a question about this. No. I gotta text you. That has to do with big butts. I'll text you later. Yeah, I love big butts.
Need something.
Okay, so there is a build which plays through Nosdormu. Because apparently, this is kind of bugged right now. This will be super weird. But supposedly, the way this works right now is if you Nosdormu, it's 10 seconds off. That's definitely a bug. I don't think they're going to keep that. But what this should be is massive damage. However, that means you can drop Life Spark. Interesting. I have no idea how I'm going to feel about this build. I don't know how I'm going to feel about this at all. I don't think I'm going to like it. But it won't be a problem to heal, so... Where do I put this point? I mean, you could still play through Life Spark. You don't actually need Grace Period anymore if you play through this. But it's bugged right now for some reason. No reversion, huh? Alright, let's try it. God, I love ice cream. Okay, my ice cream's done. Which means... that should be fine. Hi, Ollie. Ollie, I've just finished a pint of mint chocolate chip ice cream. So I am vibing on life right now. I feel zen. The only problem with finishing the ice cream is that I have finished the ice cream. That is the main issue as of right now. Whew. Delicious. Very nice. Howie. Okay, I must respond to this. I have to respond to this right now. I have to read this again. So temperature settings. Yeah. I have to do errands. I don't like texting people. Air conditioner on the second floor be removed and kept in storage for now. Hold up. Oh wait, do you rent? Texting's hard. No, do you rent or do you own a house or do you live with your parents? Do you live with family or do you rent? We rent this house and the owner just doesn't want to fix some things that he should very clearly fix. It was written in the contract, but he's trying to fight us on paying for something. So I need to respond to it. I can't keep ignoring it because it needs to be done like today. Okay. What's No, see, that's the wrong way. I can't say it like that. You rent from family. That's pretty good. I has heels. Hello, hello. At the moment, I rent from like an actual, like we have this house and there's an AC upstairs, not working. Not working at all. But they're trying to fight me because they said that if it turns on, that means it works. Even though it doesn't cool the room. I know, I'm sorry. Give me a second. I need to respond to this because it's getting to the end of the workday here, so. Okay. I'd like to clarify this further. The repair more than the clearly states. The contract clearly states for any we why I've got to do this. Give me a second. Hey, Naya. Naya, I got your texts. I'm been so busy. I have to respond to this. I'm super annoyed by it. I want to play the game too, but if I start playing the game, I'm going to ignore this. Wait for rent. Move on. I'm very confused. Let me understand how it is our responsibility to fix a major issue with the house. Okay. Holy goddamn. So, we're in a weird position, man. Listen, I'm sorry. Very annoying house stuff. Sorry. Ready. Okay, I'm here. All right. Didn't want to fix. Big. Okay, all right, let's go. I'm playing with some people. I'm going to do big damage to this key. We're going to have a very fun key. That is the wrong trinket. Oh, no. Oh. Never mind. Totally forgot I was playing this. All good. Ha. Hello there, Ollie. All right, Ollie, favorite ice cream flavor? Go. Naya, favorite ice cream flavor? Beat him, bro. I had an ass problem now. Oh, man. So, like, I'm the type of person that I like working with people. Like, I just like talking to people like they're human beings. Like, I'm really, really, really not an angry, feisty person. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, some people are. Chocolate and strawberry. So if we just have somebody say vanilla, we'll have the whole trio. But, man, I'm not an angry person. Like, I really, really, really don't like fighting people on very nonsensical issues. It is not my favorite thing. That being said, it's pretty unreasonable that we have to do the things that we're doing right now for the house. Okay, so you Resonating Sphere again, then you another Fire Breath. Supposedly, this is what you're supposed to do. And then you Resonating Sphere again. Yeah, this build is broken. Because my damage is going to be insane. So then you just Resonating Sphere again, even with this mega lag. Bro, this is definitely getting fixed. Okay, so what I'm playing right now is absolutely a bugged version of Prez. There is no shot that this makes it to live. It's very interesting, but it's definitely not going to last. I have pretty high ping right now, too.
Wait,
That's gonna be fun.
There's too much life.
Where would we get a weapon and rings? PvP vendor. Are you Alliance Ninja or Horde?
There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is
Alliance. Okay, so in Stormwind, you know how I showed you the area to go? All you have to do is go to the right. There's a little goblin dude. Okay, goblin dude, PvP vendor. That's how you get rings. You can also craft them technically. You know what I discovered recently? Yeah, if you mix ice cream with ski... Oh, wait, what? I might have to double check what you're saying here. You have to be very careful of this ice cream slander. Craft in the beta? Yes, you can craft on beta. Here. So big fire breath. Use your life giver's flame. Another one. And then you could technically just TA and you get a bunch of these. This is a pretty fun build of friends. I don't know, man. Sometimes it's just fun when healers do big damn. Wait, kill the branch. Wait, Zephyr? Oh, I wasn't expecting to heal this like this. It's okay, we'll be okay. This is just the ultimate pad. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna call this, and I'm gonna go over here and just keep healing on. They're gonna get 2 stacks here, so now I need 2 Giga Heal. I do not have a second caught, but I can get a very well-timed Flame Breath. I external the Shadow Priest. I go here, boom, and then I'm gonna go VE here, probably rewind the next tick, like this, perfect. And then we get in here like this though, and here. Does it need to go in the fridge? Yes, that's steak. Absolutely, that's the steak. Thank you, kitty. Crafting in beta is not too bad, but it is effort. It's just effort. And deep breath. Perfect. Padding. Nice. Dispelling the tank. Another one. See if I can get another fire breath off. Font would actually go hard with this build. This is going to be a lot of fun. Now I understand how Mode was doing the damage he was doing. I understand. I bet you Mode was playing... Oh, that's because he was playing Nosdormu. There's a specific Prez talent that almost nobody enjoys except maybe Kigalion being the exception. Like, very few people play Nosdormu. But it is apparently just a little bit bugged on beta right now. It's giving extra CDR. That being said, I wouldn't mind if it stayed like this. It's pretty fun. It's basically big AoE pad damage build. And everybody likes doing pad AoE damage. Kitty, thoughts on what I sent to the group chat for the house issues that we're having? Thoughts? I mean, what else can we say? Honestly, listen, don't judge me too harshly on this. Can I be honest with you? Sometimes I wish that I had 5 million TikTok followers so that when I had a problem like a rent issue or something like this, that's clearly like we're in the right and they're in the wrong. Like, clearly this is one of those things. Sometimes I wish I could just be like, you know, I have 5 million TikTok followers, right? Like, you don't want to pick this battle. Sometimes I really wish that I could do this, though. They're absolutely going to. It's still worth a shot. We could try, but that's why I wish I could just be like, I'm just gonna tell all my... I could do it with an accent too, and then also wave the hand. I'm gonna add a hand and an accent, and I'm gonna let them know that I'm very upset about this. And I could just be like, I just want you to know that I'm telling everyone, all my 5 million followers, that you are doing this. It's such a bitch move, but honestly, it works. I unfortunately don't have 5 million followers on TikTok, so I can't use that strategy. It would be kind of cool, though, if I could. You know I haven't used this trinket once. I'm using the wrong trinkets for damage, but that's okay, though. You did that a little too well. No comment. Maybe I was a valley girl in a past life. Sometimes I think that. You know, I grew up blonde. I was blonde for the first, like, 5 years of my life. And then my genetics were just like, nope. So if we stasis, we get another fire breath here. The fire breaths are so fun with Lost Door move. You just don't do a lot of healing. Like, this build will probably do less healing, but... Yeah, I also want to buy a new beta builder at this point. We're all waiting for it. Yep. Evakuro's next build for sure, they buff Bear, right? Bear gets buffed, new build. So to clarify, I'm like blasting this pull. Holy shit, I'm almost, as a healer, I'm almost out DPSing the Devourer Demon Hunter. Wow. I think Devourer might be cooked. No more Devourer key. So this, by the way, when people are asking how Devourer is doing, Soz is playing it. Soz is a multi-classer. Like, he plays everything on beta, and he's like, no more Devourer key, please. He's even saying, he's like, I don't want to play this again. So it's either not just not tuned well, but it's apparently just not that fun. Which I think is way more interesting. Because he doesn't want to play it again. I'm going to change the music. I don't know what this is, but not the vibes that we're after. Super blonde. Nowadays I'm bald, and your beard is a mix between. So's in love? Nah, he did play Prot Warrior for a bit. He did for sure. I was playing with another Prot Warrior main today. But Prot Warriors are refusing to play Colossus. Colossus has massive aggro problems. But Thane, I don't know. Thane doesn't do this damage. No, not that it's really necessary. Tank damage and healer damage should not matter in keys. It does, but it shouldn't. Blonde hair and you white hair for some reason. I wonder what that is. Yeah, I was like super like Norwegian blonde when I was a kid. And then, I don't know. So the idea here is that I should be able to heal this just like this. Oh, no, I was wrong. So this is where I'm going to actually need to do HPS. So I need to VE each one of these. I can't just actually... So this is where this build gets a little bit different. And I don't think it actually works in actual HPS. So I can do this, right? And then I could rewind it even. And then here... Like, you can heal like this, but it's a totally different way to play Prez. I'm not a huge fan, man. Yes, everything is scaled when you get into a keystone, no matter what gear you have, crafted or not, no matter what your item level is before the key, everything is scaled, Delinius, when you play beta. No worries. So then I go VE, maybe even through the tank. This fire breath will be enough. This build is so bad. Like, it's kind of fun overall damage, but it's not actually good. Or just, I have to change my playstyle to the degree that I'm uncomfortable with. Because it's not working the way I want it to work right now. Because the big fire breaths, Life Giver's Flame is not something, and even as Chrono, it just, you can't really rely on it right now. I probably have to use the Apex talent better, most likely. That would be like the secret to success. Okay, does he do a shout or no? Yes to shout or no shout? I don't know. Oh. Ooh, I wasn't expecting that. I external? Wait, I have res. Do I? I don't have Soul Link. I don't have any. Anyone? I wasn't expecting. I thought I could save the heal for a second. Does anyone have res? I don't have.
Your
Whoops.
survival wasn't necessary.
Was there a bleed on you? Emergency. No, I don't have any on this character. I don't think you had a bleed on you, right? That was just melee damage. There was no bleed, right? Right? Just melee? Just melee? I didn't see a bleed, otherwise I would have healed you. My bad. No, I know it leaves a bleed, but I don't think there was a bleed at that death moment. Oh, got a massive lag spike. He dropped shield. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Yeah, I was gonna say. He lagged out. That makes way more sense. Oh, that's me spell overall. Do you wanna restart for 16 or just keep going? Hey, Farlow. What's up, dude? I feel like I recognized your name before. We can restart if we want. Alright, restart it is. This Prez build is blasting, but in actual HPS, I could heal the rest of the key, no problem. I'm not going to struggle with it, but it's not going to do that good. Yo, I'll show you where the rings in PvP and how to craft on beta if you want. And I can change my trinket too, that would help a lot. I've got this penguin. So this guy here, this is the PvP vendor. This goblin dude. And then, when you craft, you just go over this guy. You have to level your crafting like this and do it. I think I have jewel crafting made right now. Boom. Do I have a primer set, Jebin? Ooh, I do. Okay, so the difference of trinkets would be, if I'm trying to do max damage for fun, what's the healer damage trinket again? Foundation's partner is also equipped with a keepsake. Oh, wait. This is what's the trinket from the council boss in Dragonflight? Our Pip's friendship badge. Party members equipped with a keepsake of their lowest secondary stat. It's yeah, I see this. Increasing your mastery. I don't want mastery. I want damage trinket. Okay. Lower, bombard your target. Physical damage. Your harmful spells and range abilities. County alert and giving you all secondary stats. You become horrified for 5 seconds. What? You're this one. That's a good trinket. Okay, the Librum. Let's try a few other healing trinkets. I haven't tried them yet. Your damaging spells have a chance to... Okay. Your healing spells and abilities have a chance of leaping to your target, healing them. It's just a healing trinket. Heart of the Wind is just haste. There's another trinket that I've seen people use. I'm just not sure which one it is. Increase your critical strike by blank. Every time you're non-pierced, like, bet. I'll just do this. On-use trinket. That's fine.
Hey, how you doing?
Which one will be your main? I don't know. I actually am not sure right now. I've been enjoying healing a lot, but I don't know if I would actually heal a legitimate season. I don't know if I would or would not, to be honest. On one hand, I could see it happening. On the other hand, healers still have as much responsibility as tanks. So, unsure at the end of the day. I'm not positive that I know what I'm playing yet. I would wait. There's going to be a massive tuning pass, and remember that every time there's been a tuning pass thus far, things have changed dramatically and sincerely, like a lot. Like people, a lot of things change. So we take this off and we use this one. I'm sorry, I could have healed you, but I didn't realize you had lagged out. So we want to go big crit build here. I think that font is better than double flow state because you can get big fire breaths. Yeah, in a weird way, this key only. I don't know, maybe because you don't have Life Force Mender in the same way. So this is 6 seconds. Maybe for like first pull only. Okay, let's do it. Did I combat log? I hope so.
Void beckons us onward.
too.
Face it. Leave your sanity behind.
Do, do, do. Do, do. I'm enjoying my ice cream high. I'm realizing I'm like sitting here. I'm like,
How wonderful.
I watch this first pull. This is about to be insane. We're about to do so much damage. I'll literally put my DPS frame right in the middle of my screen.
We were away.
And I also forgot to reset.
Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
It is not ready yet.
Ha! Okay. I could have done a little bit more damage, to be honest, but I'll take 200k. My question for you is, who is the tank here? My question for you on this first pull of this dungeon is, who exactly is the tank? I'd like you to tell me who the tank is.
There is too much nature. What are you doing?
I could have done even more, too.
This is your fault.
I had to move for the dot. And I was delayed in starting a little bit, so I could have done a little better. I love playing with a Devourer Demon Hunter because it means that I get to do way more pad damage. That's one of my favorite things about playing with Devourer right now, is that because they do no damage, I get to do significantly more. You know? It's one of the best parts, I swear. That's the thing, when you play with target cap specs in Mythic Plus, you as a tank and healer get to pad so significantly. So it's great. I love playing with target cap specs. So watch this. This is going to be Giga right here. I can't quite get the deep breath off. Man, we killed it so fast I didn't even get to do a lot of damage. I got you. Watch the tank for a second. I don't want to ignore tank healing just because I'm trying to pad. Remember, that is such a troll thing to do right now. If you actually ignore your tank because you're trying to pad, it's like very troll. Your healer, even though I'm min-maxing my DPS a lot right now, you don't do that much damage. So it really is not worth min-maxing your damage as a healer. I think it's omega troll. Like, let me external my tank here and just make sure that he knows that I got him. But what we can do is get 2 fire breaths, most likely, off on the next thing. Okay, so right here, I have scale, so I live. Boom. Stasis. Life Giver's Flame first, and then another fire breath. And I can get 2 off on this window, and just pad damage. Yep. It is kind of fun. I know it's not going to last, but it is kind of fun. So here we can just use this trinket. It's a 3-minute cooldown, but it still works. No reason to hold it, I don't think. Maybe if my DPS are really nice, they'll let me get one more ad phase to blast here. Nope, boss dead. What's this trinket do again? Increases your critical strike by blank for 20 seconds. Every time when none deals a critical strike, bonus reduced by 203. So basically,
Too far away.
I'm coming for him. I'm doing big damn here. Let's put this on overall. Oh, that is overall. Damn. Even though I'm literally playing to greed my damage, I still can't top the meat. Like, I can't do that much damage as a healer. And this is me, like, fighting pretty hard for it. How do I tell what this Libram is doing? How do I just brand your target? So it's a pretty low proc rate to brand the target, apparently. I'm not playing Life Spark. I think I dropped it. Yeah, I am. So I don't have to hold reversion on the party whatsoever. I don't think that a lot of healers in WoW really actually like reading their damage. Some people do. Okay, this one, combat potion, this and this. No trinket, but that's fine.
I cannot drink more at this time.
Got him. Got him. Healer damage for the win. I managed to clip that. What's up, Rish? I'm playing a build because it's a 15 Algathar. It's not exactly the hardest key. I'm trying to do like min-max healer damage a little bit. There's a build for Prez right now which does very little healing, but does do a lot of damage. So I think you as a Mistweaver can relate to this. Like, it is fun to do big numbers as a healer. It's maybe not the end-all be-all, and I know a lot of people prefer to just chill, but it's kind of fun. Hey, Rish. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. So you just keep pots on your tank. Like, you have perma Dream Breath. But it is fun. So we'll put this as current, and this one should be overall. Like, maintaining 50k is very decent, although it is entirely AoE pad. Oh, I don't even get to hit this. Make sure your tank doesn't evaporate, though. I was just setting over 70k? Wait, what were you... Wait, 70k DPS as a Resto Shaman? Playing what? What build were you playing on Resto Shaman that did that much damage? I feel like even if you literally only cast Chain Lightning, you won't do that much damage. Was it like a Farseer build or something like that? Like, how were you doing that much? The normal Farseer, but you were just casting Chain. 70k is a lot. So again, the problem with this Prez build is that actually it does not nothing, but very little in the way of actual healing. So you would have to greed this Fire Breath, and then Life Giver's Flame this one back up. And then no reversion here, though. I do still heal. Like, to be fair, I would say that that build for Resto Shaman really makes your group fight for it. That bleed is still bugged. So what you would do here is rewind this one, probably. And then you just Fire Breath. And then Stasis this one. You could still... It's weird to not actually be prioritizing my reversion at all. And you could still Echo, 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 VE, but it's technically a DPS loss to do that. And then you would just VE to this target. Apex Talon. Okay. And also, this build does no single target. It is all AoE pad. How do I get my eyebrows? Bro, I don't know. My mom, every time I call her on the phone, she's like, you gotta cut your eyebrows. I'm like, what do you mean cut my eyebrows? How do I cut my eyebrows? And I've always wanted one of the, I want the Jason Momoa eyebrows. You know what I'm talking about? Like, he has like the cut in the middle of his eyebrow. That's what I want. That's so badass. I don't know. I've always wanted like my face. I blame media growing up, but I've always wanted my face to be like horribly scarred. I think that the most badass, like, look is, like, when you have, like, scars all over your body. My eyebrows are arched. That's just my general sass levels. There's nothing special about that. I think it's just because it's just my general attitude toward life. What? Okay, so go through the Shadow Priest here with this VE. Bam, and then go here like this. What's up, G's? Yo, G's, what are you playing in World of Warcraft? Tank, healer, DPS? Are you a filthy patter? That's what most people do. They're filthy patters. A druid? That's fair. I don't think that there's not like anything. A lot of classes in WoW do have Ooh. A lot of classes in WoW do have personality traits, but I don't feel like druid is one of them. I think that the druid is too varied because like there's like definitely like a holy priest has like this type of mentality, right? But I don't feel like druid does. I wouldn't say that. Nah. The only weird thing about druid G's is the fact that because I'm a guardian main, yeah, when people meet me in real life, they don't realize that I am in fact a bear main. It's a little weird for them because they're like, wow, you're such an, well, I used to be a twink, but now I'm 28 now, so I'm old. So they're like, wow, you're such an otter. And I'm like, no, I'm a bear. And they're like, what? That doesn't make sense. I'm like, it does. You just don't play WoW. So don't talk to me like that. No, I wouldn't. I think it's pretty hard to put me in any box. I feel like if you try to put me into a box, you're probably going to fail. I like to think of myself as pretty unique. Okay, hold up. This is going to be actually a hard healing pull. 1 second. I have to get a cast off here. Life Giver's Flame 1. Good. I feel old. It's a gay community reference. A bear is a how would you describe the differences to somebody who doesn't know? I would say I'm very unique, but how would you describe? There's basically like, so the gay community can be very aesthetically based, and bear is basically a, let's call it, bigger fat guy. Not fat, just large. Like a larger man with a lot of hair. Not always hair, to be fair, but normally. Whereas a twink is like, think Edward from Twilight. AA is actually a good key, but there is a problem with AA, which is just that the difficulty is not linear with it. So, for example, there are some instances where it's so easy that people fall asleep, and then the end of the key, you can't just, like, fall asleep with it. Because it's not actually easy to play the end of the key. But the beginning part of the key is super easy, though. Nah, Vex is not too bad, though. Well, the thing is, when you describe it like that, geez, that's just everyone. That's not particular to any sort of community. That just seems like... yeah, it just seems normal. Trust me, that happens all over. That is not particular, trust me. Also, leader... okay, let me put it this way. You know the song we're listening to right now? If you listen to this song growing up, it's a very strong chance that that was you anyways. Regardless of your orientation. It just basically means that you like My Chemical Romance. And maybe your jeans are a little bit more ripped than they should be, because it's what the cool kids do. You would not be able to put me into a box. Ask anybody who's been here on my stream for long enough, and I am unbox worthy. Yeah. Trust me, I wish that I was less unique. My life would be significantly better, I think, if I was just not as weird as I am. I really think that. I really think that, actually. Because, like, I just can't help but do things my own way. I always do things my own way. And it's really hard for me to, like, fit into to a thing. Like, I know weird is good, but at the same time, there's a limit to how good it is. No, like I'm, you know what I mean? Like a cardboard one. I'm not a cat. I'm much more of a dog person. Oh. Have you not done AA yet?
You had lasted a little longer.
You can do that if you have big cooldowns, but they do magic damage. If you haven't done it yet, though. That are so difficult. Well, the problem is I'm not on Grinder. I like the newer dungeons in beta much more than these 4 returning ones. Skyreach is tough. This one's fine. No, I live in Thailand. I live in Thailand. Now, how do you find men? That's the key, geez. I don't. How do you live there? I make sure to eat like 4,000 calories a day, because otherwise I wither away. So first thing probably is the caloric requirement just to survive. I water myself by drinking electrolytes. That's important as well. And in terms of how else I live here, I make enough money to pay for the basic necessities. I have a home. I'm not homeless. That's good, though. No, I moved here. Yeah. But in terms of just, like, how I live, I think that's important. I really hope that some people who are used to my stream are listening to this right now. I really hope that some people are listening. This is like, I'm having a fantastic time. Who's lurking? All right, this is just a quick check. I really don't do this, but as of right now, all right, Cap, good, Cap's here. So it's just like someone's here, right? Like
You had lasted a little longer.
I'm just like, because I'm normally not like this sassy, but I just can't help myself. Sometimes I'm just sort of like, it's just what I'm just having a day. Listen. Thank you. All right, cool. Hey, Kitty, I just read the group chat text. That's nice. I'm always playing while listening. I occasionally, yeah, no, of course. I always, if I'm lurking in somebody's stream, I'm normally just lurking there though. When's Alejandro? Yo, what's up? Thanks. Hey, Basketball Clips. Been watching a ton of your content. Much respect. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I was thinking about this. Like, I only started making stuff in 2025. It's been a year now. Drop screenshot in Discord and check it out. Yeah, sure. Do we have spots who just, what's happening? Are we swapping or are we doing new key? I can play something other than Prez as well. The damage is fun, but otherwise, not sure though. Hold up. I make sure my screen share is not on. Jeez, I apologize for using you as content. You're asking fair questions. You can figure out a way to move to Thailand, but you want to make sure you do it properly. There are agencies that you can go through and stuff like this, though. Wow. I actually wouldn't have assumed that Farseer does that much. I've been playing Totemic in all my keys. It doesn't do no damage, but doesn't do a ton either, though. Let me see what we have available. We have So's here. Do we have free spot, or are we full? I don't know if somebody's swapping. Can do Skyreach. I did Skyreach earlier. Third boss Tank Buster is bugged. I can play doing 90% of your HP. That would explain that, though. Thai food is good sometimes. Did you get some? I wish you were more like healthy days and love. Oh, thank you, Spanky. To you as well. Is healing slow? No. Not at all. I just can't. If I'm playing this build, I could play the normal Prez build, just do a little less damage. Absolutely fine. But I think that the tank, you know, I'm telling Levy. So I think it's much more than that, geez. But yes, you can. Timer might get adjusted. Probably, though, yeah. I didn't test so much scene. But yeah, of course. So let me play a healer that can really support you then. I swap. Let me play Resto Druid. I haven't played Resto Druid in a long time. Let me play something like Resto Druid. And then we can just blast keys. Resto Druid is super sleeper right now. One thing that's underrated for World of Warcraft at the moment is the fact that there are some healers that make tanks feel very safe. And there are some healers that make tanks have to fight for their life. And as a tank player, I can tell you exactly which ones are which. Just because of the nature of incidental healing, the nature of a few things. Where some healers just don't really have maintenance hots. Other healers have to actively choose to heal the tank. And a variety of other factors. But there are just some healers that are... Prez is kind of... Actually, well, to be fair, Prez is not bad at healing tanks, but in order to heal them successfully, you have to let them take damage. Whereas Resto Druid, I can just carry. I'm a variety. That's true, Kato. I absolutely am. It's good that you know that. Yo, what's up, Lucas? I don't know which tank will be my main just yet, to be honest. Druid is very cozy right now and still very powerful. I will just swap my set around and maybe play some different trinkets. Yeah, I don't chill that much on Resto Druid because I don't like it, believe it or not. In general, I don't love playing Resto Druid. Prez not hard, just depressing. Yeah, I think that Prez is actually really good right now. It's not that cheap, geez. It's good, but it's not that cheap. It's just good right now. I think we're in queue. Hold up. I suggest invite. Let me get you right now. I got you, Rish. I got you. Hold up, but can you heal? Hold up. I will tell them. I told them. I got DPS. Rish, go DPS. Whatever you want. How's Blood looking? Blood's EK. How would you suggest I pick a main for Midnight? Okay. We can have that conversation. How would you pick a main for Midnight? The answer is it totally depends on what your goals are, what you're looking forward to, how you want to play the game. So we have to ask some questions. It's kind of like playing, for example, you DPS. I want to heal. It is, for example, like when people say, how should I eat? Well, what are your goals? Are you trying to lose weight? Are you trying to gain weight? Do you want to improve this? Or like, what are your goals is the main question. So what are your goals for WoW? 3,600, 3,700. Fair enough. So do you have a group to play with? Nothing high end, like AOTC, Mythic, and normal pace, 3K. Okay. Zandalorian, in which case, I would not worry too much about meta pressure. The meta perception will affect the 3K 100%. 100%. However, ultimately for 3K, you should play what you're going to have the most fun with, especially if you are okay with taking a little bit of time to get there. Then you could really take your time, okay? Which dungeon? We said Skyreach, right? Seat. Oh, Seat, okay. Seat of the Triumvirate, let's go. I'll play DK. So, the next question is, what do you enjoy the most right now? At the moment, when you play WoW, what do you enjoy the most? To make it less stressful, play them all. Well, hold up. Before you just say play them all or whatever, is Druid good on beta, Feral, or Guardian? Feral is Omega bugged and problematic. I will answer that one. That one I can answer specifically. Feral is going to have problems. I think you might see a little bit of a rework to them, or potentially they fix Feral. They went too far with Feral. Feral is not great at the moment. Yes. I've been Druid main for a long time. I no longer vibe with any of the 4 specs. Kind of like Hunter now. Okay. Hunter, one of the specs of Hunter will probably be decent. The Hunter's mark got reworked. I think Hunter's actually going to feel a little better with the reworks and the changes to how DPS are working. So Hunter will probably be a good choice if you don't mind swapping around. But I think that the biggest thing is, are you okay with being a solo DPS queue time? Because for 3K and some casual content, it is way better to have played a tank or a healer if you can. You can totally play DPS, but you might have to make your own keys a little bit. Even at that level, unfortunately, it does matter a lot. Rock. Feral got nuked a little bit too much. So I think that, unfortunately, Feral, I do think they're going to take a look at it because it doesn't do anything right now. And Kato, yes. That's what I did. I actually looked up a healer tier list, found Jax, and I started playing the worst healers for fun. You're a Pharaoh main. Okay, so Rock, if you're a Pharaoh main, let me talk to you. Here's what's up. Let me check my talents real quick, though. Been one since Mop. Blood Talons is removed. Snapshot is removed. So right now, you just Brutal Slash. There's no interactions with bleeds except for Tiger's Fury. So you Tiger's Fury, and you just do rip, and that's it. There's no amps or this or whatever, so Feral just feels like a worse... Oh, right, no Brutal Slash. You just shred, I'm pretty sure. The new Apex talent had cool class fantasy. I haven't played Feral myself, but talking to Kovu and a lot of other Feral mains, yeah. Yep. So Feral just feels like a worst melee DPS. It's a melee DPS that is not as good as other melee DPS. It has Mark of the Wild, so that's cool. Mark of the Wild's pretty good. But it's really just weird right now, if that makes sense. Boy, I haven't played Druid in fucking forever. Hold up. Wait a second. Let me external my tank here so he lives to gather. You just go here, Swift Mend like this, and then you just... It's so weird to not have spammable healing. Like, it's... You could do way more than this. I'm playing Wrestler Druid right now. Wrestler Druid has, like, the most giga HPS out of any healer at the moment. And it's spammable HPS, too, so I'm never going to run out of HPS. You could just do whatever you want. Yeah, okay. Reset. You can do 2 or 3 even if you want. 2 at least. If I play Resto Druid, make me work. If I play Resto Druid, this is the best healer on beta. If I'm gonna play it, let me at least heal some damage. Is Rake doing good damage? Was good to spread it? I don't know. Specifically, Rock, I don't know. All I know is I've played with a lot of Feral Druids, and they're all kind of upset about the state of Feral Druid. You know. But yes, Feral Druid basically is a huge flex, I bet. Kato, I'll give you a special flex. Are you ready for this? I'm going to flex something that you can't see. All right, watch this. Do you want... Question. Do you prefer... I want to show you something. I think this is cool if you've never seen me do this before. Okay, glute flex. Good. Here you go. Watch. So when I flex my arm, depending on the angle of the camera, if I know the camera's here, what I can do... Oh, we didn't reset. Let me use one out. Okay. Res me. This is stupid. Wait, hold up. What's happening? Okay, so watch this. So if I take my shoulder and I bring it away from the camera, and then I bring it back, and I flex my arm like this, I can make myself look a lot more like a twink. You see this? So see how my arm, I'm flexing it right now, but can you see the difference? So right now I look fit, I look lean, right? This is a modeling thing that I picked up a long time ago. Look at the difference between this, and now I'm going to make myself look way more masculine. Shoulder back, arm flexed, angle, line, but lean, versus shoulders forward, chest puffed, lats spread. The angle at which you take a photo is incredibly, it changes the dynamic of the photo a lot. Thank you. But I do think that's very interesting. A lot of people don't know how much angles and stuff matter. Oh, I'm lead. Oh, wait. Oh, why am I lead? Here, ready. Sorry. I realized I was lead. Pre-patch is like 14 days away. I've been specifically working my arms, though, the last few months. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build... I want to build the top part of my chest a little bit more. Do you have to make them? So, at the moment, you can come... There's some builds linked in my Discord, not for Feral or anything like that. I have a lot of builds linked in Discord at the moment, but you're right, Chris. That Brutal Slash was removed. I forgot about that. Nice job, Soap. 35 pounds is crazy. Yep, I love it. Ready? Rezone. Nice. Your advice worked hella good. Solid. Keep going with it. Yeah, you gotta be. Yeah, it's like the main thing. You have to find a way to do that. Because if you're ever like really, really, really hungry, then you'll lose. Well, it depends on what you like to eat. I feel like, so knowing where you live, I feel like what you could do is you could just go to. Hold up, wait, no. I'm filtering. I thought about it. There's no way I can say that. I was like, all right, nuance it, find a euphemism. Too obvious. I needed to be subtle with it, and I'm not always a subtle person. No, listen. Again, every time I've ever told you that I should filter my own thoughts, keep in mind, I am always right. I'm never wrong. 100% of the time that I say I should filter my own thoughts, I'm correct. This is, I'm I'm live on 3 platforms right now. I always pretend like basically stream is just one giant Discord call with my quote unquote friends, but at the same time, you gotta remember I don't know exactly who's here. I'm looking at all the Insta reels. Don't worry, I gotta go back. Oh yeah. Well, some of them were wholesome. I think I sent you some. I sent you one just because I needed you to be as horny as I was. There was one I sent you where I was just like humming the, but the other ones were all bad, yeah. Don't worry. The other ones all have the appropriate level of dark humor and casual. I don't even know if I could say that word. King, are you part? I've lived a very full life.
I need to get closer.
I'm not part of it. It's never mattered to me. I actually, so seriously, like to have a genuine conversation about it. There are some people who are like, oh, I definitely feel one way or I definitely feel the other way. And I have never once had that level of conviction in my life. Let me put it this way. When I was growing up, I was like, boobs are good. But then I watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I was like, bro, this angel dude. Now wait just a hot minute. Right? And so there were like things over the course of my life I've never been. I don't understand how. Do you know what I mean by that? yeah, seriously, that'll stay with me for the rest of my life. It's not even just his looks; it's just his attitude. It's his general character in the show. I was just like, I was like, you can. Oh, that and Willow. It was both of them. Like there were some days where I was like humming the angel, and there were some days where I was like humming the Willow. So really, I'm just kind of a humming a person. What is he playing? Is he playing Outlaw? All I can say in a public setting is that I have lived a very full life. I'm young by my age, but by my life stories, you would basically, you know how like I've always admired the grandpa who sits on his rocking chair on the porch, or like, not actually grandpa, because grandpa doesn't normally share stories like this. You know what? You know that grandma who just randomly, occasionally, you've had your grandmother for like years, and then just casually this little old lady says something and you go, wait, what? And you were just like, were you a baddie? Like, do you know what I mean? Do you ever just look at them and you're like, wait a second, holy shit, grandma. What? You ever have that moment? I admired that so much when I was younger that I just speed ran that, and I was like, I'm gonna get there fast. So now I'm already like that, where I'm just sitting here and I'm like, no, back in my day, this. And you're like, wait, what? Like that. Yeah. So that's to answer your question on it. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, you just gotta lean into what you got. I think that so many people think that attractiveness is objective, but attractiveness is very subjective. There are some things that people agree on, but I'm just saying that in general, sometimes you want to be so badly, you want to be attractive, but you don't think who you want to be attractive to. An example being, you might say, well, I really need to lose weight to be attractive. But the person you like might really, really, really be obsessed with blue whales. So you don't know for a fact that that's the right thing to do. Like, you have to actually think about the population that you want to be attractive to. And you should lean in oftentimes to your strengths. An example being, I knew a long time ago that if I was ever going to be in a relationship with somebody, I would want them to be very geeky and nerdy. Like, I don't want to for example, though, like, I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody who can't appreciate Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or gaming. Like, they don't have to be a gamer themselves, but they do have to be somewhere on this level of, like, you got to appreciate the things that I appreciate. So knowing that, I was like, yeah, but you know what? Like, having a personality that's very stone cold, like Edward from Twilight, that's not going to do anything. Like, that's not that people who tend to be a little bit more nerdy don't, like, they appreciate the fact that I'm silly. Silliness is a very attractive quality depending on who you're talking to. As an example, start the queue. We're waiting for Pecco. Pecco's AFK. We can't start the queue yet. Pecco just went AFK. I think he has something to take care of. I'm not sure. Does that make sense? Not to be too direct about it. Obviously, I'm being humorous, but I do mean that in a sincere way, where I think that we assume a little bit too much. People have different standards. There is an objective standard that a lot of people agree on, hence why we have, Victoria's Secret magazines, but not everybody actually appreciates that. And there are certain personality types that we're just kind of taught via movies and via this, that a traditional energy of this kind is what people want, but that's not actually always true. In fact, I personally am like, I think to myself what I find attractive, and I'm like, if you were trying to be stereotypically attractive to me, you would fail. Only thinks about money. Well, there you go. So that's a fantastic example. Rathios, that's an exact example of what I'm talking about. And I think that a real relationship is when you can appreciate people for who they are, and you know what I mean? So being able to be yourself is so valuable and so important, and not ever getting shamed for being a little bit more silly or being a little bit more serious, or being a little bit more frugal, or being a little bit more luxury oriented, or being a little bit, like, there's different types of people, and that's great. If we were all the same, the world would be an incredibly boring place. Probably less conflict, but I understand that a lot of people would say it's not that simple, but I actually do think it's that simple. At the end of the day, we complicate our own lives way more than we need to. And there's a fundamental anxiety that everyone experiences nowadays, and I think it makes life way harder to live. Like, it's like clearly being intentionally hammered in and programmed that you should be stressed all the time, whether it's through logistical things of paying rent and, supporting yourself or your family, or whether it's just the environment that you're a part of. You have to do this and you have to do that, and if you don't have this and if you don't have that. And we're never really taught to just take a step back and realize, hey man, life's pretty good. Like, and people don't talk about how good life is. People talk about how bad life is. And we're focused so much more and more on the bad stuff that we forget there's a lot of good things happening too. And I think it really affects what we desire and what we want, because you need a lot more validation, and you're going to look for a lot more confirmation when you are chronically anxious and stressed. know what my rent is, geez. You just met me today. So, do you know what I mean by that? It's not this is not like a full answer. It's a whole conversation, and you could be going many different directions with it. But it is one way to think about it. And I think that it is problematic that we assume, you know, yeah, Wrath. How's it going? Money's not everything. At the same time, so it depends. I know some people who money is way more important to them, and I know other people who money is not that important to them. And that has nothing to do with their income level. I remembered this the other day. And I mean, this is a real thing. I'll show you, in fact. I probably could find the video without being weird about it. So, at one point, okay, this is a true story. So, when I was in LA, so I was 18. This is LA. I was around 18 years old. I was invited to a millionaire, maybe billionaire party. It was Omega. It was crazy. I'd never been to anything like this before in my life. Really, 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 really crazy. Okay. And it was like you were like literally blindfolded, put into a car, taken to an undisclosed location, and everyone there was incredibly successful, and it was like a social media thing. And there was like a big billionaire type mansion, and they had a pool in the middle of the mansion. Okay. I don't know if he's still there. I don't know. But the idea is, so there's a big pool in the middle, and they had hired mermaids to be in the pool. And I'm sitting there, and I told myself I would go there and I would network. And I just ended up talking to the mermaids the entire time. I literally spent the entire time talking to them. I was so obsessed with the fact that there were mermaids. I was like, holy shit, these are fucking mermaids. And I was so impressed by the mermaids that I just found out like where they train. Could I be a merman? Could I learn how to do it? Could I come swim with them sometimes, et cetera, right? And that's what I was focused on. Like, I was at this party. I should have been XYZ, but actually, I was just excited about the mermaids. It's a true story. I mean this, too. Yeah. And to this party, by the way, QS. All right, cool. By the way, at this party, I was wearing a shirt that said nerd. I was wearing Doctor Who. I had a little unicorn with me. And Doctor Who bow tie and everything else. Petco had to go. He had an emergency. Yeah, this is a real story. Let me see if I can find the video without being weird about it. He had some issue in real life. No problem. Real life first, always. Nah, those mermaids were so fucking cool, man. Unbelievably cool. You've never seen anything like it. Like, it was a literal mermaid, dude. Hold up. Just saw the pin. But you still enjoy Capri Sun today. Is it still around today? Hold up. You have to be weird about. Hold up. Who do we want to play with, by the way? A warrior? Does anybody want to come, particularly? Yeah, Capri Sun, badass. I have one now. You have one now? A mage? Frost mage? Do we care? We just take warrior. I'll take warrior to buff. Is he playing elemental? He's playing elemental. And devour, so we don't get. All right. How about a frost DK? Sure, I want to see another frost DK. I've only seen a few on beta for some reason. Okay. I always feel weird looking at this stuff on stream. I'm like triple checking that my messages aren't being leaked. Is Jover. Second, I accidentally leaked my Discord DMs. It was nice knowing you guys. Okay. Ah, here it. Found them. I'm fucking serious, man. Okay. I'm gonna get this right. Hold up. I'm dead. I was dead serious about this. I'm literally being dead serious. Are you ready? I'm gonna show you for like a few seconds. I was serious. My stories are not fucking fake. I was really at this party vlogging, and I was just talking to the mermaids the entire time. I was so excited. I was wearing a shirt. This is the party. I was just talking to the mermaids the entire time. That's literally what I was doing. This is a real thing. People really hire mermaids. If you have enough money and you have a pool in the middle of your mansion, you can just hire a mermaid. It's a real thing. That is a real story. Hi, Woo. Yo, what's up, Ainsley? I've been watching some of your vids. I would like to know what you think of Bear Druid in beta. Okay, Bear Druid is going to be just fine. I think at the end of the day, all the tanks will be tuned okay. But I personally don't like what they've done with Bear. A lot of Bear players do. And to be fair, a lot of Bear players are excited. So you have two camps, right? The mermaid parties. You have to. That's 2020. Come on, Elrath. All of our dopamine circuits are fried. You know you can Google something more. Never mind. So Bear Druid, I think at the moment, Ainsley, suffers from this problem where, yeah, I know. So come on. Mike got one. Okay. Yeah, I know. We've been waiting for a while. It's okay. It happens. So I think that Bear Druids, I like Bear because it's straightforward and simple. But a lot of people like Bear because they want it to be more complicated. This version of Bear is a little slower and a little bit more complicated. So I have to think a lot more, and I like playing tanks that are very straightforward. So I don't like tanks that have procs or like that have variants and have to respond to things. It's not technically that hard. Totally play it, and there are some great things that have changed with Bear. But I don't know. I'm not really feeling this new version of it. All right, So's here. Good. Personally speaking. So will I still play Bear? Of course. I love Bear. But I actually think I'm going to miss the Elun's Chosen Thorns of Iron. I think a lot more people like that than they realized. All right, on the first pull, though, do this. Pop it after your key starts. Ooh, good tip, good tip, good tip. Good call out. Does that make sense? Oh, Kitty, can you put the chicken out of the fridge? Hold up. Can you put chicken... If you get a moment, please. Ah, we started the key. Okay, I got this. External my tank. Watch healing aggro. Mark skin myself. Life blew my tank here. You could just trank this first one and literally cover the entire instance of damage. It's actually crazy how powerful Resto Druid is. Bro, what the hell? Dude, I literally have to work on other healers. I don't have to do anything. Why is... Oh my god. That's why I don't... I mean, you... Bro, what? What? There's no... Okay. Bro, there's nothing for me to do. Okay. There's nothing for me to do. I'm just infinite HPS without trying. It's... What? Okay. I mean, like, I'm gonna get lazy and fail to heal just because... Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna balance this. I'm gonna just... There's... Dude, you just do infinite healing. I'm not even casting anything. That's why I haven't... That's why nobody's been playing it. Because it's actually too good. Like, you don't even get to do healing checks. Like, here, I'm gonna get lazy and just actually forget to heal people. Like, that's gonna be the real problem, man. I mean, I could, but then you do cap farm and you realize there's a healing absorb here, and then that's how you min-max it, and that's how it's fun. But I'm more just in amazement at this point. No, I mean, they can nerf it by 10%. It's the type of healing that it does right now. It's the way that it heals is the problem. Because, like, I just have infinite coverage. And, I mean, I could have mana problems if I heal like this. But the thing is, cat form damage is so... Alright, well, this next pull, I'll game cat form, okay? Here, watch it. Next pull, there's going to be some damage here, no problem. I'll just external my tank, and I'll heal. I'll set up my healing, and I'll go like this. And I'll get my blooms out, and I'll cleave my regrowths, and then I'll go into cat farm real quick, and I'll bleed. We'll mess up this mechanic, no problem. And I'll go like this. Watch the healing absorb. The problem with Resto Druid is that if you stop healing and people don't actually help you, then you're in trouble. So, for example, Vikman is going to do way more damage on his Resto Druid than I'll do. But I don't trust my team. Resto Druid is way more fun when you can actually trust your team and spread bleeds. And if I know that people are going to press a personal, it's no problem. But if people don't press a personal and I haven't ramped, then everybody's dead. So, I actually think that that's really the main issue with Resto Druid is like, okay, so right now I want to convoke cat form because this boss isn't too bad. But he didn't press AMS, which is fine. Because that mechanic is not where he should press AMS. So everybody's full health. There's going to be an oozing smash here in a second, and I can say I'm going to cover it with Trank. Watch, this doesn't do a lot of damage. So I should be able to cover it. Actually, I shouldn't have to heal at all. So I'm not going to. At a certain key level, though, this is all covered. Because there's no other damage happening right now. But that implies that none of these guys are going to hit the boss, too. So I'll Vortex here. So there should be no damage here. But if anybody steps through a puddle, and then I just Trank this. So this is how you could play Resto Druid, and then there's no dot. So I shouldn't have to heal at all. But this is scary. Like, I don't like healing like this, you know what I mean, though? What do you think I'm saying? Resto Druid doesn't need... Did he say that? Resto Druid doesn't need a buff right now. So this is me fully greeting my damage. I'm doing 20k. Is that worth it? Is that worth it, man? I'm maintaining full bleeds. I can get a few bites out. I can convoke here. Bro, is this worth it? This is nothing. This is what I'm saying. Like, what's the point? So I just go like here and I'll cleave one regrowth. Is it worth letting my team feel this scared? Because I don't need to do any healing. Technically, they should take care of themselves here. You know what I mean, though? No, there's literally no shot. Resto Druid is so incredibly powerful right now. That is absolute cope. There's literally no way that you could make it. I don't think anyone would make that argument right now. I haven't. Resto Druid is incredibly powerful, though. No, Devour. Well, at the moment, Devour sucks. It's kind of crazy, but Devour is really bad right now. Look at his damage. So this is me fully min-maxing, letting my team almost die repeatedly. Keeping full bleed on the target, I'm doing 15k. Is that worth it? Because also keep in mind that I could instantly top everybody's health bar if I was just ramping. Is that...
Champions, over here.
Healer damage is so low right now.
Follow me.
There's not a lot of
The Shadow Guard is
point to
building
doing
up its
it.
presence near
Like, there are some healers that can blast, but Resto Druid is not one of them. I mean, I've done keys with Vikman, by the way, and he always does more Resto Druid damage than I would do, but he also doesn't... He expects everybody to help him, which is no problem, because there's nothing wrong with that inherently. He's used to playing with very high-level players, and I'm used to playing with pugs. Completely different. Like, that's a completely different story, right? Because when you're playing with a coordinated team on a Resto Druid, you're like, nobody will take damage here. Or I'll just be like defensives. And then I'll cover the necessary healing, but not the actual healing, though. Oh, yeah, way too. I mean, like, literally every mechanic. Like, if I'm actually ramping, every single one of these regrowths basically just full cleaves my team. And it's spammable. Imagine being in perma wings. That's what it feels like to play Resto Druid right now. You do still have to cast the healing buttons, but it's effectively just perma wings. You did this, Keyhell. You healed this earlier. But there's like literally, that's what I'm doing right now is maybe 30% of my healing potential. I'm not doing anything correct. I know. It's basically like, imagine having infinite wings and infinite holy power. That's what it feels like to play Resto Druid right now. Also, I don't even see these bleeds on my frames. Doesn't matter. It's kind of crazy, man. Yo, what's up, Snookums? Hey, Scots. I've never been called Snookums before, I don't think. Like, I can't even, like, I see that there's a bleed on me, and I don't even register it because I don't need to. It's pretty wild, man. Now, granted, it does require me to ramp, so if I want to min-max my damage, then that's different. Is my Dispel not bound? I'm going to have Dispel bound. But, like, yeah, I've been playing a lot of other healers on beta, and I haven't played Wrestle Druid in a few keys, so this is... There's a reason I haven't been playing Wrestle Druid, which is just straight up, it's too good. It's, like, completely unfair comparatively to other healers. Now, granted, I did no damage that pull, but still. I think this is overall right now. He's actually blasting. You know what? That's overall. He's doing... Oh, that's current. Never mind. I thought that was overall for a second. So now there's going to be a mistake on this pull. I don't know if I can save that. Okay, that was a problem. We butt pulled that. So to be fair, that wasn't on me. Oh, there's going to be an damage event. And Resto Druid can fall behind on damage events. Keep in mind. Cool. Good now. I know. So, I hope that I don't know if healing would be fun if it feels like this. There's actually a world where maybe healing does need to be more challenging than this. Because, like, when I play Resto Shaman, I have to work a little harder to heal, but it's kind of anti-fun gameplay right now. Like, I'm not sure if it's really that fun at the moment to play Resto Shaman, because it's a little bit too prudent. It's a bit too simple. So I can spread a few bleeds if I want to, and then do this. Also, yeah, I do know how to play Resto Druids. It's not like I'm playing it that poorly. I think so too, Arkington. I've been kind of on a rant with my recent videos talking specifically about the fact that I do tanking 100%. Healing, I was on a podcast. Did you get to hear the podcast at all, Arkington? I was on a podcast with Mad Skills TV and LB Ninja and Mr. Brutal Static. Great. It was a great opportunity to actually talk about the game, and it was really, really, really fun to just have like a 2-hour conversation about WoW. Did you hear the podcast? So if you like WoW podcasts and you want to play it in the background at some point, I think we had a great discussion about the game. But the biggest thing is, I kind of agreed with Mad Skills and LB where it's a problem if healers are too powerful. Because if healers are too powerful, then the only way to check them is to create bouncing health bars. And that's not necessarily that good. Does that make sense? So right now, for example, on retail, yeah, it was really such a good time, and I'm really honored that I had the opportunity just to talk about the game and whatnot. Here, I'll do it. Do exclamation podcast in chat if you can. If you could just do exclamation podcast, I think I have it linked. If you ever just want to play it in the background, I think it was really cool. And Brutal does a lot of other podcasts with other cool people. I think he did announce already. I think yesterday I was there. Yeah, Brutal Static. He announced who he's having next. I think I can say it because I heard it on his stream, which means it's public. He's going to have, this week, he's going to have Tettles, Zyronic, and, oh boy, the third one is not somebody I'm supposed to forget. And Zorthus. Holy shit. Sorry, Zorthus. Don't tell Zorthus I did that. Yeah. So it was a good episode. If you like, I don't know if you like WoW podcasts. I love WoW podcasts. I'm a chronic listener of the Bench and the Pod EC, and actually other podcasts too, though. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Tettles gets a lot of hate, mostly because he plays Boomkin. I swear that's actually like the biggest reason. Honestly, the fact that he plays Boomkin is his biggest sin. I actually think Tettles is a gamer. Like, he is a WoW gamer. He's been playing WoW for a very long time. He's been making content for a crazy long time. So he's in the right to make statements about the game. You like the Pod EC because you're also, yeah. Which way is the shops? What do you mean the shops, though? No, I'm not, actually. This is completely base UI. I'm using very full natty, absolutely no UI for beta testing. Yep. This is infinite HPS without a problem. I don't even know what trinkets I'm playing right now. Yep. I'm using full in-game click casting and etc. though. Gave you an opportunity to flex those guns. Oh, show us the shops. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm not familiar with these terminologies. When people talk like they're young, I'm too old for that now. So I'll combat potion this. I'll spread my bleeds, and I'll convoke in cat form, and we can see how much damage I can actually put out this boss. All right, to be fair, that is a massive amount of burst damage, but it'll fall off in a second. Because there's actually not that much to heal this fight. So this is a fight where you can do good Wrestler Druid damage. And I just tranked to cover the first one. We call it those shops. Gotcha, gotcha. I like Potty C because they actually know what they're talking. To be fair, they all know what they're talking about, but sometimes their perspective on the game is simply different than our perspective on the game. But all of the podcasts know what they're talking about. Like, for example, The Bench has... A really good example of this is how Squishy constantly says, I don't do keys. The only problem is he always says that, and then he talks about keys as if he does do the keys. So that's my main issue, is like sometimes they talk about things and it's definitely not what it's not what the people experience. Like, I can tell you that with certainty, you know, that like when they talk about what it's like to be in a guild or something, like how to get into a guild or how to trial, it's like that's not the average experience, and also some other things like with keys and stuff. All right, that boss. Pretty good. Combat potion there. Pretty solid there. Nibby, yo, thanks for the prime sub. This fuels my chronic ice cream addiction. Because you see I have Swenson's here. This is premium ice cream. And I can only afford this because of your prime sub. Thank you. He has a very particular view on the game, which is, to be frank, not shared by the majority of players. I do think, like, it's definitely a meme at this point in the community that Tettles is always wrong, but at least Tettles does Zero to Hero series. He did try to tank, and he did actually, I remember watching his video about him trying Brewmaster, and he did actually get it kind of right. Like, I was like, yep, that's about right. So at least they try to experience what the game is. Because most people, when they tank, he's like, dude, aggro was terrible. Correct. But there are other tanks who play in coordinated groups who are like, aggro's no problem. You just tell your team to wait. Like, tell your team to wait. Who are you playing with? You know what I mean? Like, that's like a weird take that you're like, aggro's not a problem. Dude, what? Who are you playing with? Aggro was one of the biggest problems for pug tanks. It genuinely. Because your DPS never learned that they do more damage if they wait for you to gather the pull. But it does happen a lot in hierarchies. In hierarchies, they know if they just wait for you to group the pull and pixel stack it, they're going to do way more damage. Yeah. Like, that was a great stream. And so I've never personally played with Tettles. So, hold on. This is actually going to be a big healing pull. Not a problem. Infinite HPS. But let me actually ramp this properly. Like, I don't even have Light Bloom out right now. And then I just drank infinite HPS. Yeah, well, Dorky got DQ'd for that. That's funny, though. So, it is a meme that Tettles is always wrong, but do keep in mind, I really respect anyone who at least attempts to play and understand what people go through. I think that you don't have to do that. And a lot of high-end players are very spoiled by playing with people who help them. Like, for example, any healer that goes, yeah, you just call for defensives, is the most L take ever because people don't even use... Like, I remember there was a giant conversation about the healer kick debate, okay? Like, for example, the healer kick debate was a giant issue. Like, bro, nobody kicks anyways. Like, what 10s are you in? There's, like, one person in the key that normally kicks. They have, like, 37 kicks and everyone else has 2. Like, that's way more of the average experience than... You know what I mean? Like, that's how it goes. So it's actually, like, as a healer, if you want to learn how to heal keys, don't expect anyone to use defensives. Always heal as if no one's going to help you. way better of a mentality because you'll actually be able to heal keys. But it is true that you should expect no help. It's a significantly better way to play the game as a healer. For me, learning how to heal keys, the number one rule is I external you or you die. Now, granted, you might be a Giga gamer, it just turns out, and you're like, oh, I see the cast on me. But otherwise, it's my job. It's clearly my job to help you survive the mechanic that you got hit by. That's just why I'm here. So, for example, why can't I do more damage as a Resto Druid? Because there, we got hit by like 7 extra mechanics. Like, we were taking stars. That's why people were taking damage in that pool. This is not a negative take, by the way. It's fun to heal. But it is... Resto Druid in particular, it would be better if I was ramping the whole time, because I can't trust whether we're going to take this mechanic or not. Yeah. But it's also why healing is so hard. Healing is the only role in WoW that is so variable, which is, did we get the kick? Did people stand in a mechanic? What's the route? Does the tank need me? Like here, for example, I'm not healing the tank because the tank is good. The tank is good. And also, I've tanked this, and when you tank these 2 mobs, there's really not a lot of damage that happens. So there's a tiny little dot on me, no problem, and I know I can greed my damage a little bit. And I took a star, so I'm going to heal myself. I need to get rid of this cooldown manager. It's showering my screen a little bit. Whoops. So here, he burns AMS, because he gets hit by that, no problem. But also, my job to heal. Technically, what Vikman would do, if he's playing this, Vikman's not healing at all. He's definitely just platform, because this doesn't really do a lot of damage. So it depends. I think that my biggest problem with Resto Druid is I don't know whether I should be healing or DPSing half the time. It is a skill. Like there, I got hit by 2 stars, that's why. And I got the dot on me. I don't know if you waste a res just in case. I mean, I'll try healing. So, Nibby, did you by any chance see my video? Maybe save res just in case, because we double time this right now. Let me lock in for this boss too. But did you by any chance see my video? Because I went on quite the rant recently about tanking. I am not concerned about healing. Healing is actually going to end up being just fine, by the way. I am very concerned about tanking. I think that I'm really hoping in the next set of notes we see a little bit of help for tanks. Because I have a feeling that we're going to see the opposite. I see almost all your... Thanks. It's cool that people like my videos because I just full send... I just talk about the game. I just talk about whatever. Yesterday's video was inherent. I didn't mean for it to be negative, by the way. Yesterday's video was about should you... I just came up with the title. I just got back from a long day out trying to take care of house stuff. And I was just like, I wanted to talk about whether or not it's a good idea to take breaks from World of Warcraft. That was the whole video. It was just like, is it actually a good idea to just take sometimes like the end of a season off WoW and play something else? Like, I thought this was just a good conversation to have. However, I didn't mean for it to be negative in any way. I wasn't saying you actually quit WoW, but I just came up with the first title, and I was like, should you quit World of Warcraft in 2026? Pretty clickbait. I think it's okay to make a YouTube video with like a clickbait title, but hopefully the message was actually positive, which is that sometimes you can get so caught up with World of Warcraft but you can get so caught up with the game that you forget it's a game. It's so weird how this happens. Like, you actually, oftentimes you're at the end of a season and you're like, this is a job. It is really strange, but also very true that does happen. You know what I mean? I'm going to external my shaman here. Nice AMS from my DK. Oh, fuck, I got hit. That's why you save a res. Oh, wait, hold on. There's too much to dodge. The last 2 bosses here, there's too much for me to dodge. Add chat. Oh, one sec. But also, if I did play a season of Mythic Plus, I want to play with people who are going to laugh at me for that, because I got this. Don't worry. It's easy healing. Resto Druid will not struggle with HPS. That's just... I got hit by a star. Like, I want people to laugh at me for that instead of, flame me because I took a ball to the face. I thought it was over that, but apparently my jeans are still ripped. So healing is much simpler. It's still challenging in a good way. Yeah, yeah. My healer's a noob. So healing is much simpler. DPSing is significantly easier. I wonder what people will really think about DPSing in Midnight. I'm a little bit interested. Let's call it interested to see how DPSing feels by the end of the expansion.
Great despair.
I'm curious to know, you know?
Yes, the knowledge. We must get inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned can open.
Group chat, I know, they did. I don't know what to do about that kitty
Such
at this
a
point,
way
man.
is open.
I think it's healthy take breaks from WoW. Is that a kitty? Yeah. Your $15 already blizzards before they reach me, yeah. Which Quasi last video, he was talking about all tanks and the way he explained Bear so accurate. Guardian's best to play when you're drunk. Not anymore. Oh, I did watch Quasi. I watched some of it. His last video, he definitely didn't play. Can I type here what I would say?
This entity must die.
Privately. He definitely didn't play beta. Because he was talking about VDH like you still have all these layered defenses, but VDH is one of the easiest tanks to play now, bar none. VDH is incredibly straightforward now. So you don't have to deal with most of what he was talking about anymore, but he's absolutely right with his takes. His takes about tanking 100%, but you don't have to deal with like these crazy layered defenses as VDH anymore. It's pretty, bro. The rest of Druid is look hell. By the way, watch me heal this boss. I'm just conserving my mana right now too. By the way, don't overlap. DK, move. Look at me heal this. I'm not doing anything. I don't even know like what globals to press at the moment, because there's just nothing to heal. It's just infinite HPS for no reason. Like I'm like, look at my globals. They're like super slow right now. Doesn't even matter, man. I'm gonna get hit by this and die.
Wasn't
Fucking rest me. Alright, shut up. No, shh. I'm gonna fall behind now. Nope. Stop. Don't say anything. Don't say a single thing. Don't say a single thing. Don't say a single thing. That's the problem with Wrestle Druid is I get way too lazy and I just start paying attention. I get hit by every mechanic. This is the problem. I can't play this healer. It's too easy. No, listen. It's too easy. That's why. The problem is it's not entertaining enough and I get way too... Listen. No, listen. That's my fault. No, listen. Because I get so lazy because I'm just like, wow, it's so easy. I get hit by... It's actually true. Based on all my healers, which healer do I die the most on? By far. Out of curiosity, which healer do I die the most for? It's 100% Wrestle. I die like Wrestle Druid deaths, like 300%. I actually make 400% more mistakes because I feel like it's too easy and I'm not challenged. Go, I'm ready. How you die? Fuck. That was the most unfortunate timing for the topic that I was talking about. Oh, me, dude. Cause you just press buttons and then I get distracted. Alright, Convoke. There's a crystal here. Is this a crystal? So just keep my tank healthy. I don't know if he's tanked this before. Hey, Jaboom. No problem. Happy New Year, man. I haven't said that to you yet. I know, my problem is that I actually forget I gotta play the game. Go to the crystal. Watch what I take. Good morning. Oh, man. That's so funny. I'm like, dude, this healer is too good. Instantly wipes the key. Oh, man. All you can do is laugh. Do you not play the double forward thingy? No, you don't. There's no double life bloom anymore. So basically, you life bloom the squishy target or the tank in this case. You could life bloom the tank here as well. And then you pre-wild growth to get your blooms out. And then you just swift bend the target that you need to heal. And then you can do damage now. So you pre-apply this. On the damage amp, you would go here. Bam. This will be current. Bite. Rip again. Apply bleeds. This is massive damage on this burn. Good. I have to say, I'm having a lot of fun on Dispriest, though. I have to say, man, though. Yeah, dude, healing is fun right now.
Explosive change of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever
That was genuinely very funny. I have a question for people. If you've never rented a house, I got a genuine question, man. Oh, hey, Juice. Sorry, I missed that. I was locked into this dungeon. I'm sorry about that. Hey, Juice. What's up for the host? Thanks for the host. Yo. Thank you, Juice. Yo. Have a fantastic night. I see you there on green. Here, it tells you play Wildstalker. I have played Keeper of the Grove, but Wildstalker is much better. I've been playing this. You can also play down over here. Some people are playing double rejuve. But something like this. Bro. Oh, that's good. That's good, man. Okay, good, please. Do you like build a chat? Yeah, everything's always linked in Discord too. I have no problem with that. Of course. Normally I try. I have been doing a bad job. If you want something in particular, just ask. Dude, I actually did stand in every frontal that thing. So it's something like this. I think that a lot of high-end resto druids will drop life treading potentially, but this is instant efflorescence. You don't have to manually place it anymore, and probably play through flourish even or something like this. Something along this line. I need just a few minutes, and then I'll play whatever. I probably won't play Resto Druid. I really do find this to be too easy. So here's the problem with the house stuff. This is great. This is the stuff we're dealing with right now. Top room AC doesn't work. Yeah. The top room AC is clearly covered in the contract. The owner's supposed to repair it. Okay. So now we're trying to use the contract to enforce the fact that they should fix the AC. The owner has said a few things at this point. Number one thus far, my favorite one is, it's written that it has to be maintained in condition, like working condition. And they said, can you turn it on? And I said, yes. And they said, great, so it technically works. And I was like, what? But it doesn't cool the room. And they're like, this is the best part. So now they're coming at this with this. The cooling performance has no impact on whether the air conditioning functions. Since this is not considered a repair, the owner is unable to cover this cost. Interesting. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how it works. They came, literally, we had technicians come, and they checked the top room, and it gets to lower. It doesn't get below, I think it's like 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 Celsius. I'm like, it's a glorified, yeah, that's what I told them. I was like, it's a glorified fan at that point. Like, we're not going to actually sit here and argue that counts, right? Like, there's no argument to be said. It's an AC unit. It's not a fan. Like, it just blows air at this point. No, so now, they said this before, too. They were like, does it turn on? I was like, yes. And now the guy's just not willing. He's just, like, not going to pay it. And I'm just kind of like, what? I kindly appreciate your understanding on this matter. Okay, well, me and the whole internet does not agree with this. My car doesn't work. Yeah, it's basically the car starts, but it doesn't drive. That's... I don't know what to say. I even wrote it because I know myself, and I'm basically I'm not Thai. Like I'm pretty pale, and I need cold AC in Thailand. It's very hot. So I wrote in the contract. I had it right, handwritten. All ACs must be working in good condition. And I was like, at least it's not good condition. So that didn't work. And they were like, the condition thing is it turns on. I said, okay. The next clause I was trying to say was, in the contract is written, any repair over $30 is up to the owner, right? Because that's written in the contract. Any minor repair me, but repair, big repair them. And they're like, it's not considered a repair though. And I'm like, what? I don't know what to do. I know the owner doesn't want to spend money on it, but it's like, this is pretty clear. Like, there's no, I really don't think there's an argument to be made that we should pay for this. It's clearly, we reported it before we moved in. Somebody see like a stop it from working? Well, we can't mess with it ourselves. It's literally like before we moved in, this was talked about, and they said they would fix it many times. I even have screenshots of them saying they would fix it, and now they're just like, no. And I'm like, oh, well, it's all right. We're waiting. Okay, so yes, you take the lead. I don't know what we're doing. You can do anything. Your player house has a what room? Like a red room, like a dark room, like a photo room, like old school photo developed. Is that what you're saying? Photos, right? Photos, of course. They see that's the coolest. I mean, obviously. No, I mean obviously, but the thing is that neither of us are gonna take each other to court because that's worth more than the house is worth. So that's not gonna happen. And unfortunately, if you own a house, I mean, the truth is we are sort of beholden to them. Like, what are we going to do? What we did was that's not the only thing that was broken in the house that said they were going to fix. So we withheld rents. We were like, the reason this is such a problem now is we were like, we're not paying rents until you fix this because it's a real problem. And so we're withholding rent. And it's like, okay, but so because they breached the contract, and I just figured that would work and they'd fix it, but now they're not fixing it. You know what I mean? Okay, work with me here. I just think that I just want to talk to them like they're human, okay? Work with me here. What is considered a repair? I feel like I just want to talk to them like they're human beings. And I honestly just want to be like, look, Elrath, how did you get first 11 minutes ago? I just saw that. Wait, nobody redeemed first today? Oh, yeah, you got that 11 minutes ago already. Like, I just want to talk to them, and I would honestly, what is considered a repair, first of all? And second of all, we just moved in. We want to have a good working relationship. Come on, guys. Like honestly, like, come on, man. Like, I kind of just want to talk to them like they're human beings, but that doesn't work, unfortunately. Oftentimes in these scenarios, I feel like you have to somehow, like, you have to be like super official, and I don't like this, man. I just wish I could just talk to them like they're human beings, but they're not talking to me like I'm a human being. Word of me here. You know, Windwalker Monk. Dude, that's going to get buffed. Windwalker Monk is tough right now. How is that not considered a repair? What? Like, I'll be honest. Is absolutely. And is it really worth? I'm seriously, I'm gonna be like, talk to me like a human being. Talk to me like a human being for a minute. Be honest. State of Windwalker is the same as your AC. Fuck me, dude. I just, like, there's no way that it's not considered a repair mallet. How bad was the pull, the 3 frontal guys before third boss and seed? It's fine. It's okay. No problem, though. They just have to change. They just have to give an individual modifier for Windwalker and keys. That's how you fix it. The only thing you have to do to fix Windwalker is just give an individual modifier. Wrestle Druid might not do a lot of damage overall, but it's absolutely fine. No, it's fine. If on a count run, the 3 frontal guys don't actually have. They're not frontals. They put a dot on people, which is not that bad to heal. It's just if you get hit by stars, that's the problem with it. That class will be okay. Not confident at all for pre-patch, but pretty confident for midnight. What's up, Vanda? I'm not confident that pre-patch is going to go any which way. Pre-patch is going to be, as Taliesin and Evertel would say, pre-patch is going to be a shit show. Is this midnight BTR? It's midnight beta, yeah. It's a midnight beta. It's going to be hilarious. I cannot wait for people to walk into Priory of the Sacred Flame with Pruin specs and no healer kick. People are about to get fucking owned. My beta has stuttering FPS issues, so everybody's beta has some version of issues, just to clarify. No one's beta is functioning, like, perfectly. Yeah, sometimes you just have to restart or use something. Devour does get released, and I'm almost positive that they're going to buff it. Or change it a little. I don't think they'll change it, but I think they'll buff it. Yours is smooth. My game looks smooth on stream, but it's less smooth for me. Yeah, Priest, Priest got inadvertently buffed, right? Interestingly enough, Priest got buffed with the healer changes. 2 reasons. Number 1, there's not as many one-shots, so Holy Priest has a lot more meta viability. That's number 1, actually. And number 2 is that there's no kicks. So Priest is going to be the same as every other healer. Also, the defensive tuning for healers means that Priest is weirdly not squishy anymore, because you have Fade and Flash DR still. But Resto Shaman has almost nothing, except for Astral Shift, and you still have this repair. So it's interesting. Spire first pull? Well, there's no first pull like Spire right now, though. I don't know what it is, Rish. I haven't played it myself, so I don't actually know how to compare it properly or understand like what is or is not good about it. I've just heard from other people. I'd be quoting other people. I've heard that it feels weird and maybe not that fun to play, which is the real problem with it. Okay, what healer do I want to play? It's not Resto Druid. It was a 15 pit. I mean, we healed 15 pit before, and we are scaled higher now. I think I need to shower. I probably need to shower soon. Play Disc? Disc will be a challenge for me. Disc is powerful, but it would be a challenge for me. I'm not very good at Disc. Sure, I'll play Disc. That makes sense. Sure. There are healing checks here, actually. As the classing started disappearing. It is fun, though. I've heard... Oh, Disc is fun, yes. Try an unmeta build for Resto. There is an unmeta build that I actually really like for Resto, but it doesn't work anymore, unfortunately. It used to work. There was a build a long time ago that worked pretty well. Like Boomy Weaving Keeper of the Grove, no joke, actually did work. But it doesn't work anymore because Starfire doesn't do enough damage and such. Yeah, I am a fan. I'm a Holy Priest enjoyer right now. Disc Woo? Yeah, I'll play Disc. I prefer Holy Priest in terms of playstyle at the moment, though. All right, give me just a second. Do some of this. All right. Oh boy. Goddamn. Oh. Yeah, hell yeah. I don't like that the environment of renting, like, is you just have to deal with them. There's nothing you can do. I don't know. I've had a few positive experiences where you're just like, hey, this, and they're like, okay. But it doesn't seem like very often, you know? Hey, bestie. Do you know what I'm talking about? It does not feel normal. It's like there's always some issue somehow, but it's like, but this is in the contract. This is like what you should do. Yeah, well. Give me a second. I'm not quite there yet. We were very lucky with our current. Yeah, I mean, in my last place, I guess I didn't have any issues. Not real issues. Right now, I have actual issues. It's, like, I don't want to pay for it myself because this is my ice cream fund, man. If I have to pay for it myself, then I'm gonna lose my ice cream fund. This is how I pay for the premium ice cream. Like, I wanna buy more ice cream, not pay for more house stuff that I shouldn't have to pay for. I'm not a very pride-based person. What's up, Minty Fresh? Yo, you're like my toothpaste. Holy shit. That's actually not true. I don't use mint toothpaste. I use Sensodyne. I don't think it's Minty Fresh. You didn't pay to... No, I mean, we should not pay to fix the property. I know we shouldn't, but, I mean, we also need a functioning AC, so it's a little bit bleh. Because, like, right now, like, that's... It has been a little bit tough. It's not the end of the world, though. It'll be okay. At the end of the day, it'll be okay for sure. I know. All right, so if I'm playing Disc and I'm playing Oracle Disc, I will need to remember to weave in Wheel and Woe. That's the first thing. You fix an electrical, and I'll call the fire inspection. He was forced to. That's why I feel like. So we could do that, but it's just that actually costs more money to do something like that. You could do it. That wouldn't even work, by the way. That would work because like you can physically prove that it has a problem. The thing is, Sandalorian, we actually called an inspection officer to come and look at it, and there were 3 people, and they tested it, and they were like. You can't say that he was a giant rooster, because if you call... This is why I don't understand calling somebody an ass. If you call somebody an ass, bro, ass is great. I've never understood this as a like, a lot of people like giant roosters. So you can't use that as an insult. It doesn't work. Imagine saying, huh, what a giant ass. It's like, fuck yeah. Oh, that works. Yeah. I mean, so there's a very small percentage of the population, Sandalorian, that wouldn't work for. But overall, I would say that that's a good one. Statistically, you're fine. Very small percent that wouldn't work for. Yeah, but have you seen cute-ass donkeys? But like, if you say ass as in donkey, they're dicks. I get that. Again, can't use it as a lot of people like dicks, but donkeys are rude, but they're cute. Donkeys have been cute ever since I watched the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and there was a little donkey in the blacksmith place. That was my first introduction to donkeys. Wait, hold on, wait. Not ready. I forgot to swap. I'm still Archon Holy right now. So Oracle Disc will work like this. Am I Void Weaver? I'm Void Weaver right now. Let's play Oracle. This is the Oracle build. I mean, Holy would be too easy for this. Holy would be like maybe mana management in the first boss, depending how long it takes, but Holy would be too easy. So Oracle Disc, just you have to weave in Wheel and Woe and shields. Are my left click shield Right click penance. Yeah, okay, good. Alt left click should be pain sup, and then I need mana food. Good, I have some right here. Just in case. Okay, ready. I think Void Weaver is actually more fun, to be honest. In terms of fun, I actually think Void Weaver is more fun, but that's okay. Why am I playing the Holy Nova Talents? Focus Gargoyle, it kidnaps people. You can freedom it.
And your
Can freedom.
entwines with mine.
Mm-hmm. Do. So where are we going? Cool. Dot. Dot. Penance to spread the dot. I can see you. Do you remember Warcraft 3 way back in the day? What would happen is you would zone in, and if you said, I see dead people, then it would solve the map hack for you. Do you remember that? Am I the only one who remembers random custom Warcraft 3 commands? True story. Disc is kind of sleeper. It'll struggle. It'll be fun to play it on the first boss, but I haven't even cast a single Radiance because I don't really need to. You just spread your dots like this. You do some damage. The void barrier procs a lot. Of all the Apex talents, this one feels like it procs constantly. I almost feel like it's bugged with how much it procs, to be honest. And my tank is super chill and easy. Do. This is going to be very, very easy. Personally, because I'm not that good at it, I have the same problem on disc that I have with other healers, which is that in lower content, it's really easy for me to play because it just covers everything so well. But in higher content, when you have to min-max it, that's where I'm going to actually struggle. Whoops. Okay, fade. I like that I can heal with this build outside of combat, comparatively to other Disc Priest builds where I can't. So shield, boom. No need to pain sub here, I don't think. Nice. You could just spot heal, or you could choose to heal through Atonement, though. Hey, Soyam. Guess what game this was? Thanksgiving. What is my shift? I'm assuming flash heal is shift left in case I need a send one. Okay. Yeah. Thanksgiving. They have yams on Thanksgiving. Kitty, are you listening to stream at all? GTA Centris. I never played GTA. It's not for me. I kind of need, as a gamer, right? Like, I don't really like open-ended games. I need to have a mission. I need to have, like, a kind of a particular reason to do what I'm doing. Because if you put me into, like, Minecraft or something, I don't really understand it. Like, I'm kind of sitting there and I'm like, what am I doing? And they're like, well, that's the whole point. There's nothing to do. And I'm like, well, okay. And then I log off and I play WoW. That's, you know, that's what happens. Like, in the Sims or this or whatever, it's just, you log in, you're like, no, okay. And then you log off. Okay, this pull will have a little bit more healing. I haven't even used any of my cooldowns at this point, actually. So maybe this one is like a ultimate penitence. Pretty giga button. And I'm out healing these curses because we don't actually have a decurse. It's just because at the moment, this is not going to do a lot of damage at this key level. With our new scaling, this is going to be like a 12 before. Maybe not a 12, but like a 13. But if you know how to do the dungeon, it's not going to be that bad. So I wonder if the Wheel in Woe affects the Apex talent. Probably. So I need to dot before a penance so that the penance spreads the dot. And then we can spread the dot again. I should have an HPS meter here to actually track what I'm doing. What time is it right now? Oh boy. What time is it? Oh shit, I have work tonight. What's your favorite? Ooh, good question. Favorite dungeon pool, huh? Oh, Ralph, I'm going to take your question and I'm going to spin it a little bit, okay? So, earlier today, I saw Shindig making a healer tier list. No, fuck, what am I saying? I'm distracted, I'm tired. I was reading a text as I was saying that. I am still up. I didn't realize it was so late. I've been enjoying beta today. I saw him ranking all the War Within dungeons. So he put like Grim Batol, Stone Vault, etc. I want to message him and straight up ask him if I can steal this concept. And I will be honest about the fact that it is not my... I saw him do it and I was like, giga content. I would love to talk about the War Within dungeons. My only problem is that I've never seen more DPS takes in my life. He wasn't trying to bait people. He just really, he's a DPS player. He's a very good DPS player. Much better than me. But he's not a tank or a healer. And my problems with this were very simple. You know what so for example, Grim Batol was not immediately swamp as Giga F tier, Z tier, the lowest tier it could possibly be. Because he was like, well, as a DPS, it's not that bad. I'm not that bad. I think you and I were doing different dungeons. Because I was tanking and healing that season. So Grim Batol felt kind of miserable. And I was like, well, okay, maybe what about like City of Threads? He was like, City of Threads, A tier dungeon. A tier dungeon? Well, you clearly, like I get, you just never tanked or healed it. That dungeon was absolutely terrible. What about Stone Vault? Stone Vault, B tier. I'm like, what? So I kind of want to do it, but from like a tank and a healer perspective. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I'd love to do the War Within dungeons ranked, but from a tank and healer perspective. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So we spot heal this and dispel this. I don't have my dispel bound apparently as Discipline Priest. Yeah. Those dungeons were really tough, but it depends on the perspective that you have. Because again, as a DPS player, you're going to be focusing on different things than I would be as a tank or a healer. So to be fair, that doesn't mean his take is wrong by any means. It just means that we're going to have different opinions. And I definitely didn't hear the whole list. I didn't hear why he ranked it. I just kind of tuned in toward the end. So maybe I'm missing some context or something. You enjoyed Stone Vault. Stone Vault, the problem with Stone Vault was two things. Number one, if you were healing it, was that if your tank wasn't good, it was Jover. So the main problem with Stone Vault is the fact that if your tank wasn't good, you literally couldn't do the dungeon. And the other problem with Stone Vault... Oh, I'm lagging. Uh-oh. Big lag. Huge lag. Not good. Okay. All good now. That was close. Bad time to lag. And the other problem with it was Skarmorak. Skarmorak was like half the reason that boss was so terrible. Because Pugs didn't understand the crystal mechanic, so they would just zug and hit all of them. You know what I mean? But like at a certain key level, it just killed you. Like you would get to Skarmorak, and I would just type. I remember I was typing every time exasperated, just like, please do not zug. And people would zug. Yes, Skarmorak was the crystal boss, where you had to stagger kill them, but no one did that. This is a little bit too chill, but if I was challenged here more, I would be significantly more... I would be a little bit more stressed on this boss. Because with this one, I just shield. I pre-shield the squishy target. I spot heal the one who's going to need it. I mass dispel. And then I'm fine. What was my HPS here? It's kind of hard to tell how things feel at the moment, because they buffed our item level. That was way too... I mean, I did 100k. That's basically no healing there. I could have done way more, but I didn't really have to. It's an increased frost damage taken, basically. My problem with Stolen and Dark Flame is that the mount never dropped for you. The Wix lead? How many times did you do it? I swear I saw that a lot.
I'm gonna check this text. Oh, okay. Some good news. All right. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading the text. I'm getting a little tired. And I am playing a healer that I'm less familiar with. I have to power heal these curses, but the key level is a little bit... I think you got to do like 17s to really start challenging. I think at this point, I think like 17 is give or take the right level. I think that when I think about the keys... No, it's not. We're buffed. We're buffed. It's not that they've Giga nerfed it. We're 13 item levels higher. Yeah. No, we're just 13 item levels higher. Item level means a lot. Big difference. Do you think they also nerfed it? I'm not sure what it is, but they definitely did something. Well, that's because this dungeon doesn't hit tanks that hard yet. I don't think there's a lot to worry about here, though. This priest looks fun. It's very chill. It's chill until it's not. It's kind of one of those healers that's basically okay until all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, and you fall behind. It's kind of one of those, you know what I mean? Where you're like, it's not too bad. But actually, with the second you fall behind or something goes wrong, you can really struggle to catch up. At the moment, this feels okay. They also made some dungeon tuning. Well, they changed, like this next boss, for example, they nerfed, but they didn't change the tuning on the whole dungeon, as far as they said in that blue post, as far as I can tell. Unless I'm wrong. I read the Wowhead article with the VPN. Wowhead is banned in Thailand. So I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Very wrong. Potentially. Yep. Why is the gargoyle able to grab the healer? It will be okay because there's a lot of ways to get out of that mechanic. Anything that removes snares, and most people, even if I could play the talent on my priest for Fade. So this boss, as an example, this phase was terrible before, but this is so chill right now. Like, I just don't have to do a lot of healing. This was like the most scary. This boss was going to be an abomination. I do think they, surprisingly, might have over-nerfed it, to be honest. This could be an over-nerf. As unbelievable as it sounds, and I wouldn't normally say that, but no, it'll still be hard. But this boss was, to be fair, this boss, there's nothing that wiped groups more than this. It was actually the most dreadful thing because it was very fun to do this key. You asked me what my favorite dungeon was earlier. Elrath, are you still there? Sorry, I realized I never answered your question. I got distracted, as I do toward the end of the day. I always fade out at the end of the day. No, I mean, I'm also just healing this. Disc Priest makes you feel very safe because you have eternal shielding on effects. But keep in mind that that's not necessarily a reflection of how most things will feel, though. Then comes up, no problem. So, favorite dungeon might just be Algathar. There's a few problems with Algathar, but it's simple, straightforward, it's easy. There's some routing variants. But big lust pull. Overall, just a fun dungeon. The bosses are... I have to heal them, but they're not, like, too crazy hard or anything. So I feel like it's fair. I don't ever feel like I've died there and I'm like, oh, that was so unfair. Like, it's... No, I was lazy or I didn't do this. So I feel like you can outplay mechanics. But I have a feeling that Algathar, as of right now, if they don't buff it, I actually think it's going to be like a Shadow Moon Burial Ground situation. Algathar will just go much higher than every other key, which could be problematic. Like, the thing is I do a lot of damage on this build too. It's not like I don't do damage. I actually do a fair bit of damage. So, very possibly you end up with a...
Yeah, you kind of end up with like a Shadow Moon's Burial Ground where that dungeon will be so significantly easier that very potentially it goes several key levels higher, and you're just trying to constantly re-roll into it. Yeah. I think they still might because of how easy it is.
I'll tell you everything.
Worthless gnat. Death is all that awaits you. Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily.
Have they nerfed this boss? Both. They giga nerfed it on the last notes, though. Yeah, so Algathar, the thing is that we're a lot better than we used to be. As crazy as it sounds, if a dungeon like Ruby Life Pools actually came back, you wouldn't think it was the hardest thing. Or a dungeon like Halls of Infusion. Like, if that came back, you'd be like, oh, this is fair. We're just a lot better than we used to be. There's a lot more knowledge of Mythic Plus. You know? Yeah. You need a dungeon that's not on the easier side. The thing is that the mechanics in Algathar are all outplayable, which is why it'll scale infinitely. So, like, for example, this boss just has straight-up one-shots. Like, at some level, it's just going to be impossible. But the thing with Algathar is, like... Yeah, well, Brackenhide, if you remember, Brackenhide on beta was the worst dungeon, like, possibly ever. And people complained about it incessantly. Keep in mind, I also played beta. And it was terrible. Because the diseases, there used to be twice as many of them. And on top of the fact that there was just an infinite amount of the diseases, you also, what was the thing? I think they gave you a massive haste reduction. I am playing Oracle, yeah. This is the easy version of Disc. Actually, that's not necessarily true. In a lot of ways, Void Weaver is more straightforward. It's just, you have to plan a little bit more, though. There were Brackenhide early on, but it ended up being one of my favorite dungeons, shy of the last boss totem, which was pretty miserable. The last boss totem was an example of a mechanic that just does not work for Mythic Plus. Fine for the first week, and then the more you played the season, the less you liked Brackenhide totem last boss. Same with Vortex Pinnacle. And it was the same season, too, remember? There was some, like, cool stuff you could do with Brackenhide, but... Oh, man, that totem at the end. Just really, like, an anti-fun mechanic. You had to hold... It was, like, such a long fight, because you had to hold damage for it as high key levels. And if it didn't go off, it, again, was kind of a healer mechanic. But it was just a wipe at certain levels. So, Disc is fun because... It's a very smooth, like, very simple playstyle, but you do actually heal all through damage, though. No one liked Vortex. I don't think there was a single redeeming quality about Vortex. I'm trying to think. Visually, it was pretty cool. Aside from visual fantasy, what was the redeeming quality for Vortex Pinnacle? Every boss sort of sucked. The dragon boss was maybe alright. The second boss. First boss was miserable. Last boss was even worse. There was the stupid jump mechanic. It was so easy, but people failed it. The zone mechanic. The pulls were all pretty bad. Like, there was no real fun pull. They were all, like, casters that didn't want to group. They were cleaving things. Maybe, like, the Harry Potter strat has that developed. There was some really cool wormstone tech you could do with Aug of Ogre. But I'm not sure. I have no idea what to do with the gnome boss. What gnome boss? Oh, in Dawn of the Infinite. You mean the Chromie. You just talking about Chromie? Whoops. The time stop boss. Dude, the Apex talent is proccing so much. You tried Harnier, by the way? Yeah, I have. My Shaman is Harnier. It's a racial ability splotch. To be honest, it's just... It's very, very... It's just It's okay. I'm really hoping that there's tuning tomorrow. Hey, by the way, again, just a reminder for everyone hanging out right now. My dad's coming to visit me. Very excited. Oh, this is a Giga HPS pull. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me tell you in a second. I was just saying that I'll be streaming a little bit less in the following week. I think I'll be on tomorrow, and then he arrives in the evening. So just so you know, you'll probably see me a little bit less in the next week because very special occasion that my dad is actually coming to Thailand. Yo, hold up. This is very easy on disc right now. It's not like I'm doing no healing. It's just you have like these shields which are just so giga. So you don't. It looks like health bars aren't moving. It really just looks like health bars are just chilling. You got invincible. That's crazy, man. This is big HPS. Okay, never mind. This is no HPS. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Hold up. That's current? No. That should be like way more HPS. All right, never mind. I was wrong. My bad. I was wrong. I thought I was like ready to do HPS. Last boss, there's technically HPS. But I really haven't had to do a lot of healing in this dungeon. It feels just like a lower key level thing. Mirror of Fractured Eye. That trinket was okay. What was the trinket? That was the cheat death trinket. Having to get that on a higher track because reasons was annoying. I didn't like having to get that trinket. I definitely didn't like the fact that there was no real loot acquisition in that season where you couldn't get, like, if you wanted the things from it, you had to try to chance it out of your vault for the 6 item levels. I do think they might need to iterate on that system a little bit moving forward. So you just shield this. Yeah, maybe a little bit too chill. Well, after this, you get a 17 from whatever this key is, and this is not a bad one. I actually think that this dungeon I'm going to end up liking. I don't think I'm going to dislike this dungeon. At first, I was like, absolutely not. And then I realized, nah, it's kind of okay. Now that they fixed Ick and Crick, I think this could be one of my favorite dungeons to both tank, heal, and DPS. Well, it feels simple, but not in a bad way. Like, there's plenty of mechanics. There's a lot of dispels that you could get on higher key levels, etc. And it's just like, it's actually just a decent. There's good HPS checks, not bad HPS checks. So there's good HPS checks, and on top of that, it feels kind of fair. Again, now that the second boss is fixed, like that mini boss doesn't feel unfair. I think a Holy Paladin, Nibby, Holy Paladin. Oh, what am I doing for an update today? I hadn't thought about today's update.
Signal the alarms. Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can.
Ooh. I could talk about item level. Ages, yeah. But that's because holiday break. Blizzard gets 2 weeks off, as far as I know. As far as I know, Blizzard gets 2 weeks off, and so there is always a little bit of a content drought around this time period. This is not unique. Yes, that is why. Because holiday break. This is very normal. So they released the beta early. No one was expecting tuning the last week, just because of how their content cadence works. Yeah. So we PI him. Big shields on people. Shield this guy. Penance this target here. Big void shield now. Penance that target there. See, that shield is quite a big shield. And just prep healing. I actually think, as sad as it is, I don't really like this, but as sad as it is, I'll probably be good at this priest. Because I do know how to prep for damage, and I kind of know how to make a plan as a healer. I would say that I'm actually not that good at healing, but I am good at making a plan. Except that. I think that was aggro. I gotta stop saying this. Every time I say, oh, I've got this, I don't in fact have it. Because I went to PI, I went to Pain Sup, and I realized that my Pain Sup is not bound properly. Watch the ad. It's the one thing I'm actually kind of decent at, is knowing how to rotate cooldowns and like make a plan, because it's very tank-oriented gameplay. So here, and then shield. Perfect. Does that count as HPS? Do 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 do. It feels pretty fair. Like that felt fair right there though. I once again still stand by the fact that healing should not be overpowered because then they'll challenge healers in the wrong way. But tanking should be overpowered because that'll just feel good for the game. I stand by that. I think that's honestly a good take. I've heard other arguments for it, but I still think that that is the right opinion to have. So here you would just wait for the tick, and then you would Radiance, and then you would just spot heal people who need it, and you would just go shields, you would PI, so they die faster, and then done. Yeah, easy. And there's going to be another mechanic here, so you would pre-shield. I shielded the tank, I should have shielded the DPS technically, but I have a big Apex talent proc, and you just wheel and woe, build your stacks, another Void Shield, and there's a big duration on it, so you can see no one will take damage here. You Radiance it back up, easy. Yeah, I'm not sure I would really... Disc is interesting, man. There's no such thing as apotheosis for Disc, kind of. But there is... We have just this thing called Evangelism. It's a little bit of a heal and... Nah, it's just chill. What do you have, Wings? Oh, Ultimate Penitence. This is a cool cooldown. And they added it recently. Yes, Freedom is very OP this season, I agree. This felt fine. I could see the third boss. I would have to play the first boss much better as key levels get higher. If this was an 18 or something like that, I'd have to do this, though. But you were down? Unsure. Might have been Evangelism. Let's find out. Yeah, Freedom abilities are good. Yo, I have a question. The fuck is this? Is that current? Oh, I was about to say, that's not overall. Holy, I thought for a second I was looking at some poll. I was like, how did he do that much damage? Rish, I think that's one of the best Devour logs I've seen, actually. That's pretty solid. That's actually very solid. Algathar Academy, or maybe even this dungeon. I could see myself liking this. I think this is a good key. Now that they fixed second boss. Let me go pee, and then I'm going to decide what I'm doing. And look at the timing. If you want, thank you. Yeah, I got you, Illuminos. I see it, I see it. Absolutely not. Unhinged, capital. Unhinged. It's cold in here. What the hell? I just realized how cold it is. Hey, Lacey. How do you feel with PI not seeing who's popping cooldowns? You just know who to put it on. Lacey, if you have PI, you just know who to put it on. It's one of those things where experience in WoW, especially if you've played the DPS, will tell you who to do this, though. I know you can't post links if you're not subbed to Luminos. Just, it prevents all bots. That's okay. I got you. Just don't do it twice. It just has, it's the easy way to prevent, like, you know, like the bots that come in, they're like, yo, cheap viewers at, you know. That was one of your lowest logs, Rish. Interesting. Rish, I'm glad I got to play with you. I'm glad we got to play. I feel like we've been chatting about beta for a while, but I haven't actually played with you. I think it might have been one of our first keys, actually. Illuminos, have you had thoughts about adjudication versus the chaining hammer now? I mean, I feel like this is maybe it's much more of a DPS game than I think it is. What are you playing? The only difference is I don't think I was taking Spell Word for a lot of these keys. I think I was just playing Searing Sunlight. Yeah, I feel like you just... I mean, you're super tanky. It could just be heal level diff, but there's no problem healing you. Yes, that also allows you to post links, but I saw it. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Lacus on top of it. What am I going to make for my beta update tonight? I hadn't thought about tonight. Man, I have so many rants that I could actually go on, but I think I want to talk numbers. I think I want to talk about the game, because I've been going on some really deep WoW rants recently, and I feel like I just need to like take a step back and be okay, save some of the very philosophical things. Should you quit WoW, etc., right? Like, you know, is that the right thing to do? I could make another quick guide. I don't actually have a plan right now what I would post tonight. I do need to do that though. Howdy, yo, thanks for coming over here. I see you there. Hi, Howdy. What's up? I don't even think I knew that you used this, actually. Hey, Howdy. Get you. I recognize you. Got you, man. I'm on both? Well, now I am too. Debating. I'll take care of house stuff, Howdy. Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure it'll all work out in the end. Perfect. I just stream on the one. Yeah, makes sense. What's up, Doi? Doi Doge. There are some names that just make me happy, dude. Doi Doge is a good one. That's a good name. Doi Doge. Excellent name, to be honest. It's really quite a giga name. Tomorrow I'll definitely be on. I just really hope we get a build tomorrow. There's no updates. I'm waiting for the blue post. I think we're all waiting at this point just for like, hey, when is there going to be a blue post? When are we expecting the next set of class tuning so we can... Because there's... How many more are there? There's one tomorrow, probably. It's Wednesday. So there's one tomorrow, and then one. I love your name too. Thank you. It's a good name. I thought about changing it when I realized that I'm not just a tank player, but I was like, no, it's too nostalgic now. We've committed to the brand. Now you know, the Owu tank is just gonna has to stay. The idea is we get class tuning soon. I wonder how many builds we have left. Bro, I know what I'm gonna rant about. I know exactly what. Okay, do me a favor. Hey, if anybody's listening right now, Rish, anyone. If anyone's still here, I know it's late, and I know it's pretty late for my stream, but if you are listening, please, can you send me, if you've played beta whatsoever, can you send me your UI? I need a screenshot of your UI, and can I put it in a video? I think I want to talk about the UI stuff, because I've already seen some absolutely wild things, and I think it's important just to talk about it and let people know. Your set looks great, I love you. I just met you, Doi. I do like your name, but I don't know if I can say I love you. That's a serious thing to say. I can say, for example, that I love ice cream or I love big butts, but I can't necessarily say I love you. 9 a.m. here. It's late for me. I normally don't stream this late. I was just having fun today. I didn't even realize. Real life has been stressful, so I have been doing this thing. It's really cool, Nibby. It's called avoiding my life problems with video games. I don't know if you've tried it before, but basically, instead of dealing with the very stressful real life things that I have going on, I am actually playing video games. Really, it's a great tactic. You should try it. Not really, though. I'll have to go deal with real life stuff soon. Basically, though, if you have anything, just send me the screenshot, because I think I want to talk about the UI. I'll use it. There's a thing in my Discord, Midnight UI. I'll ask people tomorrow, too, to keep sending stuff. I have 3 exact things, though. Hey, Ma. So, An example being that somebody posted this today. This is. Oh wait, hold up. That's me shirtless. That's not the right one. Where was it? Midnight beta testing, midnight discussion. Wait, where did somebody send this to me? Oh, here, private message. Yeah, this. Okay. This is on midnight right now. Does this look like no add-ons to you? This is what I want to show you. That. What does that look like to you? This is raid testing. This is somebody's point of view from raid testing right now. Looks good, huh? looks kind of similar. Looks kind of similar, doesn't it? Yup. That's probably what I want to talk about. I mean, most people playing UI right now have like really clean setups at the moment. Like that's the thing though. Like no, nothing's gonna change it. That's the problem with it. As I look right here, I can see like in the Midnight UI that people have shared. Look at this. I mean, this looks very coded. I mean, this just looks. Hold up. Look right here. You see that? Look at this. Look at this UI. That doesn't look any different than what we have right now. This looks exactly like what we have at the moment. This is somebody's UI. This was weeks ago. This is like a week ago. And this is still, we have 2 months until release. So I definitely think that what I want to talk about is the fact that UI is just, yes. But the problem is how you do it is actually way more annoying. I was excited. I'm playing with no UI. This base UI right here, this is no UI. So I'm playing with no add-ons at all. You can see that I have 0 things enabled, but most people are playing with a full UI already. No. Sent it on Discord. Cool. I don't mind the changes. So the thing is, Jaboom, by release, I don't think it's going to be lacking at all. But there is a problem. Okay? There is a fundamental problem. Which is that the way you install it is way more annoying. Because instead of just importing a WeakOr, you get one add-on, you install it. Now you have to know the names of all the add-ons that people are using. Because they're individual add-ons. And that's more annoying? It's actually like maybe harder to find? It's just kind of weird? I don't know. I've always been kind of a very minimum UI enjoyer, yeah. Are you, Lona? It's weird that you like my stream if you're a vanilla. I feel like I'm pretty... I can have some spicy takes. I'm Neapolitan at the least. To each their own. Many countries have been affected by the missionary... Yeah, that one fell flat. I'm tired. I don't mind UI add-ons, although you only really need party frames add-ons. As long as they don't have weak or dungeon packs or raid weak or they will though. This look at Splotch. The problem with this is just look at this. This is a raid weak or a pack. It'll just be an add-on pack instead of a weak or a pack. But look, this is Northern Sky. So you know Northern Sky weak or a pack, right? This clip that was linked is Northern Sky. This photo here is Northern Sky. You can see behind me. See the bottom left? That's Northern Sky right there. That's the weak Aura pack dude. This is one of the people who make weak Aura packs. This is Reload. This is his screen. So he's just going to make this an add-on. It's going to be the exact same thing, but more steps. You know? That's the problem with it. Okay, here's what's up. I'll be here for a little longer recording my update if you do want to hang out a little bit more. But I'm tired and I gotta go take care of real life stuff. I have enjoyed avoiding my real life problems and eating premium ice cream today. Last question, is Capri Sun good? Yes or no? Everybody says yes. Of course, obviously. If you say no, nobody thinks Capri Sun is bad. Everybody knows Capri Sun is amazing. Yeah, I don't think I think that Splotch. I think we're moving more and more toward an area where that's actually going to continue. I don't think that's getting better. I think it's getting worse. And I have a feeling. I've been saying this for a while, by the way. I have actually been saying this for a while. Almost certainly, what's actually going to happen is they're just going to pull the ripcord. That's what I thought from the very get-go. You go back and watch one of my first videos on the UI, and I've been saying, if they cannot get it right, they won't release it in a bad state. I was so positive that they're not going to fuck this up that bad. They definitely won't. So what they're going to do is if they can't get it right on time, they're just going to pull it and just say, here's add-ons back. That's what I thought they were going to do from the get-go. Like, either they figure it out and they have a good working iteration that's 10% less good, but still mostly there. But there's no way. Everybody was so scared they're going to release it in a non-functioning version. Ain't no shot. Expansion release is the most hype time for World of Warcraft. They make incredible amounts of money, and people come back to the game for expansion release. So there's no way that they let Season 1 be miserable. Well, okay, hold up. I got to change my wording there because that is... we had the war within Season 1. There shouldn't be a way moving forward that they release Season 1 in this thing. Well, they must have learned from their last... well... So there probably won't be another Grim Batol. Most likely. Probably. Kind of. Probably. Yo, I'm going to take you over to somebody playing Claire Obscura. They're not playing WoW, but they're a really nice streamer, and it's their first stream of the year. I haven't seen them in a while. They do not play WoW, so you will be meeting somebody that you've never met them before, probably. For those who care, they're blonde and female. That probably shouldn't be a factor in this, but go say hi, at the very least. I'll be back tomorrow, and then after that, I'll let you know whatever the schedule is. All right, bye. I'll be on Kick for a little longer, probably. Do-do-do-do. Hi. This is great. Oh shit, the Rise 9 party. I forgot about it. I had this up. Yo, YouTube, if you're still here, thanks for hanging out. Oh, I'm glad my YouTube stream didn't crash today. I don't know what was up with that before. It was straight up crashing for the last few days, but it's good now, it looks like. There you go. I can hear you now. I know now. We got to record an update. I haven't actually planned out. I don't really plan the updates. I definitely should, by the way. If you watch any of the YouTube videos, I absolutely should. Like, 100% I should. But I just kind of YOLO it.